Summary.
Katie Harris, a young nurse from Los Angeles, goes to Texas to take care of a terminally ill child. Moving from the city to a small country is a big change, and meeting the child's father does not prepare her for life with Ray Marshall. Ray has been through a lot of heartbreak, losing everyone he ever loved, and knew he would soon lose his beloved daughter. The last thing he wants is to fall in love with a petite young blonde. His heart can't take losing another person, and makes life unbearable for Katie. The little girl, Alice, is determined to find her father someone to love before she passes. Alice possesses the ability to see the future and knows that Katie is the one that will make her father happy. If only he wasn't so stubborn and stopped fighting his feelings for Katie. This story has a bittersweet ending for some. It may be a trigger for those who may have lost a child, but it does end with a happy note.
Chapter 1. It was a long drive from Los Angeles to Fielding, Texas, where Katie Harris was offered a job as a private nurse and nanny for a terminally ill child. A 10-year-old girl dying of a rare blood and heart disease. She had no close friends and never knew who her parents were. She lived in foster care till she was old enough to work and put herself through nursing school, so leaving Los Angeles was no big deal to her. Katie was amazed at how beautiful the country was, with its mountains and rivers, the sky so blue. She soon came to a sign that read, "Welcome to Fielding, Texas." She breathed a sigh of relief at having finally reached her destination. The town was so much smaller than she thought it would be. Katie was in dire need of a cold drink, so she pulled into what looked like a small variety store. The door creaked and a bell above chimed when she opened it. There was a young girl behind the counter. She couldn't have been more than 16 at the most. Her brown hair was done up in a ponytail. 2 men were standing on the opposite side of the counter, both in jeans and cowboy hats. The older man looked to be around 50 or so, his belly round and sticking out. He smiled at her. He had a friendly smile, so she smiled back. The other man was much younger, tall and muscular. His hair was midnight black and his skin tanned, obviously from the sun. He was dangerously handsome, and when he smiled at her, she felt her heart beating a tad faster. They had all stopped talking when she entered the store, and she could feel their eyes on her, watching as she walked over to the cooler. The water bottles were on the top shelf, right out of her reach. Even standing on her toes, she still could not reach them and groaned softly. Ray, the young man standing at the counter, couldn't take his eyes off her. She was petite with long blonde hair and had a hot little body. Walking over to the cooler, reached above her head and pulled one of the bottles of water down and handed it to her. "Here you go, miss. They really should put these on a lower shelf for little ladies like you to reach." His tone was a little condescending. With him standing so close, she could smell his aftershave mixed with sweat. He smelled so manly, and she felt a shiver course throughout her body. But she was also hot and very tired, wiping the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. Being on the road for so long, she was tired. Her eyes felt as though there was gravel behind them. She was in no mood for smart-ass comments about her size and snapped at the stranger who stood so close. "I'm not a little lady, you jerk." With the water clutched in her hand, she walked over to the counter to pay for it. Her throat was so dry, she was dying to drink it. She was annoyed when he followed her to the counter, but decided to ignore him as she pulled out her wallet. As she went to hand the money to the clerk, the young stranger spoke up. "Lucy put the lady's water on my tab." Tilting her head to look at him, she once again snapped at him, her tone harsh. "I don't know you, and even if I did, I can pay for my own water. I certainly don't need any help from you." The older man laughed, slapping the younger one on the back, and looked at Katie. "You tell him, little lady. My name is Bo, and this here is Ray and Lucy. Are you just passing through town, miss?" Katie smiled at Bo. She liked him right away. He had such a friendly face, and she didn't even mind him calling her little lady. "No, mister." She stopped talking, not knowing what to call him. Bo held out his hand to shake hers. "Riley, miss. Bo Riley. Just call me Bo. And you are?" "I'm Katie Harris." I'm going to be working for the Marshalls, taking care of their little girl. Could you point me in the right direction?" Beau's face lit up, his eyes sparkling as he glanced at Ray. "Well, Katie, I can do better than that." Ray stood back and listened to the two talking with a scowl on his face. He was only being nice to her, and she treated him as though he was being a nuisance. His ego was badly bruised. So before Beau could say another word, he interrupted them. "Take a left at the stop sign, go about 2 miles and make another left. You can't miss it as long as you're paying attention to where you are going," he added sarcastically. Rolling her eyes, she thanked him and then turned back to Beau. "It was nice to meet you," she said as she gave him a warm smile.
"Oh, it was my pleasure, Miss Harris. I'll be seeing you around."
As soon as Katie left the shop, Beau turned to Ray. "Why didn't you let me tell her who you were?" Chewing on a toothpick, he smirked. "I didn't like her attitude. There's no way that city girl is suited for the job. I'll send her packing soon enough." A grin spread across his chiseled face. "But first I think I'll have a bit of fun with Miss Harris." "What are you planning for that little lady?" Beau asked, watching the way Ray was grinning. "I'm just going to show her how hard life on a ranch can be. See you later, Beau." Ray waved to the two and walked out. He was going to teach the uptight city woman a thing or two. Beau turned to Lucy. "You know what, Lucy? My gut tells me it's going to be Miss Harris who's going to teach him a thing or two." Laughing, Beau leaves the store. He was anxious to get home to tell his wife about the spunky Katie Harris. As she drove down the bumpy dirt road, she found herself thinking about the man called Ray. She was fuming over the way he was making a joke of her height. He made her feel like a child and wanted to slap that smug grin off his face. But then her car started making a strange noise, so she pulled over to the side. Then it quit running. Pounding her fists on the steering wheel, started cursing. No, you stupid damn car. Don't you dare quit on me now. Oh God, not here of all places, in the middle of nowhere." After trying to start the car, she gave up. Knowing she would have to walk the rest of the way, got out and grabbed the 2 bags she would need. The others could wait till she was able to come back and collect them. Just then a dirty white truck came roaring past, then slowing down backed up, and the driver poked his head out the window. She groaned when she saw it was the annoying cowboy from the store. "Having car problems, lady?" he barked rudely at her.
"You again."
She shakes her head. "Wow, nothing gets past you, does it?" His hands tightened on the steering wheel. He started grinding his teeth. Anger rising within him, he still got out of his truck and over to her car. He opened the hood and yelled at her to get in and start it. "Well, turn the key already," he barked at her. "I am, but it's not doing anything," she yelled back. "Are you sure you're doing it right?" he yelled, wiping the sweat from his brow. This remark made her furious. God, he was treating her as if she were stupid. With his head still under the hood, she pressed on the horn, and it still worked, making him jump and hitting his head. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Ray swore at her, rubbing his head. A smile crept up on her face as he swore and slammed the hood down. "I'm sorry, my hand slipped." Ray removed his hat and rubbed his head. Seeing the grin on her face, he knew she was lying. "Well, your car is done for. My guess is you need a new engine." Katie got out of the car, slamming the door behind her. "Oh, that's just great. Where am I supposed to get one of those around here?" "We may be a little hick town to you, lady, but we do have a garage in town. But they only accept money, not chickens or baked goods," he added with sarcasm. Placing her hand on her waist, she glared angrily at him. "Are you always this rude to strangers?" He grunted under his breath, thinking it was her that was being the rude one. Jumping into the truck, wanting to leave, but then he looked over at Katie. If his parents hadn't raised him to do the right thing, he probably would have left her stranded. "Payback is a bitch," he said to himself.
"Do you want a ride to the ranch?"
He yelled out the window. Arms crossed, she answered back. "I wouldn't want to take you out of your way." You wouldn't be. I've got lumber to take over there. I'm fixing the back porch. In that case, yes, thank you, she said, and going to the trunk, took out the other 3 bags. Instead of helping Katie with the bags, he remained seated, waiting while she struggled to put them in the back. Getting in, she glared at him. Gee, thanks for all your help, she hissed. Ray chuckled out loud. Thought you said you didn't need or want my help. Slamming her door shut, she fastened her seatbelt and sat back, arms crossed. Not wanting to talk to him, she looked out her window, thanking God she wouldn't have to be anywhere near him ever again, and that it would be a short drive to the ranch. Chapter 2. As they drove, he glanced over at Katie, taking in her appearance, and shook his head. She noticed and snarled. What? Why did you give me that look and shake your head? Is there a problem?
It's your clothes and shoes,
he answered her. Yeah, what about them? She asked as she gives him a dirty look. He looked her over before answering. Your fancy clothes and shoes won't do you any good on a ranch. She felt the heat rising to her face. This man was making her want to scream, and not in a good way. What clothes I have is none of your business, and for the record, I have plenty of other things to wear, things more suited for ranch life. Ray smirked. I don't give a damn what you brought to wear. A grin appeared across his face. Wear nothing for all I care, he added. There was something in the way he said it that made her blush, so she looked away to avoid his eyes. When they reached the ranch, Ray jumped out of the truck, removed her bags, sat them on the ground. He then unloaded the lumber, taking it around back. He left her standing there, not even bothering to help her carry the bags up the steps. Jerk, she muttered under her breath when he walked away. She looked up at the house, which was to be her home for the next year or 2. It was huge, not modern by any means, but well maintained. But then why wouldn't it be? She was told that Mr. Marshall was a wealthy rancher, one of the few in Fielding, Texas. Katie looked around. There was a large building which she assumed was the stable. A couple of smaller ones, and a little further from the house were some horses in a fenced-off area. She could almost swear they were staring right at her. It gave her an eerie feeling, especially with the black horse standing still, his eyes glued on her. Shaking it off, she started carrying her bags up the steps. Katie knew her main job was to take care of the owner's daughter. The doctors had told her the child had a good chance of surviving another year, maybe 2. She was also told that the child seemed to be happy and doing well, which is good considering her condition. What else was expected of her, she had no idea. After lugging her bags up the steps, she knocked on the door, waiting for someone to answer. It seemed like forever before someone came to the door. The door opened, and an African-American woman stepped out. She was in her early 60s with a round face, a strong woman who let you know from first sight that she wouldn't take any nonsense from anyone. Eyes squinting, she looked Katie over and then asked, Yeah, what you want here, girl? Hello, I'm Katie Harris. I was sent here to help out. You're late. You were meant to be here this morning, she said, crossing her arms around her ample bosom. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't think it would be as long a drive as it was, and then my car broke down. My, you sure have a lot of excuses, don't you, girl? Well, come on in. I'll make you some tea. Here, let me help you with your bags. Katie followed the woman inside. Though the place was large, it was also very clean, and had a nice cozy feel to it. The smell of homemade bread and cookies filled the home. They headed into the kitchen where the cookies were cooling on a tray. Her mouth was watering from the delicious smell. The woman started making the tea. I'm Jimmy, by the way. Cook, housekeeper, among other things. Katie raised an eyebrow when she looked at the woman. Your name is Jimmy. Yup, my pa wanted a boy, but got me instead. Still named me Jimmy, though. She laughed. Say, if your car broke down, how did you get here with all those bags? She asked, pointing to all the suitcases. The handyman gave me a lift. I have to say he is the rudest man I have ever met. Handyman? What handyman? Jimmy asked, confused. The one out back. He said he was fixing the back steps, Katie answered. Jimmy went to the kitchen window and looked out. Seeing Ray, she started laughing. Katie stood watching Jimmy when she started to laugh and wondered why. "What's so funny?" she asked her. Wiping the tears of laughter from her face, she smiled at Katie. "Never mind that now. Sit, drink your tea, and I'll tell you what you need to know."
Taking their tea, they carried it to the table and sat.
"Now the girl's name is Alice. She's almost 10 years old. But you already know that, and you know what's wrong with her, so we don't need to go through all that. But what you don't know is never treat Alice like a sick person." Jimmy took a sip of her tea and offered Katie a freshly baked cookie. "If you show her pity or give her sad, knowing looks towards her conditions, she will have you fired and sent packing." "Alice sounds like a tough little girl," Katie said, taking a bite of the cookie which melted in her mouth. It was the most delicious cookie she had ever had and savored the taste. "Yes, she is. The girl is almost 10, but going on 30. She knows her time is running out. So don't try to stop Alice from living. That would kill her faster than the disease." Katie started choking. Taking a sip of tea to help the tiny crumble of cookie to go down, she looked wide-eyed at Jimmy. "My God, are you telling me she knows she's dying? But she's only a child." Jimmy tapped her fingers on the table. "We never told her. Alice knows things that she can't possibly know, but somehow she does." "When do I get to meet her?" Katie asked. Jimmy got up and took the dishes over to the sink. "You'll meet her soon." One of the ranch hands took her out on Daisy. "What's a daisy?" she asked, wondering if it was some kind of ride. "This is the country girl. Daisy is a horse. Do you ride, girl?" Shaking her head, "No." "Me? God, no. I'm afraid of horses." "You'll have to get over your fear, my dear. It will be one of your jobs to go riding with Alice. I'll have someone give you lessons." Taking her cup over to the sink, she looked at Jimmy. "What are my other jobs?" "Good Lord, girl, did they not tell you anything where you came from? Here, take this drink out too." Jimmy laughs. The handyman. The last thing Katie wanted was to see that man again, but she could tell that Jimmy was not someone you said no to. Taking the drink from her, Katie went to the back door. His back was to her, so she cleared her throat trying to get his attention. But still, he didn't respond. "Excuse me?" Still no response. "Hello?" "Excuse me, I have a drink for you." Still nothing. God, are you deaf or just plain rude? Ray looked back, and the first thing he saw was a pair of legs and heels. Nice legs, he thought to himself. Then he saw the drink in her hand. Removing his hat, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. "I hope you didn't make it. You might have poisoned it. Why don't you try some first?" Clenching her teeth together, she moved a little closer. God, what a jerk, she said to herself. "Well, if you don't want to drink it, then maybe you would rather wear it." With a wicked smile on her face, she poured the ice-cold drink over his head. "What the hell?" he swore as he got up and walked towards her. She backs up and finds herself pinned between the railing and Ray. Eyes shooting daggers at her, he removes his shirt, his chest, and his stomach wet from the drink. Katie's pulse quickened at the sight of Ray's muscular chest and arms. He was so close that his body touched hers. She turned her head away. At first, she thought he was going to strike her, but instead he walked past her and right into the house. "Hey, stop right there," she yelled at him. "Where do you think you're going?" Turning back to look at her, he growled, "Inside to get cleaned up thanks to you." Jimmy was watching from the window, holding her side. It was aching from laughing so hard.
"Jimmy," she calls out.
"Tell this man he can't just walk in here, and why are you laughing?" Katie was appalled that he had the nerve to walk into someone's home uninvited. Jimmy wiped the tears from her face, trying to stop the laughter. "Oh Lord, girl, Katie Harris, meet Ray Marshall, your boss." She turned to Ray and told him to go take a shower. Katie's eyes grew wide with horror, and her mouth dropped open when she looked at him. And when he walked past her, his eyes narrowed, as he glared angrily at her. He also gave her a nudge out of the way, causing her to step back. Once he had left the room, she turned to Jimmy, who was still chuckling. "What have I done? I thought he was the handyman. Why didn't you tell me?" Katie's voice was shaky. "Are you kidding me, girl? That was the most fun I've had in a long time. Alice will be sorry she missed it." Katie sat, putting her head in her hands. "He's her dad. I'd leave right now, but I don't have my car. Even if I did, it doesn't work." Jimmy patted her on the shoulder. "Come on, girl. It ain't all that bad. Let's take your bags to your room, and you can freshen up before dinner." Chapter 3. After showering and changing her clothes, Katie sat in her room, not wanting to face the man to whom she had poured a drink on, her boss. She heard a knock on the door, and a little girl walked in. Katie knew this had to be Alice. She was a beautiful child with raven black hair, the same as Ray's. But she was pale and so small for her age. She looked more like a 7-year-old than a 10-year-old. She smiled at the child, but did not get one in return. "You must be Alice. Hi, I'm Katie." Alice entered the room slowly, all the while her eyes never strayed from Katie. She looked her over from head to toe, showing no emotion of any kind. She walked over to the open closet and looked at all the clothes hanging neatly on hangers and the shoes that were on the floor. Katie stood up, watching as Alice went over to the dresser and looked at all the makeup and lotions. The child looked at her and finally spoke. "What is all this stuff?" she asked, picking up a bottle and smelling it. Katie went over and stood next to her. "Well, it's my makeup, and these bottles are lotions for your skin, one for my face, and this one is for the rest of me." Alice picked up a tiny frosted glass bottle. "What's this?" she asked with childlike curiosity. "Perfume," Katie answered. The little girl tilted her head and, scrunching up her face, looked at Katie. "Perfume? What's perfume?" Katie smiled. "It's something a woman wears to make her smell nice. Would you like me to put some on you?" Before Alice could answer, a man's voice yelled out to her, and she walked out without looking back at her. But before she disappeared down the stairs, she called out to Katie. "Supper's ready. You better hurry. Jimmy doesn't like for her food to get cold." When she got downstairs, they were all seated around the table waiting for her. "Once seated, Jimmy," said Grace. Alice kept staring at Katie as she ate, her eyes never leaving her. Seeing the girl watching her, she smiled and winked. "Alice, please stop staring at Miss Harris. It's rude." Ray spoke in a stern tone. "That's all right, Mr. Marshall. I'm new and she's just curious," Katie said, smiling at Alice. Dropping his fork down, glared at her. "Miss Harris, don't undermine me in front of my daughter ever again," he snapped at her. The two were having a staring contest. Alice's head went back and forth from her father to Katie and back again. She watched the way they looked and talked to one another, and a small smile crept up on her tiny face. "I'm sorry, it won't happen again," Katie said, her eyes blazing with anger. "See to it that it doesn't," he practically growled at her. Jimmy had enough of the two bickering and piped up. "Okay, you two, let's use first names from now on." Her tone let them know she was becoming annoyed with them and wasn't going to put up with their behavior. When Katie looked at Alice and smiled, she returned the smile. She liked this woman and knew right then that Katie was the one she had been waiting for. After an awkward moment of silence, Ray spoke up. "I had your car towed to the garage. It's going to take a week to get the part. I guess we're stuck with you till then." Alice became alarmed. She couldn't lose Katie, not now. "But Daddy, I thought she was going to be my nurse," she cried out. Ray didn't look up when he answered, just kept eating when he spoke. "Honey, I don't think she's going to like it here." He looked over at Katie. "Will you?" His comment and the way he said it made her want to slap the smug look off his face. "I don't know if I'll like it or not. Perhaps I will." Looking over at Alice, she smiled. "I have a week to find out." Alice broke out in a huge smile. Her delicate face lit up. But from the look on Ray's face, Katy could see he was not pleased with her answer. But then when he smiled at her, she became nervous. It wasn't a friendly smile, it more evil than anything. The heat at the base of Ray's neck rose up to his face. The nerve of this woman. Well, when I get through with her, she'll be wanting to walk back to Los Angeles, he said to himself under his breath. After dinner, Katy offered to help with the cleaning up. Jimmy held up her hands. No, dear, Alice needs her bath. That's your job. Then you have to get her ready for bed, and then the last thing is her pills. After her bath and having her pajamas on, Katy brushed Alice's hair. When she was done, Alice reached up and touched Katy's hair. I love your hair. It's so pretty, like the sun. I wish my hair was this color. Oh, but Alice, your hair is so pretty, so black, just like your daddy, she said as she stroked Alice's hair. And so soft, too. When they went downstairs, Ray was standing there holding the pills for Alice to take. One look at the pills she hid behind Katy. No, she cried out. I hate taking them. They taste so bad. I won't take them. Taking her hand, Ray sat down, putting his daughter on his lap. We go through this every night, Alice. Honey, you know you have to take them. It tore him up inside every time he had to give them to her. She hated the taste and cried when she took them, breaking his heart even more. When Alice looked at Katy with tears in her eyes, it was as if she was begging her to do something. It tugged at her heartstrings. Maybe I can help. Do you like peanut butter and honey? She asked the little girl. She sniffed and shook her head yes. They all watched as Katy cut bread into small pieces and put peanut butter on them, then added a drop of honey. Putting a pill on each slice, rolled it into a ball. Here, try this, she said, handing one to Alice. Taking one and chewing on it, she smiled up at Katy. I like it. It's good, and I can't even taste the pill. Jimmy stood back, a huge smile plastered on her face. She was so impressed with what Katy had done. Usually, Alice screamed and cried when she swallowed her pills. It was a relief to see the child take the pills without all the fuss. Once she was tucked into bed, Ray walked in. He always came to read her a story and to give her a kiss goodnight. Before he did that, he looked at Katy and told her she could go and change clothes. Why do I have to change? She asked, wondering what he was talking about. Giving her an impatient look, answered. To help me in the stable. But if you want to wear that dress and shoes, go ahead. I have to help you. I didn't know that was part of my job, she replied. You didn't think you were getting paid to just give a few pills now, did you? Going to her room, she cursed Ray under her breath as she pulled on her jeans and a t-shirt. After doing her hair up into a ponytail, she put on a pair of boots and headed out to the stable. Ray was already there inside one of the stalls, cleaning out the poop and old straw. Without looking up, he ordered her to grab a shovel and start cleaning. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she stared at the horse inside the stall. Her eyes grew wide as saucers. But there's a horse in there. Yeah, so what? He stopped what he was doing to look at her. What's the matter? Are you scared? She couldn't get over how arrogant this man was, and she wasn't about to admit to him that she was terrified. No, I'm not afraid, she answered, then grabbing a shovel opened the door to the stall, making sure to stay as far from the horse as possible. Ray stopped what he was doing to watch Katy when he heard her talking to the animal. Nice horse, that's a good boy. Stay right there till I get this done. No, don't bite me, go away. No, stay back, she squealed. He watched, amused, as the horse known as Daisy cornered Katy, nudging her in the arm. She wants you to rub her between the eyes. She stared at Ray as though he were out of his mind. Go on, she won't bite you, he snickered. If you don't do it, you'll be there all night. Taking her hand, she stroked the horse where Ray had told her. Why, you're not so scary after all, she said as she kept rubbing her. Daisy suddenly gave Katy a hard nudge, sending her to the ground, where she landed on top of the straw that was covered in poop. Ray burst out laughing just as she let out a loud scream. "It's not funny," she yelled at him,
It is from where I'm standing.
saying as he kept on laughing. Getting up and mad as hell, she picked up the shovel and started clearing away the straw and poop, only doing so that he wouldn't be able to call her a quitter. He was surprised that she didn't give up and kept on working, ignoring Daisy. He had to admit to himself that she had spunk. When Katie was done, her body ached, and she could smell horse poop on her clothes. "Am I done? Can I go now?" she cried out in agony. "No, we have to bring in some fresh hay and feed them," he said with a smile on his face, one he hid from her. It was getting late by the time they were done, and her body was screaming out in pain. "Okay, now am I done?" He looked her over, trying not to laugh. "Yeah, but you can't go in the house like that. You're going to have to clean off in the outdoor shower." He points to a small shed, so small it could only fit one person, and barely that. "Just step under and pull the string. You can leave your clothes on or take them off." He let his eyes roam over her body, letting her see what he was doing. "I'd prefer it if you took them off." "You're disgusting," she said, then stormed off to the shower. Leaving her clothes on, she stepped under the shower and pulled the string. She screamed as ice-cold water came pouring out, soaking her. Ray chuckled out loud. Maybe I should have warned her to wait a few minutes before stepping under the water. Going into the house soaking wet and freezing, she cursed the day she laid eyes on Ray Marshall. Chapter 4. The sun was shining through the window, waking Katie. When she tried to stretch, every bone in her body ached, preventing her from doing her morning stretches. Every step she took going downstairs caused pain. She could hear Alice and Ray laughing, and the smell of bacon and eggs made her stomach growl. Oh, and the aroma of coffee was the only thing that gave her the strength to keep moving. Entering the kitchen, Alice was sitting on Ray's lap, giggling. Jimmy was busy frying up bacon and humming to the music playing on the radio. They all looked up at her when she entered. Ray had a smirk on his face that she wanted to slap off him. Jimmy filled a plate for Katie and placed it in front of her when she sat down. "Good heavens, child, what happened to you?" she asked when she saw how stiff Katie was and how she winced when she sat down. "I'm a little sore from cleaning the stable last night," she answered. Jimmy turned her head towards Ray. Shaking her head, she gives him a dirty look. He only shrugged his shoulders and smiled back. Ray helped Alice off his lap and into her own chair. "When you're done eating, you can go collect the eggs and feed the chickens," he told Katie. Rubbing the back of her neck, she stared at him. "Are you kidding me? I'm a nurse, not a farmhand." "While you're here, lady, you will work. If you have a problem with that, then there's the door." He points in its direction. If it weren't for the fact that Alice was in the room, watching them both, she would have gladly slapped his face. So she sat quietly and ate her breakfast, aware of the fact that his eyes were on her. After she was done eating, she checked Alice's heartbeat and took her blood pressure. Satisfied the child was good, she headed out looking for the chicken coop. "Damn," she thought to herself, "I don't even know what a chicken coop is, and when I find it, then what?" Katie found what she was looking for, so going and started collecting the eggs and putting them into the basket. A rooster scooted over and started attacking, pecking at her feet and legs. Backing away, she started screaming at it. "Go away, you nasty beast." Waving the basket at it, the rooster started chasing her around the pen. Reaching the gate, she opened it and slammed it closed. Ray, Alice, and Jimmy were watching the antics from inside the house, busting their guts laughing. The only one not laughing was Katie. She picked up the chicken feed and tossed some over the fence. Feeling eyes on her, she turned towards the house and spotted the trio watching her, but they quickly disappeared from sight. She was not in a good mood when she got back inside. Jimmy and Alice were sitting at the table playing a board game. Ray was reading the paper. Looking up, he asked in a gruff tone, "You finished your chores already?" Dropping the basket full of eggs down in front of him, snapped, "Why do I have to do them? What the heck do you do around here? Standing up, he threw the paper on the table and stared into her eyes, his face only inches from hers. I do everything else and I pay the bills, including your salary. He was standing so close she had to back up. She knew he was angry, and his outburst frightened her. Alice and Jimmy had stopped what they were doing to watch what was going on between the two. Ray gave her a look of contempt. Go get ready. You and I are taking Alice riding. It's time you learn to ride a horse. After she had left the room, Alice went and sat on Ray's lap. Why are you being so mean to her, Daddy? I'm not mean, honey. We just don't get along. He smiled at her. Do you like her? Yes, I do, Daddy. She's pretty and smells really nice. Don't you think she's pretty? Alice asked, resting her head on his shoulder. Ray wasn't sure how to answer her. The thing was, he did think she was pretty. Beautiful, in fact, with her long blonde hair and her big blue eyes. She had a great body and curves in all the right places.
Well, do you, Daddy?
Alice asked, touching his face so that he would look at her. A grin appeared on his face when he looked at Alice. Well, Katie's not my type, but I guess she's pretty enough. By the time she was ready, Ray was outside getting the horses ready to go riding. He took one look at her and started having second thoughts. Seeing you've never ridden before, maybe you shouldn't do this. She shrugged her shoulders. I'll give it a try. How hard can it be? Which horse are you giving her, Daddy? He smiled at Alice, then turning he smirked. I think Duke will be suited for Katie. He's old and slow, not too bright, won't give her any trouble. He walked over to Katie. Here, let me help you up. She declined his offer. No, I can do it myself, thank you. Hands up in the air, he backed away. Getting on his horse, he and Alice watched as Katie struggled to climb onto the horse called Duke. Both father and daughter smiled, trying not to laugh as she tried to put her foot in the stirrup, but could not get her leg up high enough, so grabbing a small crate and standing on it, she was able to get on Duke's back, only to slide off, landing on the ground. Ray shook his head and couldn't hold back the laugh he had tried so hard to hold back. She got up, rubbed her rear, and glared at Ray. Alice went over and gave Katie some pointers, showing her how to get on and off, and how to get Duke to move and stop. Ray rode over and chuckled. Not so easy after all, is it?
I'm glad you're having fun at my expense. Shows what a bully you are, she said, her eyes narrowing into slits.
I can always arrange for a car to take you back to Los Angeles. I'd be more than happy to do it. I'm not going anywhere without my car, she replied. Her horse moved so slowly, stopping to munch on the grass. The other two were way ahead of her, looking back every now and then to check on her. Then, without any warning, Duke reared up and then took off running. Ray shouted at Alice to stay put and went after Katie. She hung on to Duke for dear life. She had never been so scared in her whole life. The horse stopped short, sending her to the ground. Ray jumped down off his horse and rushed to her side. Katie, are you hurt? He felt terrible. He never wanted anything bad to happen to her. Rubbing her ankle, she winced. The pain shot up through her leg. I think I've sprained my ankle.
See if you can stand on it. Here, let me help you up. Taking her arm got Katie to her feet.
When she put some weight on her foot, the pain was too much, and she yelped in pain. I can't, she cried out. He then scooped her up in his arms. What are you doing? Put me down, she screeched. He sighed deeply. Just put your arm around my neck. If you have a sprained ankle, you won't be able to walk on it. I'll have to carry you back to the house. Alice rode beside them and kept asking if she was all right. Katie is fine, honey, Ray answered for her. She could feel his muscles against her body. He seemed to have no trouble carrying her. With her arm around his broad shoulders, his manly scent, and being this close to him, she felt the heat rising from her belly throughout her entire body. The beating of her heart increased and her body tingled. She disliked this man and couldn't understand why she was having these feelings. Back at the house, he laid her down on the sofa. Jimmy went and got her something to wrap her ankle in, and sweet Alice went and got her a blanket. Katie was overwhelmed by the way Jimmy and Alice were fussing over her. Ray stood back watching, not saying anything. "Please, I'm okay. It's only a mild sprain, so there's no need for all this fussing."
"I know, girl, but you still have to stay off it for a while," Jimmy said as she helped Katie wrap up her ankle.
Ray told Alice that since Katie was hurt, he would be giving her the pills and the bath. "No, Daddy, Katie has to give them to me. She makes them taste good," Alice whined. "Baby, I've watched how she does it. I'm sure I can do just as good a job. So what do you say? Will you let me give it a go?" She looked at Katie, her little arms crossed, her bottom lip sticking out. Katie winked at her and Alice smiled, then looked back at Ray. "Well, I guess you could give it a try." She went and sat next to Katie, who gave her a hug. "I'll help you, Ray," Jimmy said. Grabbing his arm led him toward the kitchen. There she let him have it. "Okay, enough is enough. That poor girl has only been here 2 days, and already she got hurt." Ray turned his back to Jimmy. "Well, it's not my fault. I gave her Duke to ride." Katie had never ridden a horse before. You should have given her some lessons first. It was funny at first, Ray, but now it's time to stop. Don't be so hard on the girl. He turned back around to stare at Jimmy. "You shouldn't talk to me this way. I'm your boss. Or have you forgotten that?" Jimmy put her hands on her hips, glaring at him. "Don't you sass me, boy. Have you forgotten I'm the one who takes care of things around here? I raised you since you were a baby, so don't you give me that boss nonsense. Now take this out to Alice and start being nice to Katie. You're a mean old woman and bossy as hell." Giving her a kiss on the cheek leaves the room, leaving Jimmy shaking her head. Chapter 5. Katie was listening to Alice's heart with the stethoscope. She then let her listen. Alice, seeing her father, told him to come and listen to her heart. Going over, he put them in his ears and placed the other end on her chest. "Ain't that cool, Daddy?" she asked, her excitement contagious. "Yeah, it is," he said, then looked at Katie for a second before turning his attention back to his daughter. "Time for your pills and then bath time." Ray ran the bath while Alice poured in the bubbles. It had a strawberry scent, her favorite. He washed her hair while she tried splashing him. "Okay, you settle down," he laughed. "Daddy?" "Yes, baby," he answered. "I really like Katie. She's really nice and let me put on some of her perfume. It smelled so nice, and she told me I could keep it." "Well, that was nice of her," he replied. "She looked really sad when she gave it to me, said it was a gift from someone, but she didn't want it anymore." Did she now? Ray wondered if it could have been a gift from a lover. Well, it was none of his business anyway. After her bath, she insisted she goes down and says goodnight to Katie before Ray put her to bed. He watched as Alice threw her tiny arms around the woman's neck, kissing her cheek. Something in the way his daughter looked at Katie had him realize how much she must be missing having a mother in her life. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought of getting married for that reason alone, but Alice never liked any of the women he dated. When Alice left with Ray, Katie felt her heart filling with sadness. In only 2 short days, the child had somehow managed to worm her way into Katie's heart. It was something she swore she wouldn't let happen, and yet here she was, caring for Alice more than she should. When Ray returned to the living room, both Katie and Jimmy were talking and laughing. But when they saw him, they both turned quiet. He had a feeling that he was the butt of some joke. Ray carried Katie up to her room. Jimmy more or less ordered him. Her face turned red. "No, that's okay. I can manage on my own." The last thing she wanted was to be in his arms, not after the last time and the way she felt when he touched her. Though she protested, he went ahead and picked her up in his arms. "Don't argue with Jimmy. You won't win." "Believe me, I've tried," he said as he headed up the stairs. "You really don't have to carry me," she said and tried not to look at him. It's no trouble, besides you hardly weigh anything. I'm sorry you got hurt. Duke is really a sweet and gentle animal. Something must have spooked him. Putting her gently down on the bed, sat down next to her. And I never did thank you for what you did for Alice, with the pills I mean. I never would have thought to do that. She waved it off. It was nothing, just a trick I learned a couple of years ago. He couldn't seem to tear his eyes from her mouth. Her lips were luscious. If he were a betting man, he would bet they were also soft and tasted good. Giving himself a mental shake, stood up and looked away. Can I get you anything before I leave? Well, you could get me my nightgown from the dresser, she answered. Going over to the dresser, he opened the first drawer and pulled out a short red nightgown. It was satin, very sexy. Holding it up, he looked at Katie, a smile on his face. Her face turned beet red. Oh God, put that down, she cried out. I want the white cotton one. Are you sure? This one sure is pretty, he said with a wide grin on his face, still holding the satin gown in his hands. She had never been so embarrassed in her whole life. Looking away from his eyes that sparkled with mischief, she moaned, Please put it away. Chuckling, he folded it neatly and placed it with the others, pulling out the one she asked for and taking it over to her. Need help getting into it? He asked with a sly grin on his face. Grabbing the nightgown from his hand, she snapped at him. Oh God, will you just leave? He couldn't help the grin that popped up on his face. He was imagining the red sexy gown on her as he walked out, shutting the door behind him. In the morning, Ray walked into her room without knocking, carrying a tray of food. He saw her naked on the bed and froze. Pulling a blanket over her, she tried to cover up before he had a chance to see her. She screamed at him, breaking him from the spell he was under. Oh my God, were you born in a barn? Don't you ever knock? Her attitude and tone were as cold as she was, and he wasn't going to allow her to talk to him in such a manner. Dropping the tray on the bed, he barked at her. My house lady, I don't need to knock. Turning, he stormed out the room. He smiled once he was outside the door, thinking that maybe he should have knocked before going in. But how was he supposed to know she would be sitting there with nothing on? But he had to admit he liked what he saw and did become slightly aroused. How could he not, or any man for that fact? Her body was very toned, her breasts so perky. As hard as he tried, he couldn't get the image of her body out of his head. Katie could feel the heat on her face, and without having to look, she knew her cheeks were red. How dare he walk in without knocking? Even if this was his home, he should have respected her enough to knock first. And just when she was starting to think he wasn't so bad, he turned back into a jackass. Close to lunchtime, Alice came to see if Katie wanted to have lunch outside. Since it was a warm and sunny day, she thought it would be nice to have a picnic. Ray came and carried her downstairs and outside. He never uttered a word, didn't even apologize for walking in on her when she was getting dressed. He set her down on the ground where Alice had laid a blanket and had lunch waiting. Katie blushed, remembering the way he had stared at her. He hadn't even bothered to turn his head away. Daddy, stay and have lunch with us, Alice begged him. No, honey, I've got work to do. Please, Daddy, she looked at Katie. Tell Daddy to stay. As much as she did not want to be near Ray, she could see how important it was to Alice. So giving in, she waved her hand, indicated for him to sit down. You might as well stay. There's plenty of food, and you have to eat anyways. Ray sat next to Alice, smiling at Katie. Well, if that's what you want, then I'll stay. Ignoring the grin and way he looked at her, she started dishing out the food. Alice chattered nonstop, telling Katie how Ray would capture wild horses and tame them for people to buy, and how he helped people by giving them jobs whenever they needed money. Also how the women were always trying to date him. Ray pulled his hat off, tossing it on top of Alice's head. Stop, Alice. Katie doesn't want to hear about all that stuff. Katie gave him a sarcastic look. No, not at all. It's nice to know you can behave like a decent human being when you want to. Her comment was not what bothered him the most. It was the way she said it that angered him to the point of lashing out. Tell us about you. Why would you, a nurse from a big city hospital, come all the way out here to work? She moved the strand of hair that blew across her face and looked at him. I needed a change in my life. Stretched out and leaning back on his hands, narrowed his eyes when he looked at her. Really? Or are you running from something or maybe someone? She looked at him with scorn and her eyes teared up. Getting up, she hopped back to the house as fast as she could on her sore ankle. Alice got to her feet, looking down at him, lips drawn into a thin line. You hurt her feelings. Why are you so mean to her? She turned her back to Ray and went after Katie, leaving him alone and feeling like a heel. He didn't want to hurt her feelings. It's just that Katie had a way of pushing his buttons. Later that night at dinner, nothing was said about what happened earlier that day. They hadn't spoken since then. Alice brought up the subject about a barbecue. What barbecue? Katie asked, her curiosity piqued. Alice excitedly filled her in. Every year one ranch holds a barbecue, and this year it's our turn. You'll love it, Katie. Everyone comes, and there's food, games, and dancing. It'll be a good time for you to meet everyone and make friends. It's this Friday night, right, Daddy? He stroked Alice's face tenderly. He loved the way she was so passionate about things, and the way her eyes would light up. Yes, honey, it is. But Katie won't be staying long enough to make friends. His words stung Katie as she listened. He still wanted her to leave. Well, that was fine with her. The sooner she got away from this SOB, the better. Jimmy was appalled at the way he was talking about Katie, and turning to him, she snapped. Katie can't help you tonight in the stable, so you better get started. I'll give Alice her bath and ready for bed. Ray kept quiet. He knew that tone. It was better he did what she told him, or he'd never hear the end of it. Katie kept her eyes on her plate. She felt the tension between the two and knew it was because of her. Chapter 6. Katie's ankle was better the next day, so she helped Jimmy prepare for the party, chopping veggies, making the salad. Even Alice was helping. Ray was busy outside setting up the area for dancing. She watched him from the kitchen, and when he removed his shirt, she felt the thumping of her heart speeding up. The sun was beating down on Ray and trickles of sweat ran down his chest, his muscles rippling as he worked. She chewed on her bottom lip, her eyes glued on Ray. Katie's body responded. A mixture of tingling and throbbing started between her thighs and right down to her inner core, her panties becoming damp. She hadn't noticed Jimmy coming up and standing next to her until she spoke, making her jump. Jimmy smiled. Fine figure of a man, isn't he? Her mouth dropped open. She had been caught ogling Ray. Her face flushed, she stammered. I don't know. I wasn't looking at him. Realizing she was blubbering, she stopped talking. Jimmy laughed. Sure you weren't. Here, girl, take this drink out to Ray. When Katie shook her head, no, Jimmy barked. Don't shake your head, no, I'm too busy. Get going now. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw her walking towards him carrying a drink. He wondered if he would get to drink it this time, or if it would end up on him like before. She held the glass out to him, trying her best not to look at his chest, but her eyes were drawn to it. His chest was toned, and he had a six-pack. She had never seen a man in this kind of shape before, only in magazines. Taking the glass of iced tea from Katie, he stepped forward, causing her to back up. Once again, she found herself pinned against the railing and Ray. He leaned in, got so close she thought he was going to kiss her. His body and face were almost touching her. She let out a faint gasp. Instead, he reached behind her to grab a towel and wiped his face. Ray knew what he was doing. He had seen her watching him from inside the house and decided to have some fun with her. He deliberately got close and thought it was cute how her cheeks turned red. He heard the gasp that escaped from her lips when his body brushed against her. He stared into her eyes as he drank the iced tea. Once done, he smiled. Thanks, Katie, I needed that. Handing her the glass, and when she turned to walk away, he gave her a light slap on her rear. Hey, she squealed. She couldn't understand this man. 1 minute he was being mean, the next nice, even charming. And when he had gotten close, she had the feeling he was playing with her. God help her, she liked it. There was physical chemistry between them, there was no denying it. But she didn't want to go there. Had to keep her distance. She did not want to get hurt again. She never wanted to feel that pain ever again, and in her heart, she knew that this man had the power to do just that. Everything was ready for the party and people were starting to arrive, so Katie went to get changed. Alice was all excited and spotting Ray sprinted over to him, beaming from ear to ear. Daddy, Daddy, look at me. Seeing Alice, he scooped her up into his arms, smiling. Well, now look at you. Don't you look pretty? Are you wearing makeup? Yes, Daddy. Katie put eyeshadow on me and picked out this dress. Do you like it? Ray smiled. He had given Katie some money so that she could take Alice shopping. I do, baby. You are the prettiest girl here. Alice smiled back, her arm around his neck. Wait till you see Katie. When Katie came out of the house, Ray was standing nearby, talking to a group of men, one of who spotted her. The man poked Ray and pointed towards the porch. Who's that? He asked. Ray looked over just as she was walking down the stairs. Her long blonde hair was blowing lightly around her face from the summer breeze. She wore a short white sundress that hugged her curves. He felt his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't take his eyes off her. She took his breath away. That's Katie Harris. She's Alice's nurse. Man, I ain't never seen a nurse that looks like that. Say, Ray, anything going on between you two? The man, known as Hank, asked.
Hell no,
he answered back. There's something wrong with you, man. How can you have that living under your roof and not do anything about it? Giving Hank a little shove, snickered. Behave yourself. You're a married man. I know, but I'm not dead, and there ain't no harm in looking. Katie stood alone until Beau, the man she met at the store when she first arrived in town, came over, followed by a woman. Hey, little lady, he hollered out. I want you to meet my wife, Sue. He turned to Sue. Honey, this here is Katie Harris, the woman I told you about. Oh, it's so nice to meet you, Katie. Looping her arm inside Katie's led her towards a group of women. Come with me, and I'll introduce you around. Everyone she met was so nice, and the men kept trying to get close to her, asking her for a dance and offering to get her a drink. Why couldn't Ray be this nice? She thought to herself. She looked over and saw Ray watching her. They smiled at one another, and it looked as though he was about to walk over to where she was standing. But then a woman went up to him, and they started talking, and at that moment someone took her hand and headed to the dance area. Soon she saw him dancing with someone. She couldn't get over how handsome he was, tall and dark, wearing jeans and a white shirt, and she thought there was something sexy about a man wearing a cowboy hat. There was a moment when their eyes locked, but the man she was dancing with twirled her around, breaking the spell between her and Ray. Later on, Ray finally came over to her. Having a good time? He asked. Yes, everyone is so nice, she answered back. Right, I see the men are taking good care of you. There was just a hint of bitterness in his tone. Well, you're not doing too bad yourself. The women are all over you. I've heard they keep asking you out, but you are playing hard to get. Why, Miss Harris, I'm not playing. I am hard to get. So you've been watching me. Not getting jealous, are you? Please don't flatter yourself. He smiled as he watched her walk away in a huff with her hips swaying, liking the way her legs looked in the heels she was wearing.
Beau, Sue, Alice, and Katie were seated around a picnic table eating. Alice was on Katie's lap, talking and laughing when Ray came over and sat down next to them.
How you doing, baby? He asked Alice. I'm having so much fun, Daddy. Can I go and play with the other kids? For a little while, but take it easy. When Alice was gone, Sue turned to Ray. She's looking better these days. Yeah, Sue. I haven't seen her this happy in a long time. I think it's because of Katie. Katie looked at him, totally surprised. Me? Why do you say that? He looked back at her. She likes you. You don't treat her like a sick child. I hear you both talking and laughing. You're honest with her. Katie locked eyes with Ray. That was the nicest thing he had said to her since she had arrived here, and was taken aback by his compliment. Alice is a sweet child and wise beyond her years. Things turned quiet. That was until the music started and Beau grabbed Katie's hand, taking her over to the dance area. Sue winked at Ray, getting up, puts out her hand to him. Come on, Cowboy, let's dance. When the next song came up, Beau took Sue's hand out of Ray's and placed it with Katie's, saying it was time to switch partners. And wouldn't you know it, a slow song came on. She looked at Ray. We can sit this one out if you want. He pulled her into his arms. No, let's dance. He liked the way she felt in his arms and the way her small hand fit inside his. Not realizing it, but he held her closer and tighter than he really had to. She could feel his warm breath on her neck, could feel the beating of his heart against hers. The feeling of desire was building up within her when she felt his lips close to her neck. You smell so good. What's that perfume you're wearing? He asked, moving his head up. She looked up into his eyes, and her words were barely a whisper. Surrender. He stared back. Every fiber in his body wanted to kiss her. Lowering his head slowly, she closed her eyes, lips parted ever so slightly. But then, without warning, he pulled away and Katie opened her eyes. It's late. I have to put Alice to bed. I'll go with you. I need to give her the pills, she answered, her body shaking from the near kiss they had almost shared. No, it's okay, I can do it. You stay here, have fun. Besides, there are a dozen men waiting to have a dance with you. Katie watched as Ray walked away and went over to Alice. He picked her up and headed into the house. He had come close to kissing her, and she wanted to feel his lips on hers. But it was better he hadn't. No good could come out of it. Chapter 7. After a while, Katie decided to see how Alice and Ray were doing. Also, she wanted to give Alice a kiss goodnight. Standing quietly by the door, she watched how the two interacted. She had to admire what a great dad he was to Alice. He was sweet and tender, though stern when he had to be, which wasn't often seen. She was the perfect little girl, and no father could love their child as much as Ray loved Alice. Everyone who knew Alice loved her. She was not just Ray's daughter, she was also the whole town's, and anyone who meets Alice couldn't help but fall in love with her. She had a way of capturing one's heart. Daddy, I need to go and kiss Katie goodnight. You're not leaving this bed, young lady, Ray informed her. Then you will have to kiss her for me, Daddy. Will you, Daddy? Hearing this, she stepped into the room. That won't be necessary, I'm here, she said, saving Ray the trouble of answering. Going over, she sat on the other side of the bed, opposite Ray. Sweet dreams, sweetheart, she said, and Alice threw her arms around Katie and hugged her. Night, Katie. I'll go now and let your daddy finish reading your story. She then left the two alone and went back downstairs. When he did come back outside, Dan, one of Ray's best friends, came rushing over. Ray, I think you better take a look at who's dancing with Katie. When Ray looked towards where everyone was dancing, his eyes narrowed into slits, hands balled into fists by his side, and taking long strides reached Katie and the man known as Rick in seconds, ripping her from Rick's arms.
Ray?
What the hell, man? What's your problem? Rick growled. You son of a bitch, you're my problem. I thought I told you to never set foot on my property again. Come on, Ray. What happened was years ago. I did my time, so let it go. Rick sneered. You have 5 minutes to get off my property, or I'll personally throw you off. Okay, I'm going. Rick turned to Katie. Thanks for the dance, Miss Harris. I'll be seeing you soon. No, you won't. Stay away from her or else. Taking Katie's hand in his, he turned and walked away. Rick yelled out behind Ray's back. Oh, I get it. You want her all to yourself. Hey, Ray, I bet she tastes really sweet. Ray, letting go of her hand, turned and punched Rick in the mouth. He fell and got up, wiping the blood away.
You'll pay for that, Ray. You and that slut of yours. He turned and punched Rick again. Two men had to hold him back. Rick smirked and started walking away. But first, he winked at Katie. Be seeing you around, dollface.
Katie stood there, not knowing for sure what was going on. Ray walked past her without saying anything and headed towards the stable. She didn't know what she should do, so she decided to follow him and find out what it was all about. Inside, Ray was cursing and throwing things around. His face was red, nostrils flaring as he flung things around. Seeing her standing there didn't make things any better. What was going on out there, Ray? She asked. Nothing, he barked. Just stay away from that man. Why? She asked. And why did you let him think we were together? He wasn't answering her. Then she noticed he had a cut on his hand. You're cut. Let me look at it. She tried reaching for his hand, but he pulled it away. No, I don't need your help. It's only a small cut, he snapped at her. She grabbed his hand and wouldn't let go, not even when he tried to yank it away. I need to clean it. You don't want to get an infection in it, do you? He watched as she cleaned his cut and placed a bandage on it. She was so close he could have reached over and kissed her, but instead used his finger to lift her chin up so that she would have to look at him. Stay clear of that man. He's bad news. If he thinks you're with me, he'll leave you alone. Now go out there and enjoy the party. Are you coming? She asked, still feeling the heat from his hand on her chin.
I'll be out in a while. Now go on.
Katie sensed he needed to be alone with his demons, so she left him and headed inside the house. She would talk to Jimmy. Perhaps she would shed some light on what this feud was between the two men.
Jimmy, do you know a man called Rick Jones? Why do you ask that, child? Jimmy frowned.
He was here. He and Ray got into a fight. I was hoping you could tell me why they hate each other. My God, that man was here. I sure hope he's gone. Don't want the likes of him around here. But why? What did he do?
Jimmy shook her head. That's not for me to say. It's between Ray and Rick. If he wants to tell you, he will. But it's best to leave it alone. Ray doesn't need reminding.
Katie knew there was no point in continuing this conversation. Once Jimmy clammed up, there was no getting anything out of her. So she went back outside and Ray finally showed up, though he was quiet for the remainder of the night. He never asked her for another dance, but he also didn't dance with anyone else either. Near the end of the night, many stayed behind to clean up. Jimmy was tired, so she went to bed early. Katie finished up in the kitchen. Everyone was gone, but Ray stayed outside to tear down the tent. She wanted to help him, so going out, she asked if there was something she could do. For some reason, this angered him, and he snapped at her. No, go to bed. I can do it myself. Ray, I can help. I can pull out nails or help fold it or... He didn't let her finish and yelled at her. For crying out loud, go to bed. I don't want your damn help. Can't you get that through your thick skull? His outburst frightened her. Tears sprang to her eyes, and turning, she ran to the house. Throwing his hammer down, chased after her. He felt bad for yelling at her. She didn't deserve it. Before she reached the door, he grabbed her arm, swinging her around to face him. I'm sorry, I yelled. It's not you. Then what is it? She asked. Sitting down on the step, he motioned for her to join him. He wiped the tear from her face. His finger lingered for a moment as he stared into her eyes. Then he leaned back. 6 years ago, Rick raped and beat a woman half to death. She and I were dating at the time. I was the one that found her. I was also a suspect and taken into custody. It wasn't until she regained consciousness that she was able to tell the sheriff who had done it. Katie laid her hand on his arm. "I'm so sorry, Ray." Looking at her hand, he placed his on top of her hand. Her name was Amber. She was never the same after that. Rick had no remorse for what he had done. He only got 4 years for his crime. The son of a bitch comes back to Fielding and acts as if nothing happened. "What happened to Amber?" she asked. "She left town after that? I haven't seen or heard from her since." "Katie, as long as he thinks you're with me, he'll probably leave you alone. He knows I'd kill him." Standing up, he pulls her to her feet, running his finger along her cheek. "Stay clear of Rick. He's a sick bastard and could hurt you. I'm going to bed now. Good night, Katie." Bending over, his lips brushed lightly across her lips. Not exactly a kiss, more of a peck. Then he was gone, leaving her feeling confused. She traced her finger along where his lips had briefly touched hers. It had felt warm, sending a ripple of heat shooting through her body. Going inside, she went and grabbed a glass from the cupboard and filled it with water, drinking till it was all gone. After looking in on Alice, she went to her room. Changing into a nightgown, she crawled into bed, trying desperately to get Ray out of her head. Now Ray, he too was trying to get Katie out of his head. Seeing her with Rick had his blood boiling. He knew what Rick was capable of doing to a woman, and he couldn't let anything happen to Katie. As soon as her car was repaired, she would have to leave. It would be better that way, for his sake as well as hers. Neither one slept well that night, both thinking of the other one and how it could have been if things were different. Each one carrying their own pain and fears, ones that could keep them from loving and giving their hearts to someone. Chapter 8. In the morning, Ray was out fixing yet another fence. Jimmy asked Katie if she would go into town and pick up a few supplies, so she took Alice with her. Once in town, Alice asked if she could go visit her Uncle Dan at the garage. He wasn't really her uncle. He and Ray were good friends and grew up together in the same town, and like everyone else loved Alice as if she were his own daughter. Dan was the town's mechanic and was the one fixing Katie's car. "Okay, Alice, I'll go to the store and you wait for me at the garage. I have to see about my car anyways." Katie waited to make sure that Alice got inside safely, then headed to the store, knowing the child would be okay with Dan till she went for her. At the garage, Alice wasted no time. She got straight to the point. "Uncle Dan, you have to do me a big favor." Grabbing a couple of popsicles from the tiny fridge, he sat next to Alice, giving her the chocolate one, which was her favorite. "Anything for my best girl. What can I do for you, honey?" "Tell Katie you can't get the part to fix her car." She looked at him as she took a lick off the popsicle. Dan almost choked on the popsicle, wondering if he had heard her right. "What? Honey, I can't do that. I have the new engine here now." "Please, Uncle Dan, if you fix it, she'll leave. I need more time." "Time for what, Alice?" he asked, looking at her curiously. She sighed, rolling her eyes. "For my plan to work." "What are you up to, Alice? What plan?" When she didn't answer, Dan asked her again. "What plan? Look, honey, I can't help you if you won't tell me what's going on." "Okay, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone, most of all Daddy. Katie has to stay around so that she and Daddy can fall in love and get married." Dan stared at Alice. He wasn't sure how to deal with this. "Honey, you can't make people fall in love. That has to happen on its own. And from what I hear, they really don't like each other." "Oh, but they do. They just don't know it yet. Katie was sent here for Daddy, to take care of him when I'm gone. She's the one I've been waiting for. They need more time together. I'm so tired, Uncle Dan. I don't have much time left. Please, won't you help me?" Dan turned his head away, wiping the tears from his face and trying his hardest to hold back the sobs that were threatening to come. His heart was breaking for her, bless her. Here she was, the one dying, and was trying to find love for her father so that he wouldn't be alone. Before he could say anything, Katie walked in, asking about her car. He looked down at Alice, who was looking up at him, her bottom lip quivering. Sorry, Miss Harris, they sent me the wrong part. I'll have to send it back and order another one. My God, you're kidding me. How long will that take? Dan looked at Alice, then back at Katie. 4, maybe 5 weeks. Katie rubbed her forehead. She knew this wasn't going to go well with Ray. I guess there is nothing we can do about it. She reaches her hand out for Alice to take. We better go and break the news to your father. Alice turned her head to look at Dan as they were leaving. She gave him a smile that melted his heart as a tear slid down his face. Not being able to hold it back any longer, sat down, and even though he was a large man, the tears fell. His heart ached and felt empty. Katie was right. Ray was not only upset but furious. How could Dan be so stupid as to order the wrong part? He yelled. Alice's eyes widened, started chewing on her bottom lip. No, Daddy, it's not Uncle Dan's fault. They sent him the wrong part. Seeing her biting on her lip, he knew she was getting upset, so he calmed down and gave Alice a hug. You're right, honey. It's not his fault. Why don't you go and watch some TV before dinner? Once she was gone, he turned to Katie. I guess we're stuck with you a while longer. His words were like a slap in the face, making her feel bad, letting her know she wasn't wanted. Wow, you really want to get rid of me, don't you? It wasn't that he wanted to get rid of her. It was too dangerous for him if she stayed much longer. He was attracted to her in more ways than one, but he couldn't afford to get close to her. He only had time for Alice. Let's face it, you don't really fit in here. Katie felt the tears stinging her eyes, so she turned and left the room. She had to get ready anyways to take Alice riding. Ray was eating a piece of homemade apple pie that Jimmy had just made. He could feel her eyes on him and knew he was in deep shit. What? He asked, looking up at her. Boy, sometimes I could just slap you. Why do you have to say hurtful things to that girl? What's gotten into you?
Hell, she wants to leave as much as I want her to.
Jimmy took his pie away. No more pie for you, boy. Now get out of my sight. Ray stood up and going out started cursing as he slammed the door behind him. God, everyone was always on Katie's side. Don't you take the Lord's name in vain, Ray Marshall, Jimmy yells after him. She shakes her head, disappointed in Ray's behavior. He was never like this before, always respectful and easygoing. But since Katie had come to work for them, he has been acting like a jerk. Later that night, after Alice was fast asleep, Katie stood by her bedroom window looking out, watching Ray. She could tell how angry he was by the way he was chopping wood, and the way he was picking them up and throwing them into the pile. He was angry because she wouldn't be leaving right away. This made her so sad. He could be so sweet, and then in a blink of an eye turn around and say things that made her want to cry. Closing the blinds, she went to take a long, relaxing bath. Ray put all his strength and anger into chopping the wood, doing whatever he could to get rid of the way he was feeling. Hating himself for being so cruel towards Katie. He didn't want to be mean to her, but he also didn't want to like her. Damn woman had only been here just a little over a week, and he was already starting to have feelings for her. Whenever he was near her, he had the urge to pull her into his arms, to tear her clothes off and make love to her. He hadn't been with a woman in a long time. Sure, he dated, but never did it get to the point of physical desire. But with Katie, that desire was there, and it was getting stronger with each passing day. He also knew it was more than sexual desire. His feelings were becoming much more than that. He couldn't risk it. It was better she should hate him. That way she would leave. A smile crept up at the corner of his mouth. She was getting to him, though, had a way of making him so mad that he wanted to punch something. She also had a way of looking at him with those big blue eyes that had him wanting to feel her naked body against his, and her lips on his. But he could only think about Alice right now. Every minute with her was precious. He didn't know how much time he had left with her, so Katie had to go. The next few days Katie kept busy, helping clean the stable and helping Jimmy around the house. Mainly taking care of Alice, since the little girl could not attend school. Katie gave her private lessons along with a tutor who came once a week. She enjoyed playing games with Alice and would read to her when she took her afternoon naps. Ray was kept busy with a wild stallion that he had captured. He was having a hard time taming it. The stallion would not let him or anyone else near it. Alice wanted Katie to go with her to watch Ray while he tried again to tame the wild beast. So she said yes, but knowing she would be bored, took the book she was reading with her. They watched from outside the fence, and she found it wasn't boring after all. Katie was in awe of the horse. He was beautiful, midnight black with a white spot on his left ear. She snickered when Ray kept trying to get near it, and it would rear up, chasing him away. She groaned when she dropped the book over the fence. Seeing that the horse was far enough away and Ray was busy, figured she had time to climb over the fence and retrieve the book. Once inside, the stallion looked back and saw Katie. He forgot about Ray and galloped towards her. She hadn't heard the horse, but did hear Ray yelling, "Katie, get the hell out of there." She turned around and froze in her tracks. The animal was right there. There was no way she could get over the fence, and found herself staring into the horse's big brown eyes. Swallowing the lump that was lodged in the back of her throat, she stayed still. Ray's voice could be heard in the background. "Katie, do not move or scream. You don't want to startle him." Dan, Alice, and some of the other ranch hands stood by watching, holding their breath. Ray tried to reach Katie. He had to save her before the stallion reared and trampled her to death. But the damn horse kept chasing him away. The stallion snorted and sniffed her. Reaching out her hand, stroked it between the eyes, just like she had done to Daisy. She started talking to him in a soothing tone as she continued stroking him, and he seemed to like it. They all watched in awe as Katie talked and patted the wild animal, and it was letting her. No one could believe it, especially Ray. That was when Ray had a thought. A plan formed in the back of his mind. Chapter 9. "Katie, start walking this way, slowly," Ray shouted. She looked at him as though he were out of his mind, but went ahead and did what he asked. The horse followed her, stopping whenever she stopped. She had to smile. "You're doing good, Katie. Now bring him over here and see if you can get him to eat," Ray ordered. They all watched as she led him over to where the food was, and putting some in her hand, fed it to him. "Damn, will you look at that, Ray? She got him eating right out of her hand," Dan said, giving him a light slap on the back. Ray shook his head in disbelief. "Okay, Katie, do you think you can get him inside?" She led him out from the fenced-in area and into the stable. "That's it, good girl, you're doing it," Ray said to her. He watched from the door as she led him into one of the empty stalls, chuckling when he overheard her talking to the animal. He had never seen a wild stallion take this quickly to a human being the way this one did to Katie. "That's a good boy. You're not scary at all. Why, you just don't like Ray. I know the feeling," she murmured softly to the stallion. Dan stayed for dinner and was delighted in telling Jimmy what had happened. "You should have seen it, Jimmy. It followed her around like a lovesick puppy dog." Jimmy replied with a hearty laugh. "Too bad she can't do the same with Ray." They all laughed except for Ray, whose eyes were glued on her, the wheels turning around in his brain. "Maybe you could help me with the stallion," he said, staring at her. "What do you think I could do?" she scoffed. "I've had that beast for days now. The damn thing wouldn't eat or let anyone near him. But he went to your right off, and you got him to eat. I need help getting him used to people. If you could work with him, get him used to a saddle, then a rider. I could sell him for a good profit, of course. I'd give you a cut." "I don't want your money," she snapped. "What about Alice? My job is taking care of her." "It would only be for a couple of hours a day," he answered, ignoring her icy tone. "What do you say? Will you help me?" "I'll do it if you stop being a pompous ass," she said, daring him with her eyes to come back with a rude comment. Everyone burst out laughing. The next morning she went out with Ray and the stallion wouldn't let him get close, but went right over to Katie. "I've got to give you a name. Can't keep calling you the stallion. I know, we'll call you Cosmo." It took 3 days before Cosmo let them put a saddle on him, and when Ray got on top of him, he reared up, throwing him off. Dan, Bo, Sue, and Alice were laughing. Bo shouts out, "I don't think he likes you, Ray. Better let someone else try."
Okay, Bo, you try it.
Ray shouted back. The same thing happened to Bo and the next 2 guys who tried, all landing on their rear. That was when Ray looked at Katie. "How about you? He seems to like you. Want to give it a try? Or are you too scared?" Bo shook his head at Ray. "No, Ray, that's a wild horse and Katie has no experience. What if she gets hurt?" Bo was shocked that Ray would even suggest such a thing. Katie, though she was a bit nervous, wasn't going to give Ray the satisfaction of seeing her scared. "Sure, I'll try it." She got up on Cosmo. At first he didn't seem to like it, tossing his head and snorting. But within minutes he had settled down, and with a little coaxing from Katie started moving. She rode him around several times before she got off.
I'll be damn, Ray. Will you look at that?
"Have you ever seen the likes of that before?" Bo asked. He was impressed with Katie. She looked like a pro up there on top of Cosmo. She had tamed the beast. But what good was he if no one else could ride him? He had a sour taste in his mouth. To think a city girl waltzing in here and taming a wild stallion, one he had been working with for several days. Okay, so his ego was slightly bruised. He'd get over it. Katie stayed behind to feed Cosmo, while the others went inside. After the feeding and some soothing words, she went inside where the others were enjoying a beer. Ray handed her one and pulled out a chair for her. He stayed standing by the fireplace. Alice came into the room, and instead of going to Ray, she went to Katie and curled up on her lap. He felt a pang of jealousy. Alice had always cuddled up with him, but lately she had been clinging to Katie. Sue was in a chatty mood. "Say, Bo and I are going to Mike's bar tonight. We want you two to come with us." Ray looked at Katie and shrugged his shoulders. "Do you want to go?" "I have Alice to take care of," she replied.
Alice perked up. "It's okay, Katie. Jimmy will watch me. You should go."
No one saw the secret look between Alice and Dan. Sue started begging. "Come on, Katie, say you'll come. You've been working so hard the last few days, you deserve a night out." Lifting her hand up in surrender, she groaned. "Oh, all right, I'll go." "Yes," Sue squealed. "Ray, you bring Katie tonight. Let's say we meet there around 9 o'clock.
Alice was put to bed, and Ray, all clean-shaven and dressed in new jeans and a shirt, waited for Katie to come downstairs. She wore a little blue dress with matching heels. Ray couldn't help being turned on. She was gorgeous, wearing just a touch of makeup, and the dangling earrings drew attention to her slender neck.
When he smiled at her, she felt a spark of desire go through her. He didn't say much as he opened the truck door for her, and the drive to the bar was quiet, neither one speaking. When they got there, he took her hand as they walked inside. She wondered why he was always holding her hand whenever they went somewhere. He had made it quite clear that he didn't like her very much. But to tell the truth, she liked it when he did. It just felt right. Bo and Sue were already there, and when they spotted Ray and Katie waved them over. "You look real pretty, little lady," Bo said. "Doesn't she, Ray?" "Yes, real pretty." The way he looked at her when he said it made her blush. A good-looking young man came over to their table and asked Ray permission to dance with her. "It's not up to me, we're not together," he answered. It wasn't what Ray had said that bothered her. It was the way he said it. After the second dance, she excused herself to go sit down with the others. "Having fun with the kid, are you?" Ray asked. Katie thought he sounded almost jealous. "He's not a kid, and yes, I am. What's the matter, aren't you having fun?" Taking a swallow of his beer, he looked around and then smiled at her. "I'm about to." He got up and went over to a red-haired woman who was standing at the bar. After talking for a few minutes, they went over to the dance area. "My God," says Sue. "Why would Ray ask Sally to dance?" "Why? What's wrong with her?" Katie asked. "That girl is nothing but trouble. She's slept with half the men here, been after Ray for years." She watched as they danced. Sally kept grabbing his as he would move her hand away only to have her do it again. Katie became annoyed, or maybe it was jealousy. She didn't have time to stew about it. Derek, the young man she danced with before, came back over, asking for another dance. This time he held her closer, saying things that made her laugh. Ray noticed, and dancing towards them told Derek it was time to switch partners. Sally didn't seem to mind as she latched on to the younger man. "Why did you do that? It looked like you were having fun with Sally." He smiled. "No, not really. I got tired of her grabbing my ass. Besides, I came here with you. The least I can do is have a dance with you." He held her close. Leaning in, he whispered softly, "You sure do smell nice. No wonder that kid was dancing so close to you." She could have sworn he sounded angry when he mentioned Derek. The feel of his warm breath on her neck and the way his hand moved slowly down her back and up again sent sparks of electricity through her. 1 minute he was so mean, but now he was being loving. Lifting her head up to look at him, he looked back. His eyes moved to her lips and brought his head closer, almost touching her lips. At that moment when their lips were about to touch, the music stopped. A strange look came over his face when he pulled away. "Let's go and sit down with Bo and Sue." Without waiting for an answer, took her hand and headed back to the table. Katie and Sue were talking while Ray and Bo talked about horses, and she then heard them talking about Cosmo. "So what are you going to do with Cosmo?" Bo asked. "He won't be of any use if no one can ride him. I may have to have him put down." Katie whipped her head around to stare at Ray. "You can't do that. I won't let you," she yelled at him over the noise. "Who does she think she is telling me what I can and can't do?" he thought to himself. "You won't let me. It's not up to you what I do with Cosmo," he sneered. Body shaking, tears stinging her eyes, she jumped up and walked away and out the door. Standing up, Ray told the others he had better go after her. Bo grabbed his arm before he could leave. "Ray, you and I both know you would never put down a healthy horse. Make sure you tell her that." Bo released him. Shaking his head, he looked at Sue. Chapter 10. Katie, wait up. "Where are you going?" "Get in the truck," he yelled after her. She wouldn't answer. Ignoring him, she kept walking. He had to run to catch up to her. Once he reached her, grabbed her arm, swinging her around to face him. She was crying and pulling away, started shouting at him. "You're a horrible man. You're cruel and disgusting. I hate you." He looked down into her tear-stained face and pouting lips. Seeing how upset she was, felt bad and pulled her close. He couldn't help himself as he lowered his mouth down onto hers, kissing her hard. Placing her hands on his chest, she pushed him away and slapped him across the face. "Don't you ever touch me again. Go back to your girlfriend and leave me alone." Fuming, he rubbed his cheek. No woman had ever slapped him before, and he didn't like it. "Get in the truck," he shouted. "No, I'd rather walk than sit next to you." She turned to walk away, but he took a hold of her arm and wouldn't let go. "You're going to walk 2 miles in those heels? I don't think so." He picked her up, kicking and screaming, and took her over to the truck and dumped her inside. "Don't you dare leave this truck. I'm driving you home." Slamming the door, went and got into the driver's side. Sitting against the door as far from Ray as she could, staring out the window. And when they got home, he had barely stopped the truck when she jumped out and ran inside. Going inside and straight to the kitchen, Ray opened the fridge and grabbed a beer. Sitting down to think, he hadn't liked it when he saw the way Derek was holding her so close when they were dancing. As immature as it was, he only danced with Sally to prove to himself that Katie meant nothing to him, also to see how she would react. Damn her for getting so worked up over a horse. And why did she have to cry? Her crying only made him feel like more of a jerk. At breakfast, when she came down, her eyes were swollen from crying. Alice took one look at her and instantly became worried. Going over, gave her a hug. "What's wrong, Katie?" "Oh, baby, it's nothing. Don't get upset. I didn't get much sleep last night, that's all." She looked over Alice's head and gave Ray an icy stare. "If you're too tired to go riding today, Katie, we don't have to," Alice said, giving her another hug. "No, honey, we can still go. The fresh air will do me some good." "Maybe you could ride Cosmo," she said, her eyes lighting up. Katie thought for a moment and smiled. "Yeah, that's a great idea." Ray didn't like the sounds of that, nor the look on her face. "I don't think that's a good idea, Katie. You haven't ridden Cosmo that much." She glared at him. "I'm not afraid. Cosmo won't hurt me." Ray watched as they rode off. He had a bad feeling in the pit of his gut. There was something in the way she looked at him that made him suspicious. As soon as they were far enough away and out of sight, Katie got off her horse and removed its saddle while Alice watched her.
"What are you doing?"
Alice asked, lifting her eyebrows. "I'm letting Cosmo go. He's a wild animal and should be allowed to roam free, to live," she answered. Alice shakes her head.
"Daddy's going to be really mad."
She smiled at her. "At me, honey, not you." Ray was outside when they returned, Katie walking beside Alice and Daisy. No sign of Cosmo. He helped Alice down from her horse and then looked at Katie. "Where's Cosmo? Did he throw you off?" "No, I let him go," she told him. He clenched his jaw and snapped. "You did what?" She knew he was angry, so lifting her chin, stared straight into his eyes. "I said I let him go."
"Alice, go into the house," he said sternly.
"But Daddy." "Now, Alice, go," sang as he raised his voice. She turned and hurried inside. He grabbed Katie's arm and practically dragged her into the stable. "You're hurting me, let go," she cried. Giving her a shove, he let go, his eyes blazing with anger. "Why did you let him go?" He was so angry, she backed away in fear.
"I wasn't going to let you destroy him."
"He's a beautiful animal and should be free to live." "You stupid woman, do you know how long it took me to catch him? If you were a man, I'd—"
"You'd what?"
she interrupted. "Punch me, go ahead and do it," she yelled back at him, running his hand through his hair and pacing back and forth cursing. Standing in front of Katie, he grabbed her arms. "I have never hit a woman, and I'm not about to start now. I'm just so damn mad I could." Ray never finished that sentence. Instead, he cupped the back of her head and his mouth came down hard on hers. The kiss was rough, demanding, catching her off guard. Then he pulled away. "Now I'll have to try and capture him again, but first I have to go and get my saddle that you so carelessly left behind." Recovering from the attack on her lips, she cried out, "Why go get him? Just so you can have him put down, leave him." He whirled angrily around to face her. "Don't you know anything? Once a wild horse has been broken, he can't go back to the herd. They might not accept him, and he'll die out there. Now that's cruel." Her hand flew to her mouth as she tried to stifle a scream. "I didn't know that. Oh God, what have I done?" Grabbing her arm, he was rough with her as he led her outside. "You can start packing. I want you gone. I'll have someone drive you back to the city." Rubbing her arm where he had grabbed her, she went inside. Not stopping, went right upstairs and started packing. Katie hadn't heard Alice entering her room, but turned when she cried out, "Why are you packing?" She looked at Alice, knowing she had to handle this delicately. "I'm sorry, honey, but I have to leave. I'm needed back home." "But I need you, Katie. You can't leave. I won't let you." It broke Katie's heart when she saw the tears falling down the little girl's face. Before she could reach Alice, she turned and ran out of the room calling for Jimmy. She had to go and calm Alice down. Getting upset wasn't good for her health. She found Alice being cradled in Jimmy's arms. I'm sorry, honey. Sometimes things don't work out. But I'll keep in touch. I'll write and call you. Jimmy rocked Alice in her arms. Leave her be for a while. She'll come around when she's ready. Stopping at the door to look back at Alice, she held onto the door frame for support. Seeing Alice looking so sad and fragile was tearing her heart out. Head hanging, she went back up to finish packing. Ray, having returned from picking up the saddle, walked into the house, and when he saw the state Alice was in, he rushed to her side. "Baby, what is it? Are you in pain?" His heart felt like it was being crushed. He could barely breathe. "Leave me alone. Katie's leaving, and it's all your fault. You're always so mean to her." She started to cry. "I don't want her to go." Ray sat in the chair opposite them. "Honey, listen to me. You have to calm down. It's not good for you to get so upset." She looked at him with tears falling down her face, and when he held out his arms, she went into them, letting him comfort her. "Please, Daddy, ask her to stay." "Oh, honey, is she that important to you?" She looked at him, her eyes wet. "Yes, Daddy, I love her." "Okay, baby, I'll go talk to Katie. I'll get her to stay." He kissed her cheek and, giving her a hug, left her with Jimmy. He had to go upstairs and swallow his pride and beg Katie to stay. When he got to her room, he almost walked in without knocking. He did not want to make the same mistake twice, although he couldn't help the grin that crossed his face from what he had seen. "Come in," she called out. "Oh, it's you. Don't worry, I'm almost done with my packing," she said, her voice shaking with emotion. "Don't go," he said, removing his hat and setting it on the bedside table. "You told me to go. I'll not stay and be treated like this." She continued packing. Ray went and leaned against the dresser. "Look, I'm sorry I was so rough on you. You may think I'm a terrible person, but I do care about my horses." He crossed his arms and looked her straight in the eyes. "Alice is heartbroken. She wants you to stay. Please, she needs you." Katie chewed on her bottom lip. "All right, I'll stay. But I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for Alice." "Thank you." He went to leave but stopped when she spoke. "Why did you kiss me?"
I was mad and I couldn't hit you. I mean, I would never hit a woman, but I had to do something. He started pacing, running his hand through his hair. "I don't really know why I kissed you, I just did." He walked over to Katie and put his hand on her neck, moving his thumb along her jaw, then over her bottom lips, his eyes looking at her lips, then moving up to her eyes. "Was it a terrible kiss, or did you like it?" Katie's heart was beating rapidly. Her body trembled as she remembered that kiss. It had sent a wave of animal lust coursing through her body. That was until he pulled away and dragged her outside. But now, with the feel of his hand on her skin and the sensual way he was touching her, she forgot all about that incident. "Yes, I liked it," she said, her voice coming out all ragged, finding it hard to breathe. Ray lowered his head to kiss her, their lips about to touch when they heard the frantic cry from Jimmy calling them. "Ray, Katie, come quick. It's Alice."
Fear gripped both Ray and Katie, and they dashed down the stairs. Chapter 11. In Jimmy's arms lay Alice. Her breathing was shallow, and she was shivering uncontrollably. "I'll get her to the truck, and we'll take her to the hospital." Ray's head felt like it was going to explode, and his heart felt as though it had stopped beating. He took Alice from Jimmy's arms and was heading to the door when Katie stopped him. "No, Ray, there's no time. Her body temperature has dropped. Take her upstairs." She turned to Jimmy. "I need extra blankets." Ray laid Alice on the bed. Seeing his baby this way, he couldn't stop the tears from falling. "Katie, please, do something." Katie started removing her clothes, much to Ray's horror. "What are you doing?" She snapped at him. "Take off your clothes and get into bed. With both of us beside her, we can bring her body temperature up. It's the quickest way." She climbed into bed next to Alice, wearing her bra and panties. Ray got in on the other side, wearing his briefs. Jimmy returned with blankets and the juice and the children's aspirins that Katie had asked for. Seeing how upset the older woman was, Katie assured her she would be all right, and that she and Ray would stay with her. So after a while, Jimmy left, going to her room to pray as the tears fell. They lay next to Alice, rubbing her arms and legs for several hours. "Is she going to be all right?" Ray asked, his voice cracking. Katie checked her heart rate and blood pressure, then looked at Ray and answered, "She's warm now, her temperature is up, and the worst is over." Though she may have sounded brave inside, she was a wreck. He looked at Katie, his eyes glazed over with the moisture from his tears. "Thank God you were here. I can't lose her, Katie. It's too soon." She spoke quietly, more of a whisper. "Alice is getting weaker. She tires more easily. We have to make sure she doesn't get upset. It only makes her condition worse." Ray watched as she got up and started dressing. He knew he shouldn't be looking, but he couldn't bring himself to look away. She was just too damn beautiful. Katie glanced over her shoulder to find Ray watching her. "If you're done getting a good look, why don't you go get some sleep? I'll stay with Alice." Getting up and pulling on his pants, turned to her. "I do want you to stay on, even after your car is fixed." He was about to walk out the door, but stopped. Turning back, he smiled. "I got a better look last time." Then he was gone. Her face turned crimson red as she remembered how he had walked in on her when she sat on the bed naked. She could still see him standing there with his mouth open, his eyes traveling over her body. A couple of hours later, Ray still couldn't sleep, so he went back to Alice's room. Katie was asleep in the chair and Alice was reading a book out loud. He went and sat on the bed next to her. "Hey baby, how are you feeling?" "Better, Daddy. I was reading to Katie, but she fell asleep. You should put her to bed." They both looked over at Katie, who was curled up in the chair, fast asleep. "Okay, honey, I will. And when I'm done, I'll come back and read to you." When he lifted her up, she wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder. She never woke up, not even when he laid her down on the bed and removed her shoes. After covering her up with a blanket, leaned over and gave her forehead a kiss, he then left. A few hours later, she woke and went to check on Alice, who was doing much better, and complained that her dad said she had to stay in bed. For once, Katie agreed with Ray. Starving, she went downstairs to get something to eat. She was greeted by a very happy and smiling Jimmy. "Katie, my girl, come and sit. You must be starving. I'm going to make a special lunch in thanks for what you did for our Alice." "Thank you, I am hungry. Where's Ray?" she asked. Jimmy had a huge grin on her face. "He's outside with Cosmo." In Katie's excitement, she jumped up. "Cosmo's back. I'll be back in a few minutes." She saw Ray putting Cosmo inside the fence and dashed over. Patting him, she smiled. "I'm so glad you're back." Ray stood back watching. "Yeah, he's back. He came back for you." She looked at Ray, her big blue eyes staring into his, biting her lip. "What are you going to do with him?" He rubbed his chin, a small grin on his face. "I reckon he's your horse now. Cosmo has a home here for as long as he wants." She tilted her head, wondering if she had heard him right. "Do you mean it, Ray? You're not going to have him put down?" "I was never going to do that. I only said it to piss you off, and boy, did it ever." "Oh, thank you, Ray." She was so happy, she threw her arms around his neck, giving him a big hug. He held her for a long time, then pulled away. "I meant what I said before. I want you to stay on. Alice has grown too attached to you. If you were to leave, it would tear her apart. You saw what happened." "I told you I would stay, but your mood swings have to stop." Ray smiled and winked at her. "Okay, I'll do my best to be nicer." His smile melted her heart, and the butterflies fluttered around in her stomach. "I better go back in now. Jimmy's making me something to eat." A week later, Alice was back to her old self, flourishing under Katie's care. The fair was coming to town, and she begged Ray to take her and Katie. He agreed, but only if she took it easy. So the day of the fair rolled around, and they all headed out to meet Dan, Bo, and Sue. Alice stuck with Dan, leaving Ray and Katie to walk together. They took Alice on rides, ate junk food, and went to the petting zoo. The rest stood around watching as Alice and Katie petted the animals. Sue commented on how well the two were getting along. "She's so good with that little girl. You can see the love between them." Ray looked over and his heart did a flip. Yes, since Katie has come into Alice's life, she seems better, happy. They have developed a special bond. They all walked through the midway, stopping so that Ray could win Alice a stuffed animal. She then told her dad he had to win Katie a stuffed animal. He turned to Katie and smiled. "So, what prize would you like?" She looked around and spotted a giant stuffed horse. But in order to win it, you needed a perfect score. Had to hit the bullseye 3 times in a row, on top of each other. "That one," she points, "but if you can't do it, that's okay." She could hear the others snickering behind her. "You don't think I can do it, do you?" She only shrugged her shoulders. She watched as he took the 3 shots one right after another, a perfect bullseye. Her mouth fell open and stared at him, impressed. "You did it," she said to him. "Daddy's the best shot in the country, won lots of rewards." Alice giggled. Face flushed, she looked at Ray. "I didn't know that. No wonder everyone was laughing at me." Ray smiled and asked her where his reward was. "What reward?" she asked. "Alice gave me a kiss. Now it's your turn." He turned his head and pointed to his cheek. When she reached up, he did the old classic move. Just when she was about to touch his cheek, he turned, and her lips landed on his lips. It was nothing more than a peck, but everyone was watching, and she blushed. Alice looked at Dan with a huge grin on her face and gave him the thumbs up. Later, Jimmy took Alice home so that the rest could stay behind and enjoy a drink and some dancing. It was Alice's idea. They were all sitting around enjoying a cold beer and talking when Ray spotted Rick. "That son of a bitch Rick is here." Bo put his hand on Ray's arm, preventing him from getting up and going over to him. "Leave him be, Ray. I'm sure he'll stay clear of you." But Rick didn't stay away. Instead, he walked right over and boldly smiled at Katie. Fists clenched, Ray glared at Rick. "Get the hell out of here," he hissed. "I'm not on your property, Ray. You can't tell me what to do." His eyes traveled to Katie. "Maybe not, but I can tell you to get away from our table." "Hello, Miss Harris. You're a sight for sore eyes. You look really pretty in that dress. Makes a man wonder what you look like under it." Ray stood up, blocking Katie from Rick's view. "You shut your filthy mouth and stay away from her. I've warned you before." "Let the lady speak for herself," Rick hissed. "How about it, baby? Care to dance or go somewhere for a drink?" "I wouldn't go with you if you were the last man on earth," she answered. Rick spit on the ground, clearly angry. "We'll meet again, baby. Maybe next time you'll be a little more friendly." He turned and walked away. "Come dance with me." Ray held out his hand, and she took it. He held her close, and she felt safe in his arms. She could feel his heart beating rapidly against her chest. Taking her hand, he kissed her fingers. Looking into her eyes, he smiled. "Let's take a walk." He held her hand as they walked down the path toward the river. Bo gave Sue a nudge and pointed at Ray and Katie. "Maybe now he'll make a move on Katie." "I hope so, Bo. Ray should have someone. He deserves to be happy. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if Alice wasn't playing matchmaker with those two." Bo gave a hearty chuckle. "Oh, Sue, I'm sure she is." Chapter 12. Finding a secluded spot by the river, Ray let go of her hand and removed his jacket, laying it down for her to sit on. Sitting next to her, he stared up at the sky, not speaking. "Tell me about Alice's mother. What happened to her?" she asked, breaking the silence. We were sweethearts for as long as I can remember. She was sweet and so beautiful, dark hair, pale skin. Her eyes would sparkle, and when she smiled it lit up the room. We were so young, and one night we made love. We didn't use protection, and she got pregnant. We didn't mean for it to happen, it just did. He looked at Katie, his eyes clouded over. We were only 16 and planned to marry after the baby was born. I know we were too young, but we were in love and thought we could manage. Only she went into labor early, died giving birth to Alice. Katie placed her hand on his shoulder. Oh, Ray, I'm so sorry. What was her name? Alice, so I named our baby after her. She didn't have any family other than her grandmother, who was in her late 80s. My parents agreed to help me raise the baby as long as I finished school. My folks were killed in a car accident about 7 years ago. Left me and Jimmy to raise her. I couldn't have done it without her help. Her hand still on his shoulder, she moved closer in an attempt to console him. You were so young to raise a baby. It must have been hard for you. It wasn't so bad, really. Alice was a sweet baby, hardly ever cried. When I found out about Alice's condition, I thought I was going to die. I couldn't lose her too. The good thing about being rich, I could afford the best doctors and treatments money could buy. Nothing worked. The treatments were harder on Alice than her disease. He stopped talking for a few minutes, and when he looked at Katie, he had tears in his eyes. What good is money if you can't save your child's life? Katie saw his tears and pain shot through her heart. Though she was not a parent and could never know the pain and suffering Ray was going through, she still felt it. Alice was in her heart, and she did love her. Putting her hands on Ray's face wiped away his tears. Oh, Ray, how will you ever cope? I mean, when? Before she could breathe another word, he cupped the back of her head and drew her closer. His lips came crashing down on hers in a hot, demanding kiss that left her breathless. His breath was warm, mouth hot as he devoured her lips, sliding his tongue inside her mouth and exploring, causing her to moan. Knocking his hat off, he lowered Katie to the ground, his mouth still locked on hers. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she returned the kiss with as much passion as he was. Her fingers worked on the buttons till his shirt was open, feeling the contour of his hard, muscular chest. Just when she thought she was going to run out of air, he tore away from her mouth. His lips trailed down her neck, stopping to suck. A moan escaped from deep in her throat. Her body was on fire. She felt her panties getting damp, her inner core throbbing, wanting to be touched. He moved down to the top of her breasts. She felt the tugging as he moved her top lower, so that he could suck on her heaving breasts. Her breathing became harder when she felt his hand going up her leg and under the dress till he reached the panties. His hand sliding inside, she heard him moan, his breathing ragged. He moved his mouth back to hers, and with hunger once again claimed them as his. She felt the hardness of him pressing into her and moaned out his name. Ray's heart was racing so hard it hurt. He couldn't get enough of touching her. Her skin was like velvet, so smooth, so soft. Lips tasted like honey, and when he felt the soft flesh between her thighs, felt the dampness, he groaned. He never felt this way before, pure animal lust, and it scared him, so pulling away got to his feet, adjusting himself, trying to relieve the strain of his throbbing erection that was pressing against his jeans. Katie sat up, pulling the top of her dress up and covering her exposed breasts. No man had ever kissed her with so much passion or touched her the way Ray did. She was hurt and confused when he stopped. Her heart was pounding, and the throbbing deep down within her was crying for release, but he pulled away. He held out his hand to help her up, and she accepted. I'm so sorry, Katie. That never should have happened. I went too far. I don't want you that way. He bent down to retrieve his hat and placed it on top of his head. She was hurt and was starting to have feelings for him, but he didn't want her. Well, maybe he did want her sexually, but that was all. He said he didn't want her, but she knew he was lying. She felt how aroused he was. Little did she know that Ray did have feelings for her, and not just sexual ones. but he wouldn't allow himself to follow through with them. He didn't know how much time he had with Alice. A woman would only take time away from being with his child. She didn't say a word as she brushed herself off and fixed her hair as best she could. When she was done, they walked back to his truck in silence. At home, Ray tried talking to her, wanting to apologize. "Katie, about tonight." Avoiding his eyes, she spoke before he could continue. "I know, Ray, it was a mistake. I get it." "So you're okay? Are we good?" he asked. "Yeah, we're good. It won't happen again," she answered. Ray shook his head. "No, Katie, it won't." Katie kept busy so that she wouldn't have to be alone with Ray. The sexual tension was building between them. She and Alice when riding most days, sometimes with Ray. She was still the only one Cosmo would let ride him. To try and get her out of his head, he started going on dates. They never lasted long, nor did he stay out late. Alice didn't like it and did whatever she could to stop him. Sometimes it worked. Katie would be lying to herself if she said it didn't bother her. She knew it made her jealous. But what could she do about it? He had made it clear he didn't want her. Besides, it was none of her business what he did or who he went out with. After a few dates, he stopped going out. It wasn't working. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop thinking about Katie. Alice knew she had to get things moving between her father and Katie. So one morning she told him she wanted to go fishing and Katie should go with them. "No, I've never been fishing in my life. I really don't think I'd like it," Katie told her. "You have to come with us, Katie. We could make a day of it. We'll have a picnic. It'll be so much fun," Alice said, her eyes lighting up. Katie sighed. "Well, okay, if you don't think I'll be in the way." "You won't be. Tell her, Daddy. Tell her to come, please." He folded his arms and leaned back in the chair, his eyes watching her. "Why not? It would mean a lot to Alice if you came. And who knows, you just might like it." Not wanting Katie to get the wrong idea, he had a plan, one that would let her know he had no interest in her. Little did Ray know his plan would be a bust. So later they packed a lunch and loaded up the truck, then headed out. But Ray made a turn and headed into town. "Where are you going, Daddy? This isn't the way," Alice cried out. "I know, honey, but I invited Cindy to come with us," Ray answered. This was not what she had planned and made her thoughts known. "Why? Cindy's a flake." "Don't talk that way. It's rude, young lady. And I want you to be nice to her," Ray told her. When Ray went in to get Cindy, Alice turned to Katie, making it obvious she was not happy about the way things were turning out. "Cindy's weird. She wears too much makeup and her hair is scary. I hate her voice." Katie put her arm around Alice's shoulder. "Honey, she can't be that bad. If your dad likes her, maybe you should give her a chance." As soon as Ray and Cindy stepped out of the house, Katie saw what Alice was talking about. The woman was plastered in makeup, her hair puffed up and pink streaks throughout. She was wearing short shorts and a halter top that barely covered her breasts. Ray introduced the two women, and they set off. Cindy didn't stop talking all the way to the river. She sat in front with Ray and kept edging closer to him. Alice was right about her voice. It was high-pitched and squeaky. Once they arrived at the river, Cindy sat, putting suntan lotion on while the others unloaded the truck. Handing Katie the picnic basket, Ray started talking. "I hope you don't mind that I asked Cindy to come along." She glanced over at Cindy and rolled her eyes. "No, why should I? It's your business who you date. And it isn't me you should be asking, it's Alice." "Yeah, you're right. Come with me. I'll get you set up and the three of us can start fishing," Ray said, picking up their fishing rods. "What about your lady friend?" she asked Ray, looking over at Cindy. He laughed and rubbed his chin, looking over at Cindy, who was busy reading a book and sipping on her drink. "Does she look like someone who would enjoy fishing?" Katie giggled. She could not picture Cindy with a fishing rod in her hand. Chapter 13. Alice giggled and made fun of Katie when she refused to put the worm on the hook. So Ray had to do it. She soon got a bite, but was having trouble reeling it in, so he stood behind her, with his arms around Katie, helped reel the fish in. God, he liked how it felt having her in his arms. She fit right in. It felt right, her being there. Realizing he was becoming aroused, dropped his arms from her and moved away. The fish made its escape. "Oh no, I'm so sorry it got away," Katie exclaimed. Ray cleared his throat and smiled. "Don't worry about it. Happens all the time." Cindy sat watching the two of them and decided it was time for Ray to start paying attention to her. So she yells out in that piercing voice of hers, "Ray, come have a drink with me, and I'm getting hungry." He turned to Alice and Katie. "Guess we better go eat, ladies." Katie dished out the food and drinks while Cindy sat back talking to Ray. She then started grilling Katie about her life back home, asking one question after another. "Don't you have a boyfriend? Why did you leave him to come here?"
She didn't get a chance to answer. Alice, who noticed how upset Katie was becoming, reached into the cooler, pulled out a fish, and dangled it in front of Cindy's face.
"Get that stinky thing out of my face," she screamed, and leaning back, her chair tipped over, and she ended up on her back, feet in the air. Ray jumped up to help Cindy, trying his best to hide the smile that was spreading across his face. Alice put that fish away and stopped being rude. Wiping herself off, she glared angrily at Alice. Ray didn't notice, but Katie did and wrapped her arms around her. Cindy sneered at Alice as she turned to Ray. "Ray, honey, why don't you teach me to fish?"
But you don't seem like the type," he said, raising his eyebrow.
She takes his hand, pulling him to his feet. "Come on, I want to try," saying in that annoying high-pitched voice. Katie held Alice on her lap, and they watched as he baited the hook, and she tried to cast the line but couldn't. She asked him to stand behind her as he had done for Katie. It looked as though he was having trouble getting his arms around her, due to her large breasts. She was larger than Katie, in width as well as height. It appeared as if Cindy was having fun, but Ray obviously wasn't. Then Cindy got a bite and shrieked with delight. Her shrieking startled Ray. He let go, and she was pulled into the water. Katie and Alice broke out in a fit of laughter. Ray, too, couldn't stop from laughing as Cindy screamed like a crazy person. You couldn't help but laugh. There she was with her hair down and soaking wet. Her eyeliner ran down her face. She was ranting and raving as she dragged herself from the river. She glared at Ray and started swearing. "You, as it's not funny. Take me home this instant and don't ever call me again," she screeched. Walking over to Katie, a grin on his face. "I'm going to take Cindy home. Will you two be okay till I get back?" Yes, just go before she starts screeching again," Katie answered. 30 minutes later, he returned to find Alice in Katie's arms. They were laughing and dancing around. He had never seen Alice looking this happy in a long time. "Hey, you two," he shouted out. "Where's my dance? Want to dance with your daddy?" Squirming down from Katie, she ran into his arms, and he swung her around. They finished eating, and he leaned back, and they watched as Alice went back to fishing.
"You're a good sport for coming fishing with us. You didn't have to," Ray said, giving her a smile.
A smile spread across her face. "No, I had fun. I wouldn't have missed seeing your lady friend go swimming for all the money in the world." Ray laughed. It was a hearty laugh that was contagious, and she found herself laughing too. "Yeah, that was quite a sight," he replied. Ray reached into the cooler for a drink at the same time Katie did, and their hands touched. He took her hand in his, and they stared into each other's eyes, both feeling the spark. It was as though time had stood still. He leaned in to kiss her, but pulled back when he heard Alice shout out,
"I caught a big one, Daddy, look."
Letting go of Katie's hand, he stood up. "That's really great, baby. Bring it here." At home, Alice told Jimmy what had happened to Cindy as she bobbed up and down excitedly. They all laughed, and Ray watched Katie, thinking what a beautiful laugh she had, how her eyes lit up and sparkled. Katie stood up. Well, this has been a fun day. It was nice that someone else was being laughed at besides me for a change. She reached out her hand to Alice. Now it's time for your bath and bed, young lady. Jimmy sat at the table, tapping her chubby fingers on the table, staring at Ray. He felt her eyes on him and looked up at her. Okay, Jimmy, what now? So you had a good time today. Tell me, boy, why did you take Cindy with you? You trying to make Katie jealous? His head snapped back. Hell no, why would you even say such a thing? I may be an old woman, boy, but I've got eyes and I've seen the way you look at her. You're falling for her. You're crazy. Yes, she's starting to grow on me. But that's all there is, and will never be anything between us. There could be, Ray. Wouldn't be anything wrong with that, she said, a small smile crossing her face. Ray sighed in frustration. Let it go, Jimmy. He was relieved when there was a knock on the door, interrupting the conversation. It was Derek, the young man who had danced with Katie at the bar. Come in, Derek, Ray said, letting him walk past. What can I do for you? For some reason, he couldn't look Ray in the eye. Actually, I'm here to see Katie. What do you want with her? Ray snapped. Jimmy snapped right back at him right in front of Derek. That ain't none of your business, Ray. Oh, here she comes now. Ray grabbed him and Derek a beer and sat down. He wasn't about to leave. Derek took a swallow of his beer, trying to swallow the lump in his throat that was building up when he saw her standing there looking so damn hot. I was wondering if you'd like to have dinner with me tomorrow night. Katie was taken by surprise. She knew that Ray was watching and listening and didn't know where to look. I don't think that's possible. I mean, I have Alice to take care of, she stammered. And to her annoyance, Ray spoke up. Oh, go on, Katie. Jimmy and I can take care of Alice. You go have some fun. She gave Ray an icy stare and then looked back at Derek. Okay, that sounds nice. His face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Great, I'll pick you up around 7. Smiling, he finished his beer and tipping his hat to her left. Whirling around to face Ray, her face flushed. How dare you put me on the spot like that? She lashed out angrily. Smirking, he stared back, amused by her outburst. What? I thought you'd enjoy a night out with a good-looking young man. You could have said no. Katie shook her head, desperately wanting to wipe that smirk off his face. You're insufferable, Ray Marshall, she said, storming out of the room. The next night she came down the stairs wearing a little red dress. Ray was thinking she looked way too beautiful to be going out with Derek. Before he could voice his opinion, Derek showed up carrying a small bouquet of mixed flowers. Huh, cheap flowers from the corner store, Ray commented out loud. Katie shot him a dirty look. God, you're so rude. Taking the flowers from him, he turned red. I should have gotten you roses, he said apologetically. No, Derek, these are lovely, thank you. She glanced over at Ray, shooting daggers at him. Just ignore him. You look beautiful, Katie. I thought after dinner we could go to Mike's bar for a drink. His eyes sparkled when he looked at her. Over dinner, Katie found she was having fun. Derek kept her in stitches all night. He was funny and charming. But at home, Ray was restless and couldn't sit still. With Alice fast asleep, his thoughts went to Katie and Derek, wondering what they were doing. Jimmy, can you keep an eye on Alice while I go into town? And why would you be wanting to go into town, boy? She looked at him suspiciously. I just need to get out for a while, he answered. You going to Mike's to check up on Katie, aren't you, boy? The grin on his face gave it away. No, old woman, he replied, and grabbing his hat, headed out the door before Jimmy could say another word. Walking into Mike's, he took a seat right at the bar and ordered a beer. Looking around, he spots Katie and Derek sitting at the far table laughing and talking. Neither one noticed him until they were leaving, having to pass him. Ray, hey man, what are you doing here? Derek asked. He shook the younger man's hand. Just dropped in for a quick beer. He glanced over at Katie for a second before looking back at Derek. So you kids having fun? Yup, I was taking her home. Ray stood up. Let me save you the trouble. I was on my way home, so I'll take her. No sense in both of us going. Looking embarrassed, Derek turned to face Katie. Is that okay with you? He asked her. I'm sure that's fine. Thanks for a lovely evening. I had fun. Derek leaned in and kissed her cheek. Rolling his eyes, Ray took her hand. Okay, Derek, Katie and I have to get going. In the truck. How could you do that? She said angrily.
Do what?
You know what? Show up on our date and bully Derek into letting you take me home. I didn't bully anyone. He looked over at her. I did you a favor. God, Ray, how do you figure that? Do you have any idea how old Derek is? Ray asked her.
Well, no. But what does that have to do with anything?
Derek just turned 20 last week. Do you know what a woman that looks like you and dressed the way you are can do to a young male? Katie's hand flew to her mouth, her face turning red. I didn't know. He doesn't look that young. And why didn't you tell me? Ray started laughing. Come on, you have to admit it's funny. She slapped his arm. No, it's not funny. But she couldn't help smiling, giving him a coy look. Says, he sure doesn't kiss like a 20-year-old. You let him kiss you? He couldn't help the feeling that came over him, that feeling of jealousy. I don't think that's any of your business, she replied. In one swift movement, he pulled her close, looking into her eyes. Does he kiss like this? His mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss was long and demanding. With a quick thrust of his tongue, he parted her lips and explored the inside of her mouth. He could feel her body quivering as he pressed against her, felt the heaving of her breasts against his chest. Then letting go, he smiled when she slowly opened her eyes. Not expecting an answer, he turned the ignition on and drove home in silence. Katie turned to look out the window. She could still feel the pressure from Ray's lips on hers, and thought to herself, hell, no one kisses like that. They got home, and she jumped out of the truck and hurried inside, going straight to her room. She knew he was just teasing her, but the feeling that coursed through her body scared her. There was never going to be anything between them. He was her boss, nothing more. Chapter 14. Alice wasn't feeling well over the next few days. She was tired and was experiencing some pain. Wouldn't eat and slept more than usual. Katie stayed by her side day and night. Ray also spent much of his time with her and gave Katie breaks. Ray was beside himself with worry, looking down at his baby, so weak and pale tore him to pieces. He couldn't bear to see his child in pain and would have given anything to take her place. A tear fell as he realized her time was slowly coming. Katie was taking a break, leaving Ray alone with Alice, so he sat in the chair next to the bed. Putting his head in his hands, he broke down and sobbed. A week later, Alice started improving, was eating, and the pain was gone. She was bouncing back to her old self. Ray was amazed at how Katie was taking to life on the ranch. Even though he had told her she didn't have to do any more chores, she still wanted to. She would gather the eggs, help him in the stable. They even started getting along, though he never made another move on her since her date with Derek. But he was secretly glad that she turned Derek down when he asked her out again. She also got over her fear of horses and got really good at riding and saddling Cosmo. She was a quick learner. Mostly all her time was spent with Alice. Ray would sit and watch the two of them. Katie was teaching her to knit. They spent a lot of time doing crafts. Sometimes they even let Ray join in. Katie made Alice happy, and he had to admit he liked having her around. He still desired her, but he pushed those thoughts to the back of his head. Alice was his #1 priority. Jimmy was taking Alice to her Bible meeting, and then to supper at the church. Ray was busy doing repairs around the ranch, which left Katie with free time on her hands to do whatever she wanted. So she decided to take Cosmo riding. Ray watched as she saddled Cosmo and took off riding, looking like a real pro. He wished he could have gone with her. She had asked him, but he had too much to do. She ended up by the river, not too far from the ranch. She thought it was a good place to stretch her legs and for Cosmo to get a drink from the river. Sitting on a rock, she heard a noise and looked over her shoulder, fear creeping from the soles of her feet all the way up. She stood up as he approached. His eyes roamed over her body. She could see him drooling and felt sick to her stomach. "I wondered when I'd see you again," he growled through gritted teeth. "I was just leaving," she said, avoiding his eyes.
No, stick around and let's talk.
"We don't have anything to talk about." She went over to Cosmo and was getting on him when Rick grabbed her from behind, pulling her away from the horse. Cosmo, sensing danger, started snorting and rearing up. "Let go of me," she screamed. Standing behind her, he put his mouth to her ear as he held her. "Don't be this way. I've been waiting a long time to get you alone." She kicked and screamed. "Ray will kill you if you touch me." She could smell his foul breath on her neck, her fear growing with every second. "But Ray's not here, is he? It's just you and me, baby." "Oh yeah, that's it. Fight me. I love it when a woman puts up a fight. It turns me on." "You're a sick bastard," she screamed, struggling to break free. Rick turned her around to face him. When he tried to kiss her, she lifted her knees and rammed it into his groin. Letting her go, he sank to his knees, groaning in pain as he clutched himself. She turned and ran, but didn't get far when she felt bony fingers grabbing her. She felt the sting from his hand when he slapped her hard across the face. She reeled back, and he took a hold of her hair and yanked roughly. Pulling her face close to his, he hissed, "You little bitch, I'll teach you to kick a man in the balls." "You're not a man," she screamed at him, then spit in his face. With one hand around her throat, he wiped his face with the other. "You're going to give me some of what you've been giving Ray." She screamed, fighting to get away from him, but he was too strong for her. Pinning her up against the tree Kized her, she bit his lip, making it bleed. Being the sick bastard that he was, this only got him more excited. Smiling, he threw her to the ground, taking off his belt and unzipping his jeans. When this all started taking place, Cosmo took off like the wind back to the ranch. Ray was sitting outside taking a break when he saw Cosmo tearing into the yard and straight over to him. There was no sign of Katie, and the horse was acting like the devil itself, stomping his feet and snorting.
What is it, boy? Where's Katie?
He got the distinct feeling Cosmo wanted him to go with him. "Okay, boy, take me to her." He was surprised that Cosmo allowed him on his back. As soon as he was on, the horse took off with lightning speed. Ray had to hold on tight so as not to fall off. Katie dug her fingers into Rick's face, making him cry out. Getting up, he wiped his face and cursed at her. "That fucking hurt bitch, take this." He then kicked her in the stomach with his foot. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. She tried rolling into a ball. The pain was unbearable. He finally stopped and, getting down, continued his attack on her. When Ray got there and saw Rick on top of Katie, jumped off Cosmo and pulled him off her. She was near unconscious and her blouse was torn. "Get off, you son of a bitch, I'll kill you," he swore. Ray punched him so hard he could hear his nose breaking. He fell to the ground. Getting up, he swore, "You broke my nose, you motherfucker. I'd been waiting a long time to teach you a lesson. And when I'm done with you, I'll finish with your girlfriend just like I did with Amber." Hearing this brought it all back. The way she was badly beaten and raped, left for dead. Ray lunged at Rick, started pounding his fist into Rick's face, his rage unleashed. As he went to strike again, Rick ducked, causing Ray to lose his footing, and felt a foot crashing into his chest. Then Rick pulled out a knife from his back pocket. Ray grabbed a fistful of dirt and tossed it in Rick's face, blinding him temporarily. Wrestling him, he grabbed the knife and tossed it away. The 2 men wrestled and ended up rolling down the embankment into the river. Rick held Ray's head under the water, but he managed to break free. He kept punching Rick, and giving one final blow sent him backward into the water, falling unconscious. Pulling him out of the water left him on the edge and dashed over to Katie. His heart broke when he saw her standing there holding her stomach and with the other hand holding her top closed. She was covered in cuts and bruises, sobbing. Not saying anything, he took her in his arms and held her close while she clung to him sobbing. Once she settled down, he picked her up and put her on 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚, then got up behind her, wrapping his arm around her waist, and the other one led 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚 home. Katie leaned back, letting him hold her. At home, he helped her down and carried her inside, where he sat her down on the counter. He then went and got a cloth and some warm water, cleaning the blood and dirt from her face. Taking her hands, the top opened, and when he saw the deep bruises on her ribs, he silently cursed. It was obvious Rick had kicked her over and over. "You're going to be all right, Katie. That bastard will pay for what he did to you, I promise." He shook his head. "I should have drowned him when I had the chance." He continued to clean her cuts, and looking up he saw her watching him. She looked so fragile. Reaching up, he stroked her cheek gently. They stared at each other for a few seconds before he put his hands around her waist and helped her down from the counter. She winced in pain and held her stomach. "Christ, Katie, you have to see a doctor about that," he said with genuine concern. "No, nothing is broken. I'll be all right. I just need to rest."
I'm going to call the sheriff. Why don't you go up and take a nice warm bath? I'll bring you up something to eat."
When she went to walk away, he took a hold of her hand. "I'll never let him hurt you again. Thank you for getting there when you did, if you hadn't." She never finished her sentence, just turned and walked away, her head hanging low. After calling the sheriff, he was so angry at what Rick had done, he punched the wall, leaving a small hole. He made up a tray of food for Katie and took it up. She was fast asleep. Putting the tray down, he sat next to her on the bed, moving a strand of hair that had fallen across her cheek. It tore him up inside to see her bruised and cut. When Alice and Jimmy came home, he told them that Katie had fallen and was asleep, so they were not to disturb her. After Alice had left the room, Ray told Jimmy the truth. Once Ray had Alice tucked in for the night, he went to check on Katie. He noticed she hadn't eaten anything and was wide awake. "Hey, you should eat something. How are you feeling?" he asked her. "I'm sore, but I'll be okay." "Alice, I need to go to her," she said, trying to get up, but Ray, putting his hands on her shoulder, laid her back down. "She's fast asleep," he replied. She didn't argue, just laid back down. "Thank you, Ray, for saving me."
To be honest, it was 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚. He came back to the ranch and took me to where you were.
Katie blinked. "He let you ride him?" "Yup, he sure did. That's one smart horse. Never seen the likes of him before," Ray answered. "I'll go and let you get some more rest." "No, don't go." She placed her hand on his arm. "Could you stay a while? I don't want to be alone." Sitting on the bed, he removed his boots and lay next to her. Taking her in his arms, she laid her head on his chest and instantly went to sleep. He lay there looking up at the ceiling, thinking how he should have done more to Rick. The prick didn't deserve to live. His eyes grew heavy, and he thought about slipping out of bed, but didn't want to move her in case she woke up, so he let sleep claim him. Chapter 15. In the morning, he woke to find her still asleep in his arms. Looking down at her, he wanted to keep her in his arms to protect her, but he also wanted to make love to her. Slipping out of bed, he knew he had to get these thoughts out of his head, had to stop thinking about her in that way. Later, when she went down for breakfast, Alice raced over, giving Katie a big hug. "Daddy said you fell off 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚, but you don't get hurt this bad from falling. You have a black eye," Alice cried. Katie saw the look that crossed Ray's face and instinctively knew what he was worried about, but he had no need to worry. "That's true, honey. I was getting off 𝒂𝒚𝒍𝒂𝒚 when I tripped and fell backward and down the embankment and smacked my face on a branch." She faked a laugh. "I can't believe how clumsy I can be sometimes." Ray let out the breath he was holding in. Thank God Katie also realized Alice was too young to know what really happened to her. After she gave Katie another hug, skipped off to watch her favorite TV program. Ray took Katie's chin in his hand, using the excuse he wanted to check her cuts. Sorry that this happened to you. No chores for you. I want you to take it easy for a while. She shyly looked into his eyes. Okay, Ray, you're the boss. Before going outside, he brushed his lips lightly against hers, not seeing Jimmy standing there with a grin on her face. Oh yes, the boy is falling for her. Ray was being so nice to her. Katie's bruises healed, and she spent more time with Alice. Things got back to normal. Rick was in prison for the crime against her and other women. He would be gone for a long time. Alice was excited about an upcoming auction that the town holds every year, a fundraiser to raise money for the sick children hospital. Katie, being curious, had to ask, "What do they auction off?" Alice's eyes lit up. Dates. Last year they auctioned off dates with the men. This year the men get to bid on the women. Last year a lady paid $500 to go out with Daddy. Katie smiled at Ray. Wow, $500. I hope you were worth it. He smiled back. I believe I was. Alice giggled. You will go in it, won't you, Katie? She squealed. No, I don't think so. That's not something I'd be interested in. But Katie, it's for a good cause, for all those sick kids, and you're so pretty someone would donate a lot to go out with you. Ray gave Katie a sly look. Alice is right. It's for a very good cause. Oh hell, I might even go as high as $200.
I don't know, I'll think about it, she replied.
The day of the auction arrived in town. Tents were set up, selling everything from baked goods to clothing, pony rides for the kids, and a beer tent for the adults. The auction started, and there were a dozen women participating, including Katie, who was the last one up. Hey Ray, you going to bid on Katie? Dan asked. He shakes his head. No, why would I? He stared back at Ray. Because look at her man, she's gorgeous. I can go as high as $100. Ray laughed. You, Dan, your girlfriend would kill you. The bidding started at $50 and kept going up. Then someone shouted out $500. Ray looked over to see who it was. Harry Carson, Fielding's richest rancher, an older man with a reputation for being a ladies' man. Alice pulled Dan down and whispered in his ear. Uncle Dan, you've got to get Daddy to bid. He has to be the one to go out with her. Okay, honey, leave it to me, he said, giving her cheek a gentle caress. Dan nudged Ray. Are you going to let Harry win the bidding? He'll wine and dine her. You might lose that girl. She's not mine to lose, Ray answered. You know, Harry's been asking about her. Word is he's very interested in Katie, had his eye on her for quite some time now. Ray looked over at Harry, and before he knew what he was doing, yelled out $1,000. Everyone looked at Ray and went quiet, then looked back at Harry. Harry stared at Ray. He was not the kind of man that liked losing, so he shouted out the sum of $3,000. The crowd held their breath as they looked back at Ray, wondering what he would do. Dan whispered in Ray's ear. I told you Harry wants her real bad. What are you going to do? Ray stared right into Harry's eyes, rubbing his chin. No way was he going to let Katie go out with Harry Carson. He was known for using women, taking them to bed, and then dumping them and moving on to another. He called out $5,000, and the crowd went wild, hooting and hollering. They looked towards Harry to see if he would bid higher, but shaking his head no, he tips his hat at Ray. The auctioneer shouts out, Sold to Ray Marshall, one date for $5,000. Enjoy the date, you two. Alice and Dan give each other a knowing smile. Ray goes to the stage and, putting his hands around her waist, helps her down. He didn't let go right away when she asked him, What were you thinking? That's a lot of money, Ray. Are you crazy? Letting her go, smiled. Maybe I am, but the money goes to a good cause. So about that date, tomorrow night, and wear something SXY. I want my money's worth. Taking Alice's hand to go get ice cream, he looked back at Katie. You coming? Alice holds her hand out to Katie. Later, Jimmy takes Alice home so that Ray and Katie could stay behind with the others to enjoy the dancing. Sue was dancing with him and started talking about the auction. Why did you get into a bidding war with Harry? I mean, really, $5,000. Sue, I would have donated that much anyways. I always do. And Harry's a slime. He thinks he can have any woman he wants. You know what I think, Ray? What's that, Sue? I think you're falling for that girl, and you don't want her going out with anyone else. If that's the case, you better do something before it's too late. He shakes his head and looked over to where Katie was dancing with Derek. No, I'm not. I just don't want to see anyone taking advantage of her, he said, trying to convince himself. The date. The next night, Katie wore a little black dress, strapless, that hugged her curves. She smiled when she looked into the full-length mirror, knowing she looked good. Well, she thought, he did tell her to wear something SXY. Ray saw her entering the room and stood up. She was breathtaking. Katie, you look so pretty. Don't she, Daddy? Alice squealed. His eyes glued on her, he smiled. Alice is right, Katie. You look really pretty. She smiled back. Thank you, Ray. Are those flowers for me? He had forgotten he was holding them. Her beauty was all he could think about. Yes, I learned from a kid that when you take a lady out on a date, flowers are a good way to start off. He took her to a fancy restaurant and ordered a bottle of wine. So, Katie, tell me about yourself. Wasn't there someone special in your life? She opened up to Ray, wanting to get it off her chest. I was engaged, but I broke it off on my wedding day at the church. I just turned and walked out. He noticed how her eyes were tearing up, and his heart went out to her. What happened to make you do that? It's the old cliché. I found out he was sleeping with the maid of honor. I thought she was my friend. I'm sorry, Katie, but at least you found out before you married the jerk. I know, but it hurts so much. I thought he loved me, but it was all a lie. Oh, he said he was sorry, and that it would never happen again. I knew I'd never be able to trust after that. If you love someone, how could you do that to them? Taking her hand in his. Any man that would cheat on you is a damn fool and does not deserve you. Throwing some money on the table to cover the bill, takes her hand, pulling her to her feet. Come with me, I want to show you something. They walked for about 10 minutes when they came to a park and sat down on a park bench. She looked up at the night sky, which was lit up with stars. It's so beautiful, Ray. You don't see anything like this living in the city. Seeing her shiver, he removed his jacket and wrapped it around her shoulders. They looked into each other's eyes. Katie leaned over and kissed Ray, but he pulled away, his eyes taking in her lips. How soft and plump they were. I'm sorry, Ray. I shouldn't have done that. She looked away. Placing his hand on her chin, turned her towards him, and his mouth came down hard on hers. His kiss was demanding and passionate. He pulled her onto his lap in one swift movement, so that she was straddling him. He moved down her neck, loving the taste of her skin on his lips, one hand moving up and down her back as she arched her neck, giving him plenty of room to move his mouth along her neck. And when he reached the edge of her dress, dangerously close to her breasts, she let out a moan. But then he pulled away and stood up, leaving her panting, wanting more. I'm sorry, Katie, he said with regret. It's okay, Ray. I want you to. It's not going to happen. I do like you a lot, but I don't want you that way. Let's go home. They drove home in silence. She could still feel his lips on her. Katie was getting tired of Ray's behavior, the way he would kiss her, getting her all hot and bothered, and then stopping. So when they got home, she stopped him from going upstairs. What's up with you? 1 minute you're all over me, and then you pull away. I've got nothing to say, he said, and went to leave. Putting her hand on his chest, she stopped him from leaving. Well, I've got something to say to you. You kissed me tonight, and it's not the first time. Why do you keep doing this to me?
It meant nothing, Katie. Nothing at all. Okay, look, I thought I wanted it, but I don't.
I don't believe you. Why don't you start being honest and admit you want me? She cried. Running his hand through his hair, he paced back and forth, trying to find a way to stop what was happening between them before it went too far. So he did what he knew would anger Katie. Grabbing her, puts her up against the wall, his lips crashing down on hers in a rough and intense kiss, running his lips down her neck and over her soft shoulders and back to her mouth again. Wrapping her arms around his neck, moaned with pleasure. She felt his passion growing as hers was. She wanted him more than she had ever wanted a man before. Shock racked her body when he pushed her away with rough force, and his words cruel, cutting into her. Okay, Katie, you're right. I do want you. I want to have sex with you. God, what man wouldn't? But that's all I want is just sex. Not love, no commitment, no marriage. If you can live with that, then go to my room, strip and get into bed. Tears welled up in her eyes when she looked at him. How can you be so cold? You're a beast. Now that I know what kind of man you really are, I will never sleep with you. She ran to her room with a broken heart, feeling hurt and humiliated. Ray sat down, knowing he had hurt her deeply, but in his mind, he felt it was the right thing to do. He wanted to love again, but having lost everyone he had loved, and knowing he would soon lose Alice, he didn't think he could handle it if anything bad happened to Katie. Chapter 16. As the days passed, Jimmy noticed the tension between the two, both acting like children in the way they would make snippy comments to one another. She was getting a serious case of whiplash from the way they kept going from hot to cold and back again toward each other, and she wondered how long it would be before there was a major blow-up. This one day, Ray figured, since it was raining, it would be a good time to go over to Dan's and do some work on the car he had purchased for Jimmy and Katie to use. The other one just up and died. So Ray, how are things going between you and Katie? Dan asked. Not good. We're barely talking these days. Why? What happened? I thought you two would hook up after the auction. It looked that way to me and everyone else in town. Ray removed the filter from the car. He didn't want to talk about Katie. Nothing is ever going to happen between us. If it weren't for Alice, I'd send her packing. Dan sighed. Damn, I thought for sure Alice's plan was working. Ray stopped what he was doing to look over to where Dan was under a car changing the oil. What did you say? What plan? Dan could have kicked himself for saying that. What? Oh, it's nothing. Ray went over and pulled Dan out from under the car. Damn it, tell me what you meant by that.
I can't, Ray. I promised Alice I wouldn't say anything.
Dan swallowed hard. He was torn between his promise to Alice and his friendship with Ray. You're my friend, Dan, but right now I would be willing to beat it out of you. Ray wouldn't hurt his friend, but he had to know what was going on as Alice has been getting sick again, sleeping more and not her usual bubbly self. Dan stood up, stretching, then turned to Ray. Okay, calm down, I'll tell you. Alice came to see me when I was fixing Katie's car. She asked me to lie about having the new engine for the car. Why would Alice do that? Ray asked, his eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Said she needed more time so that you and Katie could fall in love and get married. Dan choked up before going on, but managed to say what had to be said. Alice knows her time is running out. She said she can't let go till you have someone to love and take care of you. She doesn't want you to be sad and alone. Alice says that Katie is the one she has been waiting for. Ray felt the room spinning and had to sit down. Once seated, held his head in his hands. His stomach was churning, could feel his breakfast wanting to come out. He shed silent tears as Dan stood by, watching, his own tears close to falling. I don't want to lose Alice, but I also don't want her to suffer. What am I supposed to do, Dan? Stay single and have her hang on only to live in pain? Or do I marry Katie only to lose Alice anyways? I don't know what to tell you, Ray, Dan said, his head hanging down. Ray had to talk to someone, and the only person he could think of was Bo. Their Bo handed him a beer, and they sat in the kitchen that he had helped Bo to remodel. What am I going to do? Alice wants me and Katie to be together. Maybe I'll have to marry her. Bo scratched his head as he watched Ray. How do you feel about her? I don't know. I'm attracted to her. She's beautiful, smart, and funny. Love has nothing to do with it. It would be a marriage in name only, no strings, no ties, and later she can leave and we'll divorce. All I know, son, is that nothing is ever that simple. Someone will end up getting hurt real bad. It might not be a good idea to marry if you don't love the woman. Over the next couple of days, Ray was quiet, watching Alice and doing a lot of thinking. He had finally made up his mind about what he was going to do, so over dinner, he asked Katie to go with him to Mike's bar later that night. No, I need to stay with Alice, she snapped at him. Hearing Ray asking Katie out seemed to perk Alice up. Go with Daddy, Katie. She looked at him, letting him know she was not happy with him, asking her out in front of Alice. Okay, just for a little while. The little girl was the only one happy that the two were going out. It lifted her mood, which seemed to make her feel better. As they were driving to the bar, Katie lit into Ray. How dare you ask me out in front of Alice? You knew she would become excited and want me to go. So how could I say no without breaking her heart? Relax, he snapped. It's not a real date. I asked you out for a reason. I need to talk to you about something and didn't want Alice or Jimmy to overhear us.
After ordering the drinks, Ray told her everything that Dan had told him.
You can't be seriously thinking about doing it, she replied, shocked at the very thought of it. Yes, I am. And it's you she wants me to marry. So will you marry me? For Alice. You're out of your mind if you think I'd marry you, she said, rolling her eyes. Ray slammed his drink down, making a loud noise. Damn it, I don't want to do this either. Just hear me out. You wouldn't have to be a real wife. It would be in name only. We only have to put on a show, and then later you're free to leave. Of course, I'll pay you for your trouble. That has to be the coldest thing one person could say to another, Katie said, glaring at him. I don't know what else to do. My little girl is dying, and I only want her to be happy and at peace, so I'll do whatever it takes. He couldn't stop the sob that broke from deep in his throat as a single tear fell. Katie heard his voice breaking and saw the tears in his eyes, her own threatening to come. I don't know, Ray. He grabbed her hand, holding it. If I have to lose Alice, then I want her to be happy and at peace. You said it yourself that she's getting weaker, having more pain. Do you really want that to continue? She abruptly pulled her hand out of his. In case you haven't noticed, I love Alice too. Don't you think it tears me apart seeing her in pain? I know you love her, and she loves you. Please, Katie, I'm begging you, marry me for Alice's sake. Katie was torn. She loved Alice, and could understand why Ray wanted to do this. She too didn't want her to suffer any longer than she had to, but marriage to her was not something to be taken lightly. All right, I'll do it for Alice, and you can keep your money. Also, just because we'll be married, that doesn't mean we'll be having sex. To put it in your words, it's never going to happen. Ray took a small box out of his back pocket and hands it to her. When she opens it, finds a beautiful diamond engagement ring. It's beautiful, but kind of expensive for a fake marriage. You didn't have to get one at all. Have to make it look real. Alice would expect you to have one. Let's go home and tell her and Jimmy. Of course, Alice was thrilled. Her little face lit up. Yes, I knew it. I knew you and Katie would fall in love. Jimmy gave them both a disapproving look. Alice hugged Ray, then Katie. I love you, Katie. I'm so glad you're going to be my mom. My real mommy is in heaven, but when you and Daddy marry, can I call you Mom? Katie looked at Ray, and all he did was shrugged his shoulders. I would love that very much as long as it's okay with your father. Is it, Daddy? Sure, baby. If that's what you want, it's okay with me. After she left the room, Jimmy turned to the pair. What are you two playing at? You ain't spoken to each other in days, and now you're getting married. Ray snapped back. I know it's what Alice wants. I only want to make her happy. It's our business, Jimmy, not yours. So stay out of it. I've got some horses to tend to. He stormed out without a word to Katie. I'm sorry you don't approve, Jimmy, but we are doing it for Alice, Katie said, trying to avoid the stare she was getting from the older woman. Jimmy went over and put her hand under Katie's chin, looking her in the eye. I know you are my child, but what about you? This won't end well. I'm afraid you're going to end up getting hurt. I'll be okay, it won't be forever, she said, her eyes filling with tears. Alice was excited about the engagement. Only a few knew the truth. They decided to throw a small party and would tell everyone about the wedding. Ray and Katie stood together as they greeted the guest. The women were jealous and fawning over the ring, and the men were slapping Ray on the back and saying things like, "You lucky dog," or "I knew there was something going on between you two." The women were asking her all kinds of questions. When's the wedding? What will you be wearing? And has she slept with Ray yet? It was becoming too much for her, so she excused herself and went into the stable to see Cosmo. She was still there when Ray found her. I've been looking all over for you. We have to set a date, people are asking. He could tell she was upset and didn't blame her. Tell them it's going to be a long engagement, she said as she stroked Cosmo. Can't do that. Around here, once you announce you're getting married, it's expected to take place within weeks. Her head snapped up, and she stared wide-eyed at him. Weeks? No, that's too soon. Katie, we don't know how much time Alice has left. It has to be now. Take my hand, and we'll go out and announce the date. They walked back outside, her hand in his. She felt lightheaded and always thought that when she married it would be for love. Chapter 17. Okay, everyone, Ray shouted to get their attention. Katie and I are getting married in 3 weeks' time. Here on the ranch, nothing fancy, and we want you all to come. Someone shouted out for them to kiss, and the others joined in chanting, "Kiss, kiss." Ray looked down at her, and putting his arm around her waist pulled her close. The other hand, cupping the back of her head, drew her in and gave her a long and deep kiss. She pulled away and walked into the house with Ray following right behind. What's wrong with you? Why did you walk away?
I don't know if I can go through with this, all the lies. And Ray, those people are so happy for us. If they only knew the truth.
You agreed to do this. You saw how happy this has made Alice. If you back out now, it will crush her. Ray put his hands on her shoulders, his thumbs gently caressing her skin. I promise to be a good husband. I don't expect you to be in my bed, and I won't touch you. Now please come back outside. She did go back out with him, and though she felt sad, put a smile on her face and mingled with the guests. Later, after she had put Alice to bed, she did not go back out. Instead went to her room and watched from the bedroom window. She saw Ray laughing with his buddies. He didn't seem to care where she had gotten to. Then she saw a woman flirting with him, and he was flirting back and felt a pang of jealousy. Katie knew she had no right to be jealous. It wasn't like they were marrying for love, so he could do what he wanted. Ray saw Katie watching from upstairs. A part of him wanted her to be jealous, so when Jean started flirting, he returned the favor. He couldn't stop thinking about Katie, though, wishing she were by his side. Wanted to feel her small, soft hand in his large one, fingers entwined, so instead, he started drinking more than he normally would. His mind was in torment. He wanted so much to let go of his fears, ones he had never shared with anyone, to love again. Katie was who he wanted, but he couldn't afford mentally or physically to take that chance. When the party ended, he went upstairs, but instead of going to his room, he entered Katie's room. Katie, are you awake? Yes, she answered. What do you want? As soon as he sat on the edge of the bed, she could smell the booze on him. Oh my God, you're drunk. Maybe a little, he said, slurring his words. I missed you. Why didn't you come back out? Oh, please, she scoffed. You were too busy flirting with all the women to miss me. His smile was lopsided when he looked back at her. So you were keeping an eye on me. Were you getting jealous? Go to bed, Ray. You need to sleep it off, she said, rolling her eyes. Before she could stop him, he laid down on her bed and passed out. Ray, wake up. You can't stay in here. Katie tried everything to wake him. She shook him and pushed, but nothing worked. Oh, bloody hell, she swore. Fine, stay here. I'll go and sleep in your room. So she ended up sleeping in Ray's bed. And when morning came, she was shocked to find Ray in bed with her. She let out a scream, waking him. Jumping to a sitting position, he looked around. What? What's wrong? What do you think is wrong? You're in my bed, she screeched. This is my room, so you're in bed with me. Why is that? He asked with a smirk on his face. You moron, you stumbled drunk into my room and passed out on my bed. I couldn't wake you, so I came in here to sleep. Ray laid back down and reached for her. Since you're here, why don't we practice for the honeymoon? Pulling her down, attempts to kiss her. Let go of me, you horny beast. Squirming out of his firm grip, picked up a pillow and threw it at him as she stormed out of the room, cursing him. Finding the whole thing funny, he started laughing and thinking to himself how cute she looks when she's angry. At the breakfast table, Ray gave her a kiss on the cheek before sitting down. Did you sleep well, my love? Not really, but I gather you did. Or did you pass out? She said bitterly. Oh, sweetheart, I was celebrating. It's not every day I announce I'm getting married. Surely you don't begrudge me a few beers. Alice was amused with the way the two were carrying on. They were starting to sound like an old married couple, and it put a smile on her face. Ray took her hand in his and said they were going out to do chores. Once outside, she removed her hand. You can let go of me now, she muttered. Lighten up, Katie. Would it kill you to act like you're happy? You listen to me, Ray Marshall. Since this is going to be a fake marriage, just remember this. We will not be sharing a bed or bodies. Don't ever get into bed with me again. Damn, you're so SXY when you're mad, he said, winking at her. Oh, you're impossible. Do the chores yourself. She turned and started walking away. Hey, where do you think you're going? Ray barked at her. Later that day, she returned with a dress and handed him the bill for it. He almost choked on his drink. Wow, that's a lot of money for one dress. Well, let me see what I'm paying for. No, Daddy, don't you know it's bad luck to see the dress before the wedding? She looks at Katie. But I can see it, can't I? Yes, honey, you can. Come with me and I'll show you. Jimmy looked at the bill, starts laughing, and looks at Ray. And what do you find so funny? He asks. Ray, my boy, this is only for half the outfit. There are still the shoes, the hair, the accessories, and the flowers. This is just the beginning. The next day, Katie took Alice shopping for her outfit and once again handed Ray the bill. Go put it on, sweetie, so you can show your daddy. When Alice left the room, he looked at the bill, then at Katie. Are you crazy? It's not that I can't afford it, but aren't you going a little overboard? He stopped complaining when Alice re-entered the room. There was his baby wearing a cream-colored dress with matching shoes and a flower headpiece on top of her head. And she looked like an angel. The smile on her face was priceless, he thought. Do you like it, Daddy? Am I pretty? Come here, Alice. He holds out his arms. I love it. You look so beautiful, so much like your mother. Ray looked at Katie with admiration. Thank you. She looks so beautiful. You've made her happy. It was so worth the money you spent. His lips curled up in a smile. Well, what I spent. Katie was touched by the scene between father and daughter, and it brought a tear to her eyes. Okay, sweetheart, go take it off now. I'll be up in a couple of minutes. Alice hugged her. Thank you, Katie. I love my dress, and I love you too. You're welcome, honey, and I love you too. Ray sat back watching them. It was so obvious how much the two had bonded and loved each other. Alice had been lacking in a mother figure, and Katie, in the short time she's been here, has fulfilled that. He wasn't sure how he felt about it. A part of him was happy, another small part sad and a tad jealous. As their wedding day got closer, Katie was becoming anxious. She didn't know if she was going to be able to go through with it. But then whenever she looked into the smiling face of Alice, she knew it was the right thing to do. She also knew how dangerous it was for her, since she was starting to have some deep feelings for Ray. It was more than sexual feelings, it was love. She had fallen deeply in love with a man who had made it clear he wouldn't ever fall in love, and only wanted her as his wife short term. Just being near him, she felt the sparks between them that sent a wave of desire coursing through her entire body. She could still feel the way it felt when he kissed her and ran his hand up her leg and inside her panties, the way his fingers traced her inner thighs, making her wet. They had come so close to making love the night of the fair, but Ray had stopped, leaving her wanting more, wanting him. She shakes her head to clear it. She had to stop thinking about it. Bo and Sue had arranged a small party for them at Mike's bar, a final get-together before the wedding. There was a woman there named Sandy who dragged Ray up onto the dance floor and kept rubbing up against him, kissing his cheek. Seeing Katie watching, thought it would be fun to see how she would react, wondering if she would get jealous, so he didn't try to stop Sandy. Yes, Katie was watching and getting madder by the minute. Not being able to stand it any longer, stormed over and yanked Sandy away from Ray. Ray, what the hell do you think you're doing? He thought it was funny till he saw the look on her face and mentally slapped himself. He remembered when she told him how she had been cheated on and how crushed she was, and he felt like a heel. I'm so sorry, Katie. I was just wanting to see what you would do. I thought it would be funny, but I was wrong. He pulled her into his arms and started dancing. She started sniffing and her eyes glazed over with tears. This may not be a real marriage, Ray, but if I'm to play the part of a wife, then you also have to behave like a man in love and about to be married. Don't humiliate me in front of all these people. You're right, and I will be. Everyone is watching us, so I'm going to kiss you, only to show them we've made up. Taking her face in his hands, leans down and gives her a long and passionate kiss. Closing her eyes, she soon got lost in that kiss. It felt so good and didn't want it to end, but sadly it did. He looked down at her smiling as her eyes fluttered open. It's late. We should go home and get some sleep. Tomorrow is the big day, and we want to be well rested. At home, he offered her a beer. Accepting it, she glanced at him and then away. Are you sure you want to go through with this, Ray? We have to. Are you afraid of what will happen after we're married? Do you think I'll expect you to perform your wifely duties in bed? No, I don't. As we discussed, it's a marriage in name only, no sex. As she spoke these words, wondered if she would be able to resist him if he changed his mind. That's fine with me. It's the last thing I want. Taking her in his arms, he gave her another long kiss. Till tomorrow, sleep well. Smirking, he left the room. How was she supposed to sleep now with the feel of his lips still warm on hers? Her body was aflame with heated desire. Damn him, she swore to herself. He knew what he was doing, playing with her emotions this way. Chapter 18. Morning rolled around, and after breakfast they all got ready. Alice chattered happily while Katie and Ray sat quietly, stealing glances at one another when they didn't think the other one was watching. Sue came early to help Katie and Alice get ready. The place was humming with people setting up tents and others preparing the food. Flowers were arranged and the champagne was chilling. Alice, all dressed and excited, went ahead downstairs to see her father, while Katie finished getting ready. Katie was a bundle of nerves as she sat doing her makeup before putting on her dress. She was about to marry a man she barely knew. She knew he could be a real jerk at times, but she also knew underneath his crude and harsh ways laid a man with a heart of gold, if only he'd give himself a chance to be happy. She honestly feared for how he would handle it when Alice's time came. Hell, she could say the same for herself. "Katie, you ready?" Sue's voice rang out from the other side of the door before she entered, stopping dead in her tracks when she saw the bride. "Sweet Jesus, look at you." Katie turned to look in the mirror, fear sweeping through her. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, darling. It's just that you look absolutely beautiful, like one of those models in a magazine," Sue said as she admired Katie. Her dress was long, white satin with pink ribbons around the waist. Strapless, and she wore a flower headpiece on her head, matching the one Alice was wearing. Her long blonde hair cascaded down her back and shoulders. "Ray is going to go out of his mind when he sees you," she exclaimed. Alice, being the flower girl, walked down the aisle, first tossing pink rose petals along the way as she walked toward Ray and the minister. His eyes filled with tears when he saw his angel walking towards him, her eyes sparkling with joy and a smile on her face. She looked so mature and beautiful for her age, and the very thought that he would not be walking her down the aisle on her wedding day ripped through his heart, causing an unbearable ache. Then he saw her, Katie, on Beau's arm as they made their way towards him. He felt as though someone had knocked the breath out of him and was having trouble breathing. She was literally the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, and no matter what the circumstance, she was about to be his wife. Tiny beads of sweat formed on his face, and it wasn't from the sun beating down on him. It was the fact that they would be married, and he wasn't sure if he could keep his promise to her about the no SX1. Katie saw Ray standing there in a dark suit and tie, and her stomach felt as though there were dozens of butterflies dancing around. He was drop-dead gorgeous. She had never seen him in anything but jeans and his big old cowboy hat. Didn't even think he owned a suit. When they reached the altar, her hand shook when Ray took it in his own hand. Katie lowered her eyes so that he wouldn't see her tearing up. The minister said his part, and when he pronounced them man and wife, telling him he could now kiss his bride, Ray placed one hand around her waist, pulling her close, and the other hand, cupping the back of her neck, brought his lips to hers. The kiss was short and sweet, not the hot and passionate one that everyone was expecting, but it still sent shivers through her as his lips pressed lightly onto her lips. They were then surrounded by friends and neighbors, all wishing them well. The champagne was popped and the music began. Ray and Katie had the first dance as the others looked on. He held her close and his thoughts drifted. "Maybe this could work between us. We both are sexually attracted to each other. Who knows what can happen between us now?" He smiled down at the woman in his arms. A strange feeling washed over him. She was his wife, and it felt good. It felt right. "Katie Marshall, have I told you how beautiful you look?" Her eyes met his, and her smile warmed his heart. "No, you haven't," she replied. "Well, you are, and I just wanted you to know that." God, he felt like a teenager at that moment, the way he was sweating and stammering his words. He wanted to say more, but she was snatched from his arms by one of the guests who twirled her around. So seeing Alice, he went over and lifted her up and started dancing. It was a simple wedding with food laid out on the tables for people to eat whenever they wanted it. Alice was with Dan, so Ray grabbed a beer and sat watching Katie dance with Derek. Seeing another man with his arm around her irritated him, which was insane. He had no right to feel whatever it was he was feeling, he thought. We're not a real married couple. Yet he still couldn't stop the twinge of jealousy that had his blood heating up. It was Alice's bedtime, so both Ray and Katie took her up and tucked her in. "Night, Daddy," she said as she gave him a kiss goodnight, then turned to Katie. "Night, Mommy, I love you." Hearing Alice calling her mom, she shed a tear as she held the child in her arms. Alice was asleep within minutes, tired from the day's event, so Ray and Katie slipped out, stopping by the door to look back at her. "She's so happy, and that's because of you, Katie," he said as he touched her cheek with the tips of his fingers. Clearing his throat nervously suggested they go back to the party. The party was still in full swing. They danced, drank more champagne. At one point, Katie went over to Ray and started undoing his tie. "Why, Mrs. Marshall, are you trying to seduce me right here in front of all these people?" The alcohol was going straight to her head, and she giggled. "No, all night you've been running your finger through your collar and yanking on the tie. I'm only removing it so that you'll be more comfortable." She rested her hands on his chest. The feel of his hard, muscular chest through his shirt felt warm beneath her hand. He took one of her hands and, turning the palm upwards, kissed it, sending a jolt of electricity right through her down to her inner core. But wouldn't you know it, a guest had to interrupt them by dragging Ray away for a dance. The speeches began, and when it was Dan's turn, he handed Ray hotel reservations for a weekend getaway. "We heard you weren't going on a honeymoon, so we got together, and this is our gift to you and Katie. Meals and a play included. Also, a limousine will take you there and bring you back." Ray and Katie were shocked. They didn't want anything, much less a weekend alone together. Ray stood up and faced the crowd. "This is really nice, but we can't leave Alice alone for a whole weekend." "Yes, you can," Bo shouted out. "Sue and I will stay here with Alice and Jimmy. No excuses, you're going. We already packed your bags and put them in the limo. It's ready to go when you are." Ray leaned down and whispered in Katie's ear, "I'm sorry about this. Guess we have no choice but to go." An hour later, when they were getting ready to leave, Katie came out of the bathroom and heard Ray and Dan talking in the kitchen. Her name was mentioned, so she hid behind the door, curious as to what they were saying about her. Ray sounded angry.
"Damn it, Dan. Why didn't you stop them from doing this? I don't want to spend a weekend alone with Katie."
"Come on, Ray. It's only a couple of days. Besides, it was Alice's idea for you two to go somewhere." Katie could hear him pacing back and forth. She heard the irritation in his voice. "What am I supposed to do with her for 2 days?"
Dan snickered. "Well, she is your wife now, and I can think of a few things you could do."
"This isn't funny, Dan. I don't want to be with her," he cursed. Katie leaned against the wall, heartbroken. His words cut her deeply, and she felt like crying, but then anger took over. Well, screw him. What could have been a nice weekend would now be a long and tense one. In the limo, he saw how her mood had changed. Her happy demur was now replaced with anger and disapproval. And when he sat beside her, she moved to the other seat, across from him. His own anger rose. There was champagne in the limo, so he poured them each a glass and handed one to her. Raising his glass, he gave her an icy stare and more or less hissed, "To us, may this weekend be filled with fun and lots of wild hot sex." She gave him a dirty look and set her glass down. Her voice was as icy as her stare was. "I don't think so. I agreed to marry you, but no sex." Ray had no idea what had changed her from the smiling, happy bride to this angry, bitter woman that sat before him. "Oh, my beautiful bride, you really going to play hard to get?" he said as he downed his champagne in one swallow.
"I'm not playing, Ray."
"You're starting to talk nonsense. It must be all that champagne you're drinking." Laying his glass down, he picked up her glass and finished it off. His eyes roamed over her petite body back to her face, and felt the stirring of desire flare up, wondering how in the world was he going to keep his hands off her. Arriving at the hotel and shown to their room, she looked around. It was the honeymoon suite, and of course, it only had one bed. Looking over at Ray and seeing the grin on his face, shook her head at him. "You can wipe that grin off your face. If you think for 1 minute that you will be sleeping in this bed with me, think again."
"And where would you have me sleep?"
he asked, removing his tie and jacket. "The floor, or on the balcony for all I care," she snapped. Placing her suitcase on the bed, she rooted through it for her nightgown. "Oh damn that Sue," she cried out. "What's wrong?" Ray asked, looking her way. "These are not my nightgowns," she whined.
He walked over, and before she could stop him, he pulled one out and held it up. It was short, black and see-through. "I like this one. Put it on."
"Over your dead body," she angrily snapped as she grabbed the lingerie out of his hand. "Fine, wear nothing. That would save me the trouble of taking off whatever you have on," he said, giving her a wink. "Just keep your hands to yourself, Ray Marshall." She walks over to his suitcase and pulls one of his shirts out.
"What are you going to do with that?"
he asks. "I'm wearing it to bed. It's longer and you can't see through it." Chapter 19. 20 minutes later, Katie returned to the room after taking a shower, dressed in Ray's shirt. He felt his temperature rising, his body heating up. To him, there was nothing easier than a woman wearing nothing but a man's shirt. When Katie saw Ray lying in the bed, she not only became angry, but also a small part of her was a little turned on. How could she not be? His tanned, muscular body glistened against the white satin sheets, and that smile of his could melt the coldest of hearts. But she wouldn't let that sway her. "What are you doing in that bed? You can't sleep there," she snapped. Leaning back with his hands behind his head, he kept smiling at her as his eyes roamed over her body, moving slowly up and down. "I'm not sleeping on the floor. You can if you want to." He continued, boldly staring at her. "God, you look so damn hot wearing my shirt." "Shut the hell up, Ray," she said as she rolled her eyes at him. Moving the bed covers aside, he pats the spot next to him on the bed. "Come on, get into bed. It's plenty big enough for both of us." Walking over and getting into bed, she gave him a look that would have most men running for the hills. But not Ray. He rather liked her evil eyes, the way her forehead crinkled up when she gave him that death stare of hers. "Just stay on your own side of the bed," she hissed through clenched teeth. They both slept with their backs to one another, and having too much champagne were both asleep before too long. Through the night they ended up laying close together, facing each other, and when Ray opened his eyes he noticed that a couple of her buttons had come undone, so thinking he would be a gentleman thought he should do them up. As he was about to do up the first one, she opened her eyes. His fingers on the button stopped, frozen as he looked at her lips, her mouth slightly parted. He remembered how they tasted when he had last kissed them, and wanted to kiss them again, so he lowered his head with the intention of doing just that. But Katie held him back with her hand on his chest. "Ray, don't," she said, her hand trembling from touching him. She knew he was going to kiss her, and as much as she wanted him to, she just couldn't get his cruel words out of her head. Ray saw her eyes tearing up, and it tugged at his heartstrings. "I can't stop, Katie. I want to kiss you. I need to kiss you." "You don't even want to be here with me. I heard what you said to Dan," she sobbed. He still had his hand on her shirt, and she could feel the heat from his fingers. "Shit," he cursed. "I'm sorry you heard that. The truth is I was afraid of being alone with you, not that I didn't want to be."
"Afraid of what?"
she asked, her eyes searching his for answers. "Of this, of being with you and wanting to kiss you, to touch you. I don't want to hurt you."
"I want you to kiss me, Ray."
She placed her hand behind his head and pulled him down, her lips pressed against his. That was all it took for Ray to lose all control. His mouth crushed hers, with a hunger that was unlike any he had ever felt before he devoured her mouth. Slipping his tongue between her lips, he explored the inside of her mouth, tickling her tongue, running along her teeth. When he heard the strangled moan coming from the back of her throat, he hardened, his member straining inside his briefs. As he continued the assault on her lips, his fingers worked on the buttons. When the last one was opened, his hand gripped her breast gently, caressing, thumb flicking over the nipple, making them hard and erect. Regretfully, he tore away from her mouth. Taking her breast in his mouth, he sucked and licked while he felt Katie squirming and moaning. He then slid his hand down her stomach and, reaching the top of her panties, moved inside, going lower. cupping her between her thighs, move one finger inside between her wet folds, going deeper, stroking slowly, then speeding up. She knew she was about to peak. Letting out a scream, her body shook. It was like fireworks going off when she felt the first wave of orgasm hit. He felt like a man possessed, moving from one breast to the other, his hand touching the very place he wanted to be in. He had waited so long for this moment, even though he had tried to convince himself and Katie that he didn't. Now there was no turning back, but he wasn't going to blow it. First, he would satisfy her, send her to a whole new level of sexual fulfillment. Ray slid her panties down, smiling to himself when she helped him remove them by wiggling and lifting her legs up. He could feel her hands running through his hair as he moved his mouth down lower, kissing along the way, stopping to give little love bites that he knew for sure would leave marks. But judging from the way she moaned and called out his name, he knew she was liking it. Pushing her legs apart brought his mouth to her already dripping folds. His tongue moved in and out, moving from side to side and grazing her slick, plump folds with his teeth. Her screams rang loud in his ears when she had another orgasm. Ray moved back up Katie's quivering body, his lips tasting every inch of her along the way. Hovering over her, he leaned down, his kiss passionate. Then he looked at her. "I want to get inside you, to feel you wrapped around me. But if you want me to stop, then tell me now." Katie's whole body quivered, trembling with anticipation of what was about to happen. She reached down and took his hard, throbbing erection in her hand and moved up and down slowly, letting him know she wanted him as much as he wanted her. "Make love to me, Ray, now before I go out of my mind." When she opened her legs, he entered her slowly, giving her time to adjust to his size. Once in, he began pumping faster, going deeper. When she wrapped her legs around him, he felt her clamping down on him, heightening his pleasure as she squeezed him. Raising her hips so that he could hit the very core of her, he knew they were about to erupt. He wanted to keep going, but his self-control was gone. Their bodies slapped together as he rode her hard and fast, sweat drenching both of them. He groaned loudly and collapsed on top of her when her last orgasm ended, his heart beating like a drum in his chest, tremors coursing through him. As he lay there, he placed his mouth on her neck, scattering feather-like kisses along the way. Katie held onto Ray, her body still throbbing. The feel of his rock-hard body on hers warmed her right through. Never had she ever experienced such erotic sexual fulfillment. His lovemaking was intense, passionate. He made her feel like a real woman, one that was worth the effort, thinking of her pleasure instead of his own. The sexual tension had been building between them for weeks, and now they had given in, even though they both said it was never going to happen. But when she woke to find him practically on top of her, his scent and that body of his, she forgot everything except the fact that she wanted him. Her body aching for his touch, his mouth, and her inner core wanted him inside her. Ray closed his eyes and pulled her close, her body still warm from the aftermath of their lovemaking. He knew making love to her was going to be great, but he was not expecting it to be this amazing. She was so yielding, warm, and the way she made him feel, well, there were no words to describe it. Now she lay there with her head on his chest, and her fingers caressing him. He felt happy for the first time in years. Should he feel guilty about making love to her? He never meant for it to happen. But as he looked down at Katie, who had fallen asleep in his arms, he thought, what the hell, we are married. Fake marriage or not, it still felt like it was meant to be. Katie woke with a smile on her face as she stretched, her one hand going to Ray's side of the bed. It was empty. Her eyes popped open, and turning her head, she saw he was gone. Had she dreamt the whole thing? Then she heard the water running in the shower. Wrapping the sheet around her, slipped out of bed and walked swiftly to the bathroom. There she stood watching him lather himself with the soap. He hadn't heard her enter, but smiled as he turned around. Seeing Katie, he slid the glass shower door open and held his hand out for her to take. Dropping the sheet from her body, took his hand and stepped inside. She gasped when he pulled her against him, pinning her up against the shower wall. His lips hungrily took hers in a wild fit of passion and desire. She felt his member pressing against her, and he lifted her legs up, wrapping them around his waist. His breathing ragged as his mouth moved to her neck, nibbling lightly. She let out a moan when she felt him enter her, his thrust hard. Clinging to him, he took her quickly, pumping harder and faster as he held her up against the wall. His own moans rang loud in her ears when he had finished, holding her up till his breathing slowed down, and then he set her down. "God, you are one hot little beauty," he whispered against her mouth when he kissed her. Reaching for the towels, he wrapped one around her before covering himself with the other. Instinctively, she moved closer, putting her arms around his neck as she pressed into him and felt him getting hard again. She had no time to utter a word as he scooped her up and carried her back to the bed, where he tore off their towels and laid her down, getting on top, his mouth seeking hers. Then the loud ringing of the phone on the nightstand ended the passionate kiss between them as they both turned their heads. Looking at the phone, a feeling of dread washed over them. Ray moved. Reaching for it, puts it to his ear. Chapter 20. Ray sat up to answer the phone. Katie could tell from the sound of his voice and the words spoken on his part. It had to do with Alice. Moving up into a sitting position and covering herself with the bed sheet, she listened. "You should have called me right away. I don't care what time it was. We're heading home now." Ray slammed the phone down and, getting up, pulled on the pants that were carelessly tossed on the floor from the night before, his back to her. "Ray, what is it? Is something wrong with Alice?" Without looking at Katie, he snapped. "She was sick, threw up. Get dressed. We're going home now." "Christ, Ray, is she okay?" Katie was starting to panic. "Sue says she fine. Must have been something she ate." He then sat down and put on his socks when Katie moved closer, putting her arms around his waist. He tensed up when she did that, and he roughly removed her arms from his waist. Katie right away felt the coldness and was hurt. "Ray," she said with a low murmur, her voice catching in her throat. She knew right then that things were going back to how they were before he made love to her. A sense of loss filled her heart. Ray stood and turned to look at her. "We should never have left her. Instead of being with her, I was here fucking you. I forgot about Alice." Katie couldn't believe the way he was talking to her. He couldn't have hurt her more if he had taken a knife and twisted it in her back. "Is that all it was to you? Just fucking me?" At that moment, she felt her life shattering and her heart breaking. He was so cold-hearted. How could she have fallen for such a man? Ray looked at the woman he had just made love to and knew he had hurt her. What he said to her was cruel, and hated himself for it. Also hated himself for having forgotten about Alice, for not giving her a second thought since yesterday. How could he do that? The only thing he had on his mind was making love to Katie. His promise to himself about only being with Alice and thinking about her he had broken. And if she had died while he was having sex, he would never be able to forgive himself. No, he had to stay away from Katie. Before heading into the bathroom, she stopped in front of Ray. "You made love to me. You were so loving, and it was perfect. Now you're treating me like some hooker you picked up for the night," she said, close to tears. "What happened shouldn't have. The sex was great, but that's all it was. Go get dressed. We're leaving." He then turned away from her, knowing again he was being cruel and breaking her heart. He figured it was better this way, that she should hate him. It would make it so much easier when the time came and she had to leave. "You bastard," she yelled. "I hate you." She dashed to the bathroom and took another shower, trying to wash the feel of him off her skin. As hard as she tried, it wasn't working. She couldn't stop the tears from flowing as she sank to the floor, crying as the water washed over her. The ride home was awkward. She refused to eat or have a conversation with him. But Ray knew they had to talk before they reached the ranch. "I'm sorry I hurt you. When we get home, we can't have Alice getting suspicious. We have to make her think we are happy and in love. Can you do that?" he asked. Still no response, he snapped. "Damn it, will you say something?" That request he would soon regret. She glared at him through swollen eyes. "When you put your hands on me, Ray, What did you think was going to happen? You used me for SX. If you needed it so bad, why didn't you just find someone else to give it to you? God, I hate you. Ray couldn't help getting angry and lashed out. It's not that I needed it, but you looked so damn hot in my shirt. Your buttons were open, and when I saw those beautiful breasts of yours, I couldn't help myself. I had to touch them. And it was you that pressed into me and started kissing. Don't you dare turn this around on me. I was asleep, she hissed at him. Ray laughed. Not for long you weren't, he replied. Don't worry, Ray. I'll play my part in this joke of a marriage, but don't ever touch me again. The rest of the drive home was done in complete silence. Alice came out to greet them when they pulled into the driveway. She was more pale than usual, but in good spirits. Ray picked her up, giving her a big kiss and hug. Katie and I missed you so much, and when we heard you weren't feeling well, we just had to come back home. Alice gave Katie her hug and kiss and called her mommy as she took her hand, and they went inside, leaving Ray and Bo talking. Bo shook Ray's hand. I'm surprised that you two are back so early. Is everything okay? I mean, she didn't look happy.
We had a fight.
Nothing I want to talk about, though. We were worried about Alice, and I thought we should come back. How is she? She's not been eating, and I think Alice was missing you both, which probably gave her an upset stomach. But now that you're back, she'll perk up. She already looks better. They all sat around the kitchen table. Jimmy had made pancakes and bacon and brewed a fresh pot of coffee. Alice being the inquisitive child that she was asked what people do on a honeymoon. Then she wanted to know if that was where babies were made. Katie almost choked on her coffee when Alice asked that. Clearing her throat, she stood up and announced she was going to her room to unpack. Alice grinned and in her excitement shouted out,
We moved your things into Daddy's room.
Katie could feel the blood draining from her face. She wasn't planning on sharing a room with Ray, much less a bed. I was going to stay in my own room, she stammered.
Alice started to giggle and gave Katie a funny look.
Everyone knows a mommy and daddy sleep in the same room. Katie didn't know what to say, and an awkward silence filled the room until Ray stood up and smiled at her. Come now, my love. I promise not to snore if you promise not to hog all the covers. I'll carry our bags upstairs. She followed quietly behind him. That was till they got to his room, where she voiced her disapproval. We can't sleep in the same room. I won't allow it. You'll have to find somewhere else to sleep. We will be sleeping here together. For now, Ray barked. I won't have Alice walk in and discover we aren't together. By the way, I sleep on the right side. As he walked out, she picked up a pillow and threw it, hitting him in the back. He stopped, turned to look at her, and he smiled. You'll have to find something harder than that if you want to hurt me. She showered and put on a fresh pair of jeans and a shirt. Pulling on her boots, went outside to see Cosmo. Bo and Sue had left. Alice was helping Jimmy make cookies and Ray was around somewhere. Patting Cosmo, she turned her head when she heard a car pulling up the driveway. She couldn't believe who she saw stepping out of a brand new black BMW. It was Jefferson, the man she left standing at the altar. He was tall with sandy blonde hair, wearing an expensive three-piece suit. She had to admit he looked good standing there in a pair of dark shades as she walked over to him. Jefferson, what are you doing here? She asked, swallowing the egg-sized lump in her throat. All the hurt and pain she suffered because of him came flooding back. He pulled her into his arms and planted a kiss on her lips before she could protest. She quickly pulled away and put some distance between them. Kitten, I've been looking for you, he replied as his eyes scanned her body, not exactly pleased with what she was wearing. He liked his women in dresses and heels. This new look she was sporting did not appeal to his taste. She cringed at hearing him call her kitten. It had always been his nickname for her, one she never particularly liked and only put up with it for him. How did you find me? It wasn't easy. No one knew where you had gotten to, or they didn't want to tell me. I finally had to hire a private detective to track you down. He told me about the girl and that you took a job caring for her. You shouldn't have come. I'm married now, so go home, Jefferson. His eyes went to Katie's hand, and seeing the wedding rings on her finger cursed. Fuck, Katie, you married the kid's father. Don't you know what a mistake that was? What I do or don't do is none of your business, she snapped at him. He grabbed her by the shoulders and wouldn't let go. I'm here to take you back with me. We had a good thing once. We can have it again. Give me a chance to prove it to you. Just then Alice came out of the house and over to Katie. Jefferson immediately dropped his hands from her shoulders. Who's this mommy? She asked, her eyes looking him over and deciding right away that she didn't like him. He looked from Alice to Katie and raising an eyebrow muttered, Mommy. Honey, this is an old friend of mine. Say hi to Jefferson. Alice immediately went and hid behind Katie. This was strange behavior for the child. She was always so friendly to everyone, even strangers. Go away. I don't want you here, and neither will my daddy. Don't be rude, Alice, Katie scolded her. Now go inside. I'll be right in. Jefferson shook his head. That little girl sure doesn't like me. It was a long drive, Katie. Could I bother you for a cold drink? Of course, come inside, she said, showing him the way. Jimmy greeted him in her usual friendly and Christian way. She made iced tea for him and Katie, taking Alice out of the room so that the two could talk. Chapter 21. They sat at the table with their beverage and coffee cake that Jimmy had freshly baked, and she fussed over him till she walked out. Katie knew what a charmer Jefferson could be. It hadn't taken him long to get her maid of honor into bed. For months he had been sleeping around behind her back. Katie, Jefferson said as he looked across the table at her, I understand you wanting to help that girl, but why marry the father? You're a nurse and a damn good one. You're wasting your talents out here in the sticks. Come back to the hospital and to me. Jefferson took her hand in his just as Ray walked in. Katie withdrew her hand quickly, but not before Ray had seen it. Ray stormed over to the table and glared angrily at the man and all but growled. Who the hell are you, and why were you holding my wife's hand? He couldn't help the feeling of jealousy that coursed through his veins like a raging river. Jefferson stood and faced Ray. The two men were the same height, though Ray was more muscular. Your wife, Jefferson scoffed. Just how long do you think that will be for? If I have my way, it won't be for long. Katie, sensing a fight about to break out, stood up and got between them. Ray, this is Jefferson Sanford. His eyes, still locked on the other man's eyes, hissed, directing his reply to Katie. So this is the man who cheated on you with your friend. What the hell do you want with her? He asked, looking at Jefferson. Ray, don't be so rude, she snapped at him. No, it's all right, Katie. Jefferson put his hand on her arm, which Ray swiped off. I like a man who gets right to the point. They stood eye to eye. I'm here to talk Katie into coming back with me. She belongs in the city and with me. Ray wanted nothing more than to send the arrogant prick flat on his back, but Alice was in the house. Sorry you wasted your time, pal. Katie is my wife, and she's not going anywhere with you. Are you, honey? Ray's right, Jefferson. This is my home now. Oh, Katie, think about what you're doing. Are you really happy here, and with this man? He asked as he jerked his head toward Ray. She knew Ray was getting angrier by the way he ran his hand through his hair. I think it's time for you to leave, she told Jefferson. Okay, kitten, I'll go. He smiled when he saw the look on Ray's face at the mention of his nickname for her. Can you tell me where I can find a place to stay the night and get a hot meal? Jimmy walked in and, only hearing the last part of the conversion, offered him a place. You'll stay here tonight. Lord knows we have the room. She ignored the angry stare Ray was giving her. He looked over at Katie. What do you think, honey? Should we give him a room for the night? He can have your old room since it's already made up. During dinner, Alice stared at Jefferson. She did not like him. She thought he had mean eyes and a fake smile, and hated the way he kept looking at Katie. Jimmy and Jefferson did most of the talking. "How is it you know our Katie?" Jimmy asked. He winked at Katie. "We worked at the same hospital, and when I saw her just knew she was the woman I've been looking for. But it wasn't meant to be, I guess." Ray made grunting noises, wanting desperately to say something, but seeing the looks he was getting from the two women bit his tongue and kept quiet. Later, when Alice was tucked in and fast asleep, the three of them went and sat on the front porch with a beer in hand. Ray sat with his arm around Katie to prove a point to Jefferson and listened to the two as they talked about the hospital and people they knew. Ray disliked this man with a passion. "Tell me something. Why does a man who's about to marry a beautiful woman sleep with her friend?" Katie was appalled at his bluntness. "Ray, stop it." "What? I just want to know why he would do it," saying as he gave her arm a light squeeze. Jefferson was not a man who liked being called out on things. His eyes narrowed and turned dark as he glared at Ray. "I made a mistake, one that cost me the woman I love. I only wish I had found her sooner, then she wouldn't be married to you." "That was some mistake, wasn't it? Lasted months," Ray hissed back. God, he wanted so badly to punch the jerk in the mouth, but instead grabbed Katie's hand, pulling her to her feet. With a wicked grin, looked back at Jefferson. "If you'll excuse us, we only just got back from our honeymoon. We're going to bed. Make yourself at home." Katie was tired, and all she wanted to do was go to bed. She had planned on sneaking in and out of her own room without Alice knowing. But thanks to Ray, that option was no longer available. Having tossed a pillow and blanket on the small sofa, climbed into Ray's bed. He came from the bathroom wearing a towel around his waist, and when he dropped it, her face turned crimson red when she saw he had nothing on underneath it. And then as he started getting into bed, she yelped, "What do you think you are doing? I put a pillow and blanket on the sofa for you." "I'm going to bed. What do you think I'm doing?" "I don't want you in this bed with me. And for crying out loud, can't you put something on?" "I've told you before, I'm not sleeping on no floor or sofa. I like sleeping in the nude. Try it. Take off that damn thing you're wearing. It's something my grandmother would wear." "No, I will not. And what I wear to bed is no concern of yours. And stay on that side of the bed if you know what's good for you," she snapped, putting one of the pillows between them. Ray lay on his back looking up at the ceiling. "Why would you want to marry the likes of that man? He's a stuffed shirt and a major creep." With the covers pulled up to her chin, she turned her head slightly towards him. "Jefferson is not a creep. He happens to be a well-respected doctor. He's intelligent and wealthy. Not every man can have muscles and a six-pack." He smiled when he saw how she turned red when she looked at him and mentioned his body. "I'm glad you like what you see." "Oh, get over yourself," saying as she let out a sigh and rolled over on her side, facing away from him. "Katie, he's a jerk. Any man who would cheat on you is a damn fool. I don't like the man, and I'll never understand what you saw in him." She ignored him as she lay there, finding it hard being so close and not being able to touch him. Remembering what they had shared the night before, and this morning, she wanted to reach out to touch him. The way it felt when his body was on hers, the warmth from him sent waves of desire through her. Oh, and the way he touched and teased, playing with every part of her. And now he didn't want her, and it was breaking her heart. The way he treated her afterward was cruel, and she felt used. Silent tears fell onto her pillow. When Ray woke up, he found Katie snuggled up to him, her arm flung across his chest and her one leg draped over his. She was definitely a snuggler. She felt so warm, leaving his skin on fire, and knew he had to get up and leave before something were to happen. He didn't want to hurt Katie any more than he already had. He had no right to treat her as he did after they made love. She didn't deserve it. Being careful not to wake her, he slipped quietly out of bed. He found Jimmy and Jefferson downstairs having coffee while they talked and laughed. "You still here?" he groaned loudly. With a smirk on his clean-shaven face, Jefferson replied, "I wouldn't leave without saying goodbye to Katie." Ray stared at him. "She won't be up for a while. I kept her busy last night, Katie's beat," he said, hoping the man would take the hint and leave her alone. Ray could feel Jimmy's eyes on him and knew for sure she was giving him one of her disapproving looks. "I was enjoying my conversation with Jimmy. She was telling me about the sights around here. I was thinking of staying one more day. Is that okay with you?" "Whatever," was Ray's only response. Katie walked into the room at that moment holding Alice's hand. Letting go of Katie's hand, she went and climbed onto her father's lap, looking up at him, a scowl on her face. "Is he staying again, Daddy?" "Just one more night, honey." Glaring at him over Alice's head. "Isn't that right, Jeff?" "It's Jefferson, and yes, just one more night." He turned to Katie, smiling. "I was hoping you could show me around. We could grab some dinner and catch up." "I'm really too busy with Alice and chores." Katie had no desire to go anywhere with Jefferson, and when Ray told her in front of everyone to take the day off and have fun, she felt the anger rising from her belly all the way up. "You go, enjoy yourself. Jimmy and I will be here. I'm going to be busy all afternoon, so I'll see you all later." Before leaving, teased Alice and gave Katie a kiss on her cheek. Jimmy had talked Jefferson into going with her to visit some friends for the day, leaving Katie and Alice to spend the day alone together. They took a short ride on the horses, made a picnic lunch, and ate down by the river. Later Alice napped, so she showered and changed into a dress and heels. The other two had returned home and Jefferson went to shower and change. Katie was still furious with Ray for putting her on the spot earlier, and once he returned, she was going to give him a piece of her mind. Chapter 22. Ray had returned and was in the stable, so Katie went to confront him while she was waiting for Jefferson to finish getting ready. She thought it was funny that men were always complaining that women took forever to get ready. With Jefferson, it was he who took ages. Stepping inside, she got Ray's attention by slamming the door shut. "What right do you have to make plans for me?" He continued doing what he was doing, his back to her. "What are you going on about now?" he barked. "You know damn well what I'm talking about." He stopped what he was doing to walk over to where she stood, his eyes checking out what she was wearing. Thinking she was dressed way too sexy for her so-called date with her ex. "I thought you would want to go out with your old lover. You could have refused, but you didn't. Why?" He moved closer, edging her back up against the wall. "Admit it, you want to go out with him." Katie was fed up with his attitude, 1 minute warm and sweet, the next an arrogant, cocky bastard. Her anger got the best of her, and she gave him a shove, saying things she didn't mean, things she knew would piss him off. "Maybe I do. I miss being with someone who can talk about other things rather than horses," and she looked up at his hat and scoffed. "Cowboy hats." Placing his hands on her shoulders, pinned her up against the wall, putting his hands against the wall on either side of her. His eyes blazing with rage, hissed, "And do you miss him in your bed? Do you want him to make love to you?" Katie tried to push him away, but he wouldn't budge. "Shut up, Ray. Let me go." Ray lashed out in a jealous rage. The thought of Jefferson touching her made him sick. "How was he, Katie?" He lifted her face up so that she had to look at him. His eyes moved down to her lips. "Did he make you moan and squirm while you begged for more? Did he kiss you like this?" His mouth came crashing down on hers. All his pent-up anger and sexual tension went into that kiss. One hand cupped the back of her head. The other hand moved along her body. Going under the dress, moved up. Going to her rear, pushed her into him. A groan escaped from deep back in his throat when he felt her mouth returning his kiss with as much force and passion as he was. She smelled so good. Her lips tasted like strawberries. Her skin felt so smooth, like velvet, as his hand moved down her panties to her round, firm rear end. Katie felt like her head was going to explode. Her face flushed. Who did he think he was talking to her like that? Her hands rolled up into tiny fists. She tried hitting him, but he grabbed her and his mouth came down on hers, crushing her between him and the wall. The smell of his aftershave still lingered, mixed with sweat from a long day at work, and from the feel of his lips, she found herself responding. Her body molded into his as his mouth attacked hers, and the way he used his hand to caress her rear. She felt the fire inside coursing through her veins, her inner core throbbing. She was his for the taking, right there, right now. But then she felt him pulling away. If only he had just walked away, but no, he had to open his mouth and make her mad all over again.
Well, does he make you feel the way I do?
Saying with a smug look on his face, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand, cursed. You fucking bastard, I hate you. She was even more pissed when he laughed. You better get going. I'm sure the pretty boy is waiting for you. It was past midnight when Katie and Jefferson returned home. Ray was waiting for them on the front porch and stood up when they got closer. Do you know what time it is? His question was directed at Jefferson. You've kept my wife out late. I'd sure like to know what the hell you were doing all this time. Katie could see his hands curled up into fists and knew how angry he was. That look in his eyes told her he was going to punch the other man, so she stepped in between them. Putting her hand on his chest, looked up at him. Ray, please, let's just go to bed. Jaw clenched, he stared at Jefferson. I expect you to leave first thing in the morning. Taking Katie's hand, they walked away. Once upstairs, he turned and snapped at her. You were gone a long time. Did you have fun? Did you book into a hotel? Or did you just do it in the car like a couple of animals? Stop it, Ray. You're being disgusting. And stop acting like a jealous husband. You don't love me, and you sure as hell don't own me. Getting into bed, he rolled her over to look at him. I want him gone by morning. All right, he's going. Now go to sleep. She rolled back over onto her side. You are my wife. I expect you to act like one. Don't forget it, he growled. In the morning, Ray stood by the window watching as Katie walked Jefferson to his car. He didn't trust the man, and the sooner he was gone the better. Come back with me, Katie, Jefferson said, taking her hand in his. I can't. I have Alice to think about. She needs me, and I don't want to go back with you, or to you. You hurt me, Jefferson, and I could never trust you again.
You're not the girl's mother. You don't owe her anything.
I love her. I'm the closest thing she has ever had to a mother. I won't leave her. And the cowboy, are you in love with him? She looked away, avoiding his eyes. Katie had no intentions of telling him how she felt about Ray, but it must have been written all over her face. He placed his fingers on her chin, turning her head in his direction. You can't really be in love with that guy. All he's got going for him is his muscles. Sure, he's rich, but he also has a sick child. Do you want to be with a man that has that much emotional baggage? Katie became defensive. Ray has a lot going for him, and Alice, well, she's now my daughter too. Go home, Jefferson, and have a good life. I don't love you anymore. When Ray saw him giving Katie a kiss, a light shade of red rose from his neck up to his face, and he headed outside. But Jefferson had gotten into his car and drove off. They stared angrily at each other when she walked past him into the house. He was mad that she would let that jerk kiss her. Around Alice, they acted happy and loving toward one another. Away from her, they avoided each other. Katie spent all her time with Alice, occasionally taking Cosmo riding. Ray too spent all his time with Alice when he was done work. The nights were the hardest for both of them. They still shared a bed. Once they tried sleeping apart, but Alice found out and was worried, thinking they were breaking up. It affected her health when she became upset, so after that Ray and Katie stayed sharing his bedroom. He never tried to make love to her, which was hard since she still snuggled up to him when she was asleep. And it's not that he didn't want to, but he thought it was better this way, didn't want to get any more attached to her than he already was. 3 weeks after they married, It was Beau and Sue's wedding anniversary. Ray and Katie were expected to attend. Jimmy commented on how nice Katie looked, poking Ray in the ribs. "Don't she look lovely, Ray?" He looked her up and down and smiled. "Yeah, I guess so," earning a smack from Jimmy. She really didn't want to go with Ray. He had been so cold towards her. They were married and shared a bed, but it was still like living with a complete stranger. When they got there, Ray jumped out of the truck and, not waiting for her, walked over to a group of men and grabbed a beer for himself. She felt embarrassed. People were watching and whispering, and she knew they were wondering if they were fighting. Sue came over to her. "Katie, I'm so glad you made it. I want you to meet my cousin Louis." "Hello, Katie. Sue never told me how beautiful you were. Your husband is a very lucky man. Why don't you sit, and I'll get you a drink?" Bringing her a glass of white wine, Louis sat, and they talked. He told her all about his work in Africa, how he was there helping to set up a school and teaching the children, as well as the adults, to read and write. She liked him. He was kind and interesting to talk to. Ray came over to shake Louis's hand. "It's good to see you. How's it going in Africa?" "Great, and thanks again for the generous donation." After talking with Louis, Ray said he was taking Katie for a dance. Not asking, he just took her hand and walked over to the dance area. "You and Louis seem to be hitting it off," he said as he held her close, loving the smell of her hair, his heart beating hard in his chest. It had been so long since he had held her. "He's interesting. Everything he's done and all the places he's been to." "Right, I guess you find life on a ranch boring and the people who live here." His voice was full of bitterness when he spoke. "No, I never said that. Why are you being this way? If I didn't know better, I'd say you were jealous." "Well, I'm not. I just don't think you should be spending all your time with him. It's a small town. People might talk." "Why not? You're not paying any attention to me. In fact, you've been rude to me ever since we left home. The only reason you came over to me was when you saw I was enjoying myself with Louis." "I'm sorry. If you want me to pay attention to you, I will." He pulled her close, pressing her into his body. Then, putting his hands on her rear, leaned in and whispered into her ear, "Is this better? Or do you want me to grope you some more?" Giving him a shove away, yelled at him, not caring that everyone could hear her. "You're a beast, Ray Marshall. Leave me alone." She turned and walked away, tears stinging her eyes. Some of the men heard and, chuckling, shook their heads at Ray. He looked back at them, smiling, and shrugged his shoulders. Louis passed Ray on his way over to Katie, but stopped to talk to him. "What's got into you, Ray? She's your wife. How can you treat her that way?" "My marriage is none of your business, Louis," he barked, then walked away. Louis went over to Katie. He could see she was upset. "I saw what happened. That's not the Ray I know. He would never treat a woman that way. Are things not good between the two of you?" "It's complicated," she answered. "He isn't always this way." Katie was sitting alone when Sue went over to her and asked if she was all right. "Are you feeling okay? You're so pale." "I'm not feeling very good. I feel dizzy. I think I should go home," she said, and started shivering. "You wait here, honey. I'll go get Ray."
Chapter 23.
Sue returned a few minutes later with Ray, who rushed to her side. Getting down on his knees, touched her cheek. "Katie, what's wrong? Sue said you weren't feeling well." Seeing how pale she was broke his heart. She looked at him and saw the concern in his eyes. "I don't know. Will you take me home?" "Of course I will. Here, let me help you." He helped Katie to her feet, and putting his arm around her waist, they headed to where his truck was parked. They were almost there when her legs gave out. Ray caught her as she was about to collapse and carried her to the truck, and sitting her down, he removed his jacket and placed it over her shoulders. At home, he carried her inside and got her some water, which she drank till it was all gone. "Maybe you should see a doctor," he said, taking the empty glass from her. She shook her head. wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "No, it'll pass. I just need to go to bed and lay down." Katie said nothing when he carried her upstairs. She was weak and feeling dizzy, and he was being so sweet, a welcome change from the last few days. She didn't object when he undressed her and helped her into a nightgown. Laying her down, he covered her up. Getting into bed, he put his arm around her, and she laid her head on his chest and was asleep in minutes. In the morning, Ray brought a tray of food up. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked, setting the tray on the table next to the bed. "A little. I didn't think you cared. I mean, if I'm sick." "Well, I do. If you're sick, who's going to take care of Alice?" The moment he said that, he wanted to kick himself when he saw the hurt flash across her face. He went and sat on the bed next to her. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean it the way it came out. I do care, Katie." He felt her forehead and then her cheeks, checking to see if she was hot. When she looked up at him with those big blue eyes, he had a strong urge to kiss her. He leaned over, but before he could kiss her, Alice came rushing into the room, and he pulled back.
"Alice,
"Didn't I tell you to always knock before you enter someone's bedroom?" "Sorry, Daddy, but Jimmy said Katie was sick. I only wanted to see if she's okay." Alice's bottom lip quivered. Katie waved her over. "It's okay, honey. I'm feeling so much better." Alice climbed into bed, hugging Katie. "I was worried. Why are you sick?" Before Katie could answer, Alice stared deep into her eyes. It was as though she was seeing right into her soul. Then Alice broke out in a big smile. Her eyes widened in excitement. "You're pregnant," she shouted. Ray and Katie's turned and looked at each other. The shock and horror showed clearly in their eyes. It was true they hadn't used protection. Neither one had thought about it. They hadn't planned on having sex. "Alice, I don't think she's having a baby. Now go downstairs. I need to talk to Katie." As soon as Alice was gone, he slammed the door closed and turned to her. "Christ, are you pregnant?" "I don't know. I guess it's possible," she said. Her body began to shake.
damn it, woman, can't you tell?
He yelled.
Weren't you on the pill?"
"No. Why didn't you use a condom?" she said, lowering her head. She didn't want to see that look of anger that darkened his eyes, and she felt ashamed. Running his hand through his hair, he paced back and forth. "You're a nurse, for crying out loud. Can't you tell if you're pregnant?" "I've never been pregnant before, so how would I know?" she screamed back at him. "Are you late?" "Stop yelling at me," she cried. "Let me think." After a moment, she laid her head in her hands and cried, "Yes, I'm late. Oh God, what have we done?" He turned. "We? What do you mean we?" he barked. She hissed at him. "I didn't get this way on my own. It takes two to make a baby." "I know, but what two?" She stared at him in disbelief, not sure what he was getting at. "What are you saying?" "What I'm saying is, you were out with Jefferson the night after we came back from our so-called honeymoon. How do I know he's not the father?" She got up and, going over to Ray, slapped him across the face. "You bastard, get out of here, go," she screamed as she shoved him towards the door, slamming it behind him. Katie sat on the bed, crying. She couldn't believe that he was accusing her of sleeping with Jefferson. She was hurt and angry, feeling so totally alone. When he got downstairs, he overheard Alice telling Jimmy that Katie was having a baby. "I'm getting a baby brother or sister. Isn't that great, Jimmy?" "Yes, honey, that's wonderful news." Jimmy looked up when Ray enters the kitchen. "Congratulations," she said with a scowl on her face. He felt the sharp pain behind his eyes and answered without looking at Jimmy. "Well, we don't know for sure." He went out to the stable to think. He wasn't sure how he felt. If she was pregnant, he wanted it to be his and not Jefferson's. A baby was not part of the plan. It would only complicate things. What was he to do now? Pretend to be happy for Alice's sake. What more was he expected to do? Oh, he wanted to lash out, to break something. But what he really wanted was for Katie to deny sleeping with Jefferson. But she hadn't, which led him to believe that Jefferson could be the father. Yes, Ray knew what he was going to do. He would pretend to be happy and Katie would have to go along with it. Then later she was free to go and be with Jefferson. Later that night as she lay in bed, her eyes swollen from crying, she turned to Ray. I might not be pregnant. You don't have time for a baby, Katie. All our time is taken up with Alice. She is our #1 priority. This shouldn't have happened.
If I am pregnant, it won't interfere with my love or care for Alice. But Ray, I won't get rid of it.
He turned his head to look at her and saw the tears falling from her eyes. He hated seeing her cry, so he put his arm around her, and she snuggled into him. That thought never crossed my mind. He wiped her tears away with the palm of his hand. I'll go with you to the doctor's, and if you are having a baby, we'll deal with it. Get some sleep. He kissed the top of her head. He held her as she slept and wondered if she was still in love with Jefferson and wanted to be with him, and was only staying for Alice. Next day at the doctor, he paced while waiting for her to get dressed, his mind going back to when they made love. He also couldn't get it out of his head that she was out late with Jefferson, and believing she had slept with him felt his anger rising and wanted to beat that man to a bloody pulp. Well, at least Alice will be happy, he said to her. What about you, Ray? Are you happy about the baby?
Why the hell would I be?
He snapped. Because we created a life, a part of you and me. It's a gift. If it's not mine, why should I be happy? Why do you have to be so mean and cruel? She cried. His eyes softened for a split second when he looked at her. Let's go. I need to stop at Mike's for a drink. It's getting late, Ray. We should get back to Alice. It's okay. I'll call Jimmy. She can put her to bed. Opening the door, he waited for her to walk out and followed behind. At the bar, he ordered a beer for himself and juice for Katie. Then, to her horror, he clicked some glasses together to get everyone's attention. Listen up, everyone. I have some news to share with you all. No, Ray, don't. Please don't say anything yet. He ignored her. The wife and I are having a baby. Everyone cheered. Seeing Bo and Sue, she left Ray standing at the bar and went over and sat down with them. She looked so sad, and Sue's heart went out to Katie. Placing her hand on top of Katie's, gave it a gentle pat. A baby, that's nice. How are you all dealing with it? Ray's not happy, but Alice is thrilled, she answered, holding back the tears that were close to coming. Honey, we thought this was a marriage in name only. We didn't think you two were going to have sex, Sue said as Bo listened on. We're not. I mean, it only happened at the hotel. We just got carried away. Oh, Katie, it'll be all right. Just think, a baby, that's wonderful news, honey, Sue said in a motherly tone. She looked over at Ray, who was still standing at the bar and talking to a woman she had never seen before. He had been there for almost an hour, and she was getting tired. So going over, she gave him an icy stare, and seeing the woman had her hand on Ray's arm, got jealous and told her to get lost. You better go. Looks like the wife is a little mad, saying as he gave Katie a wink. You son of a bitch, she cursed him, and turning stormed out of the bar. He followed, and once outside he grabbed her arm. She went to slap him, but he held on to her hands as she struggled to break free. Let go of me, she yelled. You can't keep treating me this way. I can't take it anymore. This brought out his anger, and putting her up against the truck, trapping her between him and the vehicle, he stared into her eyes, his voice cracking with emotion. You can't take any more. What about me? How much more am I supposed to take? How do you think I feel knowing you might be carrying another man's baby? She looked at his lips that were moving slowly down to hers, and in barely a whisper said, No, Ray, I'm... Before she could tell him he was the father, that it couldn't be anyone else's, he kissed her. His mouth came down hard on hers. It was intense, passionate. She felt his hand going around her waist as he pulled her in tighter against him. His tongue forced its way into her mouth and explored. She moaned into his mouth and wrapped her arms around his neck, the cold, hard metal of the truck cold on her back. But she didn't care. His kiss was warming her body from the inside out. His body pressed against her felt hot as he pushed in harder, and she could feel the hard bulge from within his jeans pressing against her. He pulled away, his breathing ragged, took her hand, and opening the door to the truck helped her up. He spoke not a word as he got in and drove home. Her breasts were heaving rapidly up and down, and she was so confused. Ray was driving faster than normal and didn't say a word all the way home. At home he still hadn't spoken. She was hurt, but saying nothing turned to walk away. Then she felt a pair of strong arms going around her waist, and he swung her around to face him. She licked her lips, her eyes locking with his. With a hunger he never knew he possessed pressed his lips on hers. They felt so soft, her breath hot as he greedily devoured her mouth, claiming her lips as his. Feeling how aroused he was, she couldn't help but moan. She too was aroused, her body on fire. The throbbing deep in her core was intense, almost painful. She wanted him inside her. Jumping up, she wrapped her legs around his waist. Their lips locked in a passionate kiss as he carried her up to their bedroom. Chapter 24. Kicking the bedroom door closed with his foot, he walked over to the bed where he gently set her down. Placing his mouth in the curve of her neck began kissing. His arousal heightened when she moaned, arching her neck. He moved lower, down to her collarbone, stopping to suck lightly. The taste of her skin tasted so sweet in his mouth. Taking a handful of her hair in his hand, it felt like silk as he tilted her head back and lowered his head, and took her mouth with a possession that rocked him to the core. He felt the heat from her hands when she placed them on his chest, undoing the buttons. Buttons popping off and hitting the floor rang in his ears along with Katie's heavy breathing. Her hands moved along his hard, rigid muscles. Moving lower, she undid his pants and pushed them down where they fell to the floor. He kicks them away. He stopped suddenly and pulled away. She saw the look of lust in his eyes, and then he lifted her dress up over her head, tossing it aside. He stood looking at her until she reached up and caressed his mouth with the tip of her tongue, leaving a wet path in its way. Then when she slipped her hand inside his briefs, taking hold of his rigid part, the muscles in his stomach tightened, and he lost what little self-control he possessed. Picking her up, flung her down on the bed, getting in next to her. Looking down at her breasts, he undid the front clasp of her bra and sucked on her nipples between his teeth. His hand moving down and reaching the top of her panties slid inside and between her thighs. He stroked her into a climax with just his hands and mouth. A moan escaped her lips as she arched her hips, pushing up more onto his fingers. Pulling out and releasing her nipple removed her bra, and his lips kissed all the way down to her panties. Pulling them down and off, he proceeded to kiss her leg as he moved slowly back up. Ray felt like a man possessed. His hands and mouth couldn't get enough of Katie. Her skin was soft as a baby's. Her scent, even without perfume, was sweet. He wanted her like he had never wanted a woman before. He tried to stop, to pull away. His mind said he shouldn't do this, but his heart and body told him something different altogether. Holding her thighs, he lowered his head between her legs, kissing the flesh, his tongue flicking against the sensitive folds of her womanhood. Katie felt as though her head was going to explode. Her eyes closed, and she saw stars. Clutching the sheets between her fingers, she cried out Ray's name as his tongue moved in and out as she peaked. Her whole body shook from the pure pleasure she had just experienced. Ray hovered over Katie. He loved the way she looked, her mouth slightly parted, eyes closed, face flushed. "You're so beautiful," he said, his heart racing. He needed to be inside her, his own needs and desire building. "I want you," he moaned. Her eyes fluttered open, and she looked into his eyes that no longer held pain or anger. Not only did she see the lust in them, but something else. She thought it was love. "I want you too now, Ray," she said as she lifted her mouth to receive his kiss. He embedded himself within her, thrusting in and out as if he had every right to. Her body belonged to him, and only him. She knew this to be true. She belonged to him now, in every sense of the word. Ray never knew making love could be so sweet, so erotic. Her legs around his waist, hands clawing his back as she squirmed, and moved her hips to meet his thrust felt amazing. Her inside was clamped around his shaft, making the experience more pleasurable for him. He groaned, drowning out the rain as it pelted against the window pane. He started pumping faster and harder, hitting the depth of her very core. The thunder cracked with a loud bang just as he gave the final thrust and collapsed from total exhaustion on top of her damp, soft body. Lifting his head up, he gave her a long, passionate kiss. "You really are a beautiful and amazing woman." Getting off and moving on his side, he pulled her close. Her hand stroking his chest, she snuggled into him. Katie woke and reached for Ray, but he was gone, his side of the bed still warm. Her body still tingled from the aftermath of their lovemaking. She knew he had feelings for her. No man could make love like that if he didn't. He was tender, passionate, and the look in his eyes when he looked into her eyes, there was no doubt he was falling in love with her. Taking a shower, she went to see if Alice was awake, and they went down to breakfast. "Have you seen Ray?" she asked Jimmy as she dished out Alice's food.
Yeah.
"He's tending to the new horse in the stable," Jimmy replied. So Katie excused herself and went to see him. His back was to her, so she went up, being quiet so as to surprise him. Putting her arm around his waist rested her face against his back. Right away she felt him tensing up, and then he removed her hands and moved away. Hurt and confused, she stared at him, shock written all over her face. "Ray, what's wrong?" He avoided looking at her. "I'm busy," he barked. She was hurt and confused by his reaction. "Why are you being so cold? I mean, last night was so wonderful, a beginning for us." "There is no us," he said, his tone flat and cold. "Then why did you make love to me?" "Why not? It's not like I can get you pregnant. You already are. So why not have some fun?" Her eyes filled with tears, and she backed away. "Fun? That's all it was to you? How could you use me like that?" "Why not, Katie? You let Jefferson screw you, why not me? After all, I am your husband." Walking over, she slapped him across the face, hurting her hand in the process. "You bastard, I will never forgive you for this, and never again will I fall for your guises or charm. From this moment, we will be married in name only." She turned and walked away. Ray sat down on a bed of hay, rubbing his chin. He felt terrible for treating Katie that way. That look of utter hurt on her face tore him to pieces inside. He had never treated a woman so disrespectfully before, but there was something about her that drove him crazy, and with thoughts of her making love to Jefferson and possibly carrying the man's child made him angry, wanting to lash out. How did it all go wrong, he wondered. She was supposed to be his wife in name only, not share his bed, and certainly not get pregnant. But somewhere along the way he started to have feelings for her, and his desire for her grew. It clouded his judgment. Making love was a huge mistake, one he would have to live with. Alice noticed the tension between them. She became worried and afraid her plan was falling apart. "Are you and Katie getting a divorce, Daddy?" "No, honey, of course not." Ray tried to reassure her. She looked so sad, and it broke his heart. He looked at Katie and knew she was thinking the same thing. "But you don't talk or laugh anymore," Alice sniffed. Katie sat Alice on her knee. "Alice, married people do have little fights from time to time. Your dad and I are still adjusting to married life, but we're okay." That seemed to satisfy Alice, and Ray was impressed with the way Katie handled a somewhat delicate situation. From that moment on, they were careful whenever Alice was around. Katie was near the end of her second month, and Ray had just returned home from town when he saw the doctor's car in the driveway. It felt as though his heart had jumped into his throat and he was having trouble breathing. Fearing something was wrong with Alice, dashed into the house. Alice was sitting on Jimmy's lap, looking heartbroken. Alice, honey, are you okay? He got on his knees in front of her. It's not me, Daddy. Something is wrong with the baby, she cried. Stay here, Alice. I'll go see what's going on. His heart was racing like crazy as he took the steps 2 at a time. He prayed that Katie and the baby would be all right. He entered the room and saw her laying in bed looking so pale and fragile. Doc, what's happening? Ray, we had a bit of a scare. Katie here had some cramping and some spotting. Ray was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Is she all right? And the baby? Is the baby okay? Both mother and baby are fine. But bring Katie into my office in a few days, and I'll run a scan just to be sure. He turned to Katie. Now, my dear, you take it easy for a while. Get plenty of bed rest and avoid stress. Doc, when you go down, will you let Alice know everything is all right? She worried, Ray said, and looked over at Katie. I will, and I'll check her out since I'm here. The doctor looked at Katie and smiled. Though I can see you've been doing a great job with that child. Thanks, doctor, she answered. Ray went and sat next to her. I'm so sorry. I can't help but feel this is all my fault, the way I treated you. He bowed his head in regret. I don't want anything to happen to you or the baby. I hope you know that.
I do, and this isn't your fault, Ray. But you did hurt me. You were so cruel and mean, and I don't understand why.
After I made love to you, I started to feel guilty. It only makes things more complicated. And then I got thinking about you and Jefferson. Ray, why do you keep bringing him up? He stood and started pacing as he ran his hand through his thick hair. It's the thought of him touching you. I guess I was jealous. There's no reason to be jealous. He and I have been over for a long time now. What about the baby? Don't you think you should tell him? Ray said sadly.
Why?
It has nothing to do with him. But what if he's the father? Her eyes grew wide, and she tilted her head. You think the baby could be his? Ray continued to pace. I don't know what to think, but you were with him that night he stayed here. Oh God, Ray, I went out with Jefferson, but I didn't sleep with him. How could you even think that? I'm married to you, real marriage or not, I'm still your wife. He went and sat next to her. Why didn't you tell me before when I asked you? Why didn't you deny it? Because I was angry at you? I was going to tell you, but you were behaving like a real jackass. It's your baby, Ray. Ray was thrilled that the baby was his, and also that she hadn't slept with Jefferson. A wave of relief washed through him. I'm sorry I hurt you, and I'm glad you and the baby are okay. Taking her hand in his, he kissed it.
Chapter 25.
That night Katie felt more relaxed than she had for quite some time. She fell right to sleep as she lay curled up in Ray's arms. But he couldn't sleep. His feelings for her were getting stronger, and it didn't help matters the way she snuggled up to him when she was asleep. He knew she wasn't doing it on purpose, that's just the way she was. And tonight when she got close, he put his arm around her, and she molded herself into him, her arm flung across his chest. Damn if he didn't like it, it felt right. The sun was shining through the window when Katie woke up. Turning her head, she smiled at Ray when she saw him watching her. Morning, she said, yawning. I won't be able to help with the chores for a couple of days. Ray was laying with his hands behind his back, and he started laughing. What's so funny? She asked. Chores were never part of your job, only taking care of Alice. Katie pulled herself up into a sitting position and glared at Ray. What? Then why did you make me do them? I don't know, he snickered. My God, all this time I've been shoveling horse shit when I didn't have to. She started swatting at him playfully. Grabbing her hands, he laid her down. Pinning her beneath him, he smiled down at her. That first night when you landed on your, as I almost peed myself. Looking at his bare chest and having him practically on top of her, she started breathing heavily, her breasts heaving up and down. He still had her hands pinned above her head, and his lips were dangerously close to hers. His smile disappeared, and he lowered his lips to hers. Then, before anything could happen, there was a knock at the door. He pulled away and got off Katie just as Alice walked in. Getting into bed, she squeezed between them. She held a book in her hand.
"What do you want, Alice?"
Ray asked. "Daddy, I'm going to read to the baby. I heard that it's good to talk to them. They like the sound of your voice. You and Mommy should talk to the baby too." Ray gave her a kiss. "Okay, baby, you stay and read to the baby. I have to tend to the horses." He got up and dressed, and he looked back at them and smiled at Katie. She smiled back, and then turned her attention to Alice. Alice in the days to come would talk into Katie's belly. She would tell the baby all about life on the ranch, their friends, and herself. One night, the three of them were curled up on the couch when Alice touched Katie's stomach. Tilting her head to one side, she broke out in a huge smile. Her eyes sparkling, she looked at Ray. "It's a boy, and you have to name him Timmy." Katie and Ray looked at her. He stroked her hair and smiled. "What makes you think it's going to be a boy?" Alice rolled her eyes. "I just know, like I know he wants to be called Timmy. He came to me in my dreams." Ray looks at Katie. "What do you think? If it's a boy, do you want to name him Timmy, or do you have another name in mind?" "No, I like the name Timmy," she replied, giving Alice a warm smile. It was time for Katie to have another scan, so they took Alice with them. At the doctor's, "Well, folks, everything looks good. Alice, if you look on the screen, you'll see the baby." He points out the head and body. Alice's eyes opened wide, and she squealed. "Look, Daddy, that's the baby." "Yeah, I see him, honey. Wow, that's really amazing," he said, and felt tears welling up in his eyes as he stared at the screen. He looked at Katie, who too had tears in her own eyes. He held her hand. "Now, do you want to know the sex of the baby?" the doctor asked them. Alice rolled her eyes, and both Ray and Katie laughed. "Well, Doc, my Alice says she already knows it's a boy." He looked at Katie and winked. "But go ahead, what do you say?" "How about that?" the doctor exclaimed. "Alice is right, you're having a boy." Later that night, Alice was reading Snow White to the baby when Katie felt the baby moving. "Oh, Alice, feel this, your brother is moving." Placing her hand on Katie squealed in delight when she felt the baby moving. "Daddy, you have to feel this." Ray watched the two of them sitting on the couch. The love they shared was heartwarming, and he smiled. Katie had brought love and happiness to Alice's life, and for that, he would be forever grateful. He walked over and sat next to Katie and placed his hand on her stomach. His eyes lit up when he felt the baby kicking. He felt all warm inside to think that he helped make this little life that was growing inside her. He looked up at Katie and smiled. His face was so close to hers he couldn't resist. Leaning over, he kissed her. It was a sweet, tender kiss. When he pulled back, they stared into each other's eyes for what seemed like forever. Then she pulled Ray back in for another kiss, and a smiling Alice slipped quietly out of the room. That night, as they lay in bed, he held her. He was a different man now, sweet, kind, and seemed happy. She felt his hand trailing down her body, gently caressing. When she looked up at him, he used his finger to trace along her lips. Then, taking her face in his hand, gave her a kiss. It soon became very heated, passionate, one that left her breathless. They had discussed having a platonic relationship, but neither one could fight the physical attraction they had for each other. The heat from Ray's body as he covered hers with his, and the way he was touching her, had her quivering. A shiver of anticipation stirred through her. She didn't have the willpower to stop him, nor did she want to. Running her hand over his chest, moved down, taking his rigid member and sliding her hand up and down slowly. His moans and heavy breathing told her all she needed to know. He wanted her to. Pulling Katie onto his lap so that she was straddling him. Shifting her to a position was able to enter her with ease. She started grinding her hips into him as he ran his hands up and down her back. Knowing she was about to climax without leaving her flipped her over, laying her down began thrusting in and out. Katie clung to Ray, feeling the hot, velvety length of him as he pumped feverishly into her. Every part of her was on fire. She lay there afterward, their bodies drenched in sweat, their hearts beating as one. She felt contented, satisfied beyond belief. Ray could feel the beating of her heart as she lay naked in his arms. He loved the way she felt and could no longer deny his feelings for her, and hated the way he had been treating her and wondered if she would ever forgive him. They started doing things as a real family and Alice was doing so much better. It was as though she was a normal, healthy 10-year-old. Katie had ordered some star stickers that glowed in the dark and stuck them on the ceiling in Alice's room. Not being able to stay up late enough, she never got to see real stars, so Katie thought this would make her happy, and it did. This way, when the lights were turned off, Alice could see bright stars before she drifted off to sleep. They all went over to Dan's place for a party. This time Ray stayed right by Katie's side, holding her hand. Everyone noticed how happy they seemed and was glad the couple got over the rough spot in their marriage. Getting up to dance, he held her close and would bend down to kiss her lightly on the lips. She was glowing. Happiness filled her heart. Ray was being so attentive to her, making her feel loved. Jimmy was taking Alice home so the two could stay longer. Before she left, Alice went over to her Uncle Dan and talked quietly so that the others couldn't hear her. "I told you, Uncle Dan, that Katie was the one. Look at how happy Daddy is, but keep an eye on them when I'm gone. They have one more hurdle to go through."
"What do you mean, honey?" Dan asked.
"Oh, sorry, got to go. Jimmy's calling me." She went skipping off, leaving Dan scratching his head. He could never understand how Alice knew the things that she did. They were all sitting around the fire pit. Ray had pulled Katie onto his lap. With his arm around her waist, he rubbed her tiny baby bump. "You warm enough?" he asked in her ear. It was a warm night, and sitting by the fire, not to mention on Ray's lap, she was more than warm. But it was sweet the way he was so caring. "Yes, but it is getting late, and I'm tired." Ray checked his watch and hadn't realized how late it was. He had only a couple of beers, mingled with the guys while she chattered with the women. They then all sat around the fire talking. "Let's get you home." He helped her up, and they said their goodbyes. That night, when Ray came out of the bathroom, he saw Katie rubbing some lotion on her bare stomach. "What are you doing?" he asked. "One of the women at the party gave this to me and said it will prevent stretch marks." "Oh, I don't think you have to worry about that." He grabbed the lotion from her hand. "Ray, what are you doing? Give it back." She had her answer when he squirted some on his hands and started rubbing her stomach, making her giggle. Then he moved up her nightshirt towards her breasts. "What are you doing, Ray?" She couldn't help getting aroused as his hands reached her breasts. He tossed the lotion away. "Forget this?" he smirked. "I'm getting turned on." Chapter 26. The next day Ray came in from the barn. Alice was sitting at the kitchen table drawing. Katie was washing up the breakfast dishes. After a peck on Alice's cheek, he went to where Katie was, his hand going around her waist, rubbing his hand over her protruding belly. His lips nuzzled her neck. "God, you smell good," he whispered. Alice giggled and scooted off, leaving the two alone. Turned Katie around, his arms around her. "Where's Jimmy?" "She's gone to her church meeting." A wicked grin spread across his face. "What say when we put Alice down for her nap, and we take one too?" His lips brushed the side of her neck. She knew what he meant, and a nap was not it. "Oh, Ray, you can't possibly find me attractive in this state. I'm so huge," she cried, feeling like a whale. Cupping her face in his hands, he smiled. "Are you kidding me? You're beautiful." He then gave her a kiss that had her moaning, and she could swear her toes curled. Katie was nearing the end of her 8th month when the pain came quickly and close together, waking her up. "Get up, Ray, the baby's coming." She shakes him hard. Feeling the poke in his ribs and her shaking him, he jumped out of bed, with shaky hands pulled on his pants, looking down at her. "But it's too early, you still have a month to go." Looking into her eyes, he backed up when she hissed at him, and her eyes had this demon look about them. "Then tell that to the baby." She let out a scream when another contraction hit. "I'll get you to the hospital," he said. Going to pick her up, she pushed him away. "No, there's no time. He's coming now." "Get Jimmy, now, Ray," she screamed at him. He returned moments later with Jimmy in tow. Examining Katie, she smiled. "Yup, this little guy is on the way all right." Without looking at Ray, she ordered him to get her some towels and warm water. When she heard no response from him, turned to see what he was doing. Ray felt as though his heart was being ripped out of his chest. Seeing Katie in pain and hearing her screams, the past flashed through his mind. Alice's mother, the pain she suffered giving birth, it was too much, and she died just as little Alice came into the world. He stood paralyzed, fear gripped him. Jimmy, seeing the state he was in, knew what was going on in that head of his. "Ray," she yelled, snapping him out of his trance. His eyes moved to hers. "This isn't her. Now go call the doctor and bring me what I asked for." He turned, taking off like a shot. Alice woke up, which was unusual for her. Nothing ever woke her. But it was almost as if she knew the baby was coming, and she refused to leave Katie's side. "Let her stay, Ray. She should be here to see her brother being born," Katie said, giving Alice a warm and loving smile. Ray held her hand while Alice wiped her forehead with a cloth. "Does it hurt, Mommy? I don't want you to be in pain." "A little, but it's all right, honey. It'll be worth it." "Katie," Jimmy called out, "now I want you to give one big push, and it'll be all over. That's it. He's almost here. Now one more push." Giving another push, she squeezed Ray's hand and let out a strangled scream. The sound of a baby's cry rang out. Only 2 hours and little Timmy was born. Jimmy wrapped the baby in the blanket and laid him in Katie's arms with Ray and Alice watching. "Here's your son, Katie," Jimmy said, smiling at them. Katie cried tears of happiness. "Look, Ray, he's perfect." He leaned over, giving her a tender kiss, then winked at Alice. "Say hi to your brother, Alice." Alice's eyes glistened with tears. A smile broke out, and she cooed over the baby. "Daddy, he's so small, and will you look at all that dark hair, the same as yours and mine." The doctor arrived and Ray took the baby while he tended to Katie. "Can I hold him?" Alice squealed excitedly. Ray looked at Katie for approval, and she nodded her head yes. So he placed Timmy in her arms surrounded by pillows, and they all listened as she talked to the newborn baby. "Hi, Timmy. I've been waiting for you. Mommy and Daddy are going to love and take care of you forever. I'm your big sister Alice, and I love you. When you get older, you can ride my horse Daisy. She's your horse now. I've told her all about you. My birth mommy is in heaven, and I'm going to be with her soon. But I'll be watching over you just like my mommy is watching over me." Hearing this brought tears to everyone's eyes. It was sad hearing her talk this way. But Alice was not sad. She was happy and beaming with pride over her baby brother. Later, Ray carried Alice back to bed. Tucking her in, Alice pulled him down, and she whispered to him before falling asleep, "I love you, Daddy, and I want you to be happy." Then she went to sleep, a happy smile on her face. The doctor and Jimmy left when Ray returned to the bedroom. He went and sat next to Katie and the baby. "You did real good. Our son is beautiful," he said, stroking her face tenderly with his fingers. She placed her hand on his back when he took off his shirt, getting ready for bed. "Are you all right?" That stuff Alice was saying. It broke my heart. He turned and looked at her. A tear slid down his face. It was heartbreaking to hear her talking about being with her mother. "She's so young. It's not fair. Alice should be able to have a life, to marry and have a family of her own." "Ray, I'd give anything to help her. I love her. You know that, right?" He took Katie's face in his hand and looked tenderly into her eyes. "I know you do, and you have made her so happy. For that, I'll always be grateful." He gave her a kiss on the lips. "Let me put Timmy in his bassinet. We should get some sleep." Katie watched as he held the baby. Timmy looked so tiny in Ray's large, strong arms. Her heart was full of happiness, and yet at the same time sadness. The very thought of Alice not being with them was tearing her apart inside. Alice would read to Timmy every day. Katie made sure lots of pictures were taken of Alice and Timmy and Ray. She wanted Timmy to know all about his big sister. Alice was so loving and protective of her baby brother, and would watch Katie nursing him and asked questions as to why babies were breastfed. Katie always told her the truth. Bo and Sue came over a lot, as did Dan. The three men painted and set up the baby's room. People from all over Fielding, Texas brought gifts for the baby and for Alice. Alice gave Timmy her favorite stuffed animal, the giant teddy bear that Ray had won for her at the fair when Katie was with them. She seemed better, was happy and full of life, and she loved watching her dad and Katie getting along. They would hold hands and kiss. She knew her dad was happy and was going to be all right. 6 weeks after giving birth, Katie was laying in bed when Ray walked in and got into bed. He winced and started groaning. "Anything wrong?" she asked, looking up from her book. "It's my back. I overdid it in the stable, pulled a muscle," he said, pain written on his face. "Turn around and get on your stomach. I'll give you a back rub." He did what she told him and felt her straddling him. The softness of her flesh sent a heat wave through his body. When she started rubbing his back, her body slid up and down on his, and he found himself becoming aroused. When he couldn't take any more, grabbed her hand and flipped her off and onto her back. He climbed on top, holding her hands above her head, and lowered his mouth onto hers. Lifting his head, he looked down at her. She was breathing hard. Her breasts heaving added to his desire. "God, you feel so good. I want you, Katie." One kiss from him was all it took. She couldn't resist him, didn't want to. "What are you waiting for? Take me." "It's only been 6 weeks. Are you sure it's okay?" His voice came out all ragged. "Yes, Ray, and I am on the pill," she said, her hands stroking his chest and body squirming beneath him. Putting her arms around his neck, drew him down for a kiss, her mouth capturing his in a hot, demanding kiss. His hand moved down the length of her body, moving up her leg and under her gown, reached her panties and pulled them down. She kicked them off. Then he pulled her gown over her head and threw it to the floor, praying that Timmy wouldn't wake up crying. His lips found the spot on her neck that always got her moaning. He felt it when she raised her hips, pressing into him and wiggling. That was all he could take. Tearing off his briefs, got on top and teased her opening with the tip of his member, rubbing it against her till she cried out,
"Damn it, Ray, stop teasing,"
saying as she looked at him and licked her lips. Wanting to be gentle since she had just given birth, not that long ago, eased in slowly. But then her hands went to his rear and pushed him down. "My, we are anxious," he whispered into her ear. All she could do was moan. Her hand squeezed his butt. He began to move faster and harder, their bodies moving together in perfect harmony, joining as one. Flesh slapping against flesh pervaded the air. They cuddled afterward, waiting for the rapid beating of their hearts to slow down. For just having had a baby, your body hasn't changed one little bit. She blushed at the compliment, but loved it. And she had this fear that he wouldn't want to touch her again. But boy, did he ever prove her wrong. And laying in his arms, she felt warm and safe. But sometimes happiness is short-lived. Chapter 27. Dear readers, this will be a sad chapter. Be aware. 12 weeks after Timmy's birth, Katie woke up to find Ray gone, his side of the bed cold. The sound of rain hitting the window pervaded the air. Though the room was warm, she felt a cold chill go through her body, and she shivered. Sensing something was wrong, got up and headed to Alice's room. Stopping short in the doorway, she gasped. Her hands flew to her mouth, and the tears flowed freely. There was Ray, rocking a lifeless Alice in his arms. His sobs drowned out the rain that pelted against the window. Going over, she got down on her knees in front of Ray, putting her arms around both of them. Alice had passed away in his arms. "I'm so sorry, Ray," she sobbed, her body trembling and the tears flowed. Ray looked at Katie and saw the pain and sadness in her eyes. They wept together. "I heard Alice calling me in my sleep, more like a whisper. I got up and went to her room. She was sitting up, smiling, like she was waiting for me, and her arms were stretched out. I just knew this was it. I took her in my arms." Ray's voice cracked, fighting back the sobs that were threatening to come once again. "She touched my face and told me she would always be with me. Oh God, Katie, my baby died in my arms." There was no pain or fear in her eyes, only peace as she slipped away. Funeral arrangements were made that morning. Ray remained silent, letting the others take care of everything. The next couple of days he kept busy outside, working. When he came to bed it was late, sleeping with his back to Katie. She felt him pushing her away. He wouldn't touch her, nor did he speak to her. At the funeral, Ray held his son in his arms, and Katie locked her arm through his. The sky was dark, and the lightest drizzle of rain fell. The whole town showed up. It was a sad day for those who knew and loved Alice. Many went back to the ranch where Jimmy had prepared a feast. For 2 days she cooked and baked, anything to forget the pain that was ripping her heart apart, but nothing worked. Ray sat on the front porch where Bo and Dan joined him. Both men were in bits, especially Dan, who considered Alice as his own. "Alice was special, Ray. She knew things that can't be explained. She loved you so much and wanted you to live and be happy," Dan said, his eyes wet from the tears he had shed. "How can I be happy, Dan? My reason for living is gone." "That's not true, Ray. You have a wife and son. They need you. They are the reason for you to go on," Bo said as he patted Ray's shoulder. It was late when the last person left, and after checking on Timmy, Katie crawled into bed next to Ray, but he turned his back on her. "Ray, talk to me, please. You've not said anything to me in days. Don't shut me out, I need you," she said, running her hand along his back. He turned around in a rage and glared at her. "You need me?" His tone frightened her. "I just buried my daughter, and you have the nerve to want sex from me. What kind of selfish, heartless bitch are you?" "No, Ray, you don't understand." Before she could tell him what she meant, he tore off her nightgown and heaved himself on top of her. When she tried fighting him off, he pinned her hands above her head as he roughly sucked on her neck. His weight pressing on top of her, she started crying out, "Ray, stop, you're hurting me." She knew how much pain he was in, but she never thought he would behave this way. She lay still as the tears fell and her sobs rang out in the quiet of the night. Hearing her cry, he snapped out of whatever it was he was in and stopped before he went too far. So getting off Katie, he rolled over onto his back and stared at the ceiling. Shifting, she covered her naked body with the sheet and laid down on her back. "I wasn't wanting sex from you. I just didn't want you pushing me away. I needed you to talk to me, to hold me. That's all I meant when I said I needed you." Getting out of bed, Ray dressed and left the room without saying a word to her. Wrapping the sheet around her, she went over to the window in time to see him riding off on his horse. He didn't come back that night, nor the next night. She called both Bo and Dan, asking if they had seen him, saying she was worried about him. "Give him time, Katie. He needs to deal with his grief in his own way. He'll be back," they both told her. On the third night, she saw him riding back and going into the stable. So she went to him. He looked tired and dirty, was unshaven and smelled of booze. "Where have you been? I've been worried sick about you," she cried. His back to her, he growled, "You don't have to worry about me. I can take care of myself." Katie walked over and standing in front of him threw her arms around his neck. "Well, I was worried. I missed you." He removed her arms from around his neck. Still holding on, he saw the bruises on her arms, and letting go knew he had done that to her, and his gut churned from the guilt he felt. It's not your job to worry about me. You've fulfilled your part of our deal. You're free to leave. Katie felt as though she had just been kicked in the gut. A throbbing pain shot through her head and felt a headache coming. Ray, no. What are you saying? You want me to leave? His eyes shifted away. He couldn't look her in the eye. I've been to see my lawyer. He's setting you up in an apartment back in Los Angeles. I'll have a car take you and Timmy, and I'll make sure your car is sent to you. He looked at Katie. Don't worry. I'll take care of you and Timmy financially. You'll not want for anything. She stood before him. A look of confusion and hurt flashed across her face. You can't mean this, Ray. I thought you and me. Ray threw his saddle to the ground and cursed. His eyes turned dark. You thought what? That we would fall in love and live happily ever after. I don't want you here anymore. Damn you. I loved Alice too. I know I didn't give birth to her or raise her, but I couldn't love her anymore if I had. I know you're hurting Ray, but so am I. You don't have to send me away. He turned his back to her. Just go, Katie. It was fun at times, and the SX, it was great. You sure know how to please a man in bed, that I'll miss. I'm ready to move on, and so should you. Katie turned and walked away, her tears blinding her as she walked into the house. Leaving Timmy with Jimmy, she hurried to her room. There she flung herself across the bed and wept till she had no more tears left to shed. Jimmy picked the baby up, rocking him in her arms. She saw that Katie was crying and wondered what Ray had said now to hurt the girl. She knew he was in love with Katie, but the damn fool was too pig-headed to admit it. Ray slept down on the sofa the next few days, avoiding her. The lawyer showed up a few days later to see Katie. He told her he had leased an apartment for her, and a trust fund had been set up for Timmy and herself. I'll leave the papers for you and Ray to sign. He can get them back to me when he has time. Papers? What papers? She asked. Divorce papers, Mrs. Marshall. Oh, I see. Well, okay then. I'll sign them. When will I be leaving? Your place will be ready in 2 days. He stood up to leave. I'm sorry about this, Mrs. Marshall. Good luck to you. Jimmy watched Katie sign the papers. Her hand shook, and putting her head in her hands broke down and cried. Jimmy went over and wrapped her arms around her, feeling her own tears wetting her eyes. Ray made no attempt to talk to Katie, but he did spend all his time with Timmy. His heart was breaking in half as he looked down at his son, so small and innocent. They were sitting on the front porch when Dan drove up. What's this about Katie and Timmy leaving? He asked, puffing as he climbed the steps. You heard right, Dan. They're leaving this afternoon. Why, Ray? I told Katie her job was over, and it was time for her to go. Alice is gone, so there is no reason for her to stay. Don't let them go. Katie's the best thing that's ever happened to you. I have never seen you looking so happy as when you were with her. Alice wanted you to have someone to love. Well, she's not here anymore, he snapped. You're making the biggest mistake of your life, Ray. You know you don't want them to leave. It'll break your heart. My heart's already broken. I ain't talking about this anymore, Dan. He handed Timmy over to Dan. Take him inside for me. I've got things to do. Wait, aren't you even going to say goodbye to Katie? Dan hollered out. He didn't answer, just kept walking to the stable. Bo and Sue showed up, hoping to talk some sense into Ray, but he refused to listen. Bo, being frustrated with Ray, stormed out and went back into the house. Sue was holding Timmy. She had been crying. Oh, Katie, I'm going to miss you and this little guy. Bo and I could never have children, and this precious little bundle was the closest thing to a son we'll ever get. Just then the car arrived to pick them up. Chapter 28. Bo, Sue, I'll never forget you. Let's keep in touch. She turned to Bo, giving him a hug. Keep an eye on Cosmo for me. Then she went over to Dan, who held on to her for dear life until she managed to pull away. Dan, take care of Ray. He needs a friend. Jimmy was standing there, the tears streaming down her chubby face. She wiped them away and drew Katie in for a hug. "Oh, child, you were a blessing to Alice and the rest of us. I love you, girl. Take care of yourself and that little one." Katie rested her head on Jimmy's shoulder. She would miss the woman's sense of humor, would miss her loving and caring way. "Jimmy, I never had a mother, but you were like one to me. I love you, and I'm going to miss you." "Don't go, Katie. Tell Ray you ain't leaving," Sue cried, wiping her tears away. "I can't stay where I'm not wanted, and with a man who doesn't love me." Before stepping into the car, she looked around hoping to see Ray one last time. Her eyes were swollen, and it felt as though there was a weight on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. He was nowhere to be seen, so she got in next to Timmy. Ray stood watching from inside the stable door as the car drove off. He felt so alone, felt as though there was a hole in his chest where his heart was. He saw Bo walking toward him, so he turned to brush down one of the horses. He was in no mood for a lecture. Bo walked right over to him, and Ray never saw it coming. Bo punched him in the face, sending him back where he landed on the ground.
"What the hell, Bo?" he cursed.
"Boy, you are one stupid son of a bitch. Now get up. I'm not done with you," Bo yelled. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, stood up. "Back off, Bo. I don't want to hurt you." Bo scoffed at him. "Hurt me? You can't hurt me, boy. But you sure did hurt that little lady. You broke her heart. And how could you send your son away? Your own flesh and blood. What kind of man does that?"
"Timmy's better off without me. Besides, Katie's not in love with me."
"Ray, I think, no, I know she loves you. Any fool can see that except you. What are you really afraid of?"
"I'm not afraid of anything,"
he barked at Bo. Ray went to walk away, but Bo grabbed his arm in a vice-like grip and wouldn't let go. "You're afraid of what might happen, that maybe Timmy might have what Alice had, or that something might happen to Katie." He shook Bo's hand away, tears welled up in his eyes. "Maybe I am afraid of losing another child. God, can you blame me? I can't go through that again. And what if Katie finds someone she really loves and ends up leaving me anyway?" Bo's heart went out to Ray. He knew what all he had gone through over the years. But he also knew the boy was in love with Katie and in a great deal of pain. There are no guarantees in life. You've got to grab a hold of what you got. Because as you very well know, you never know how long you'll have it for. You loved Alice even though she was ill. Ray shook his head and looked away. Just hearing her name, he wanted to break down and cry.
"Do you wish to never have known her? Have you not loved the time you were able to have with her?"
Ray turned sharply to Bo. "I loved Alice. I wouldn't trade the time we had together for anything in the world."
"If you love Katie, and I know you do go after her, don't let that girl get away."
Ray didn't answer. He just headed to the house. Bo followed right behind him. Jimmy, Dan, and Sue were sitting at the table with long faces. Their eyes followed him. Grabbing a cold drink from the fridge, he saw the divorce papers on the table. Her wedding rings sat on top. She had signed them, but he hadn't. Picking up the rings, he stared at them, remembering the times they had shared. She had this way of making him feel like he was the only man in the world. And the times they made love, he never knew such passion. Never felt with any woman what he felt with her. Ray was fighting a war with himself. Dan had told him to stop thinking with his mind and to start thinking with his heart. Picking up the divorce papers, tore them in half. He heard the others gasping as he picked up the rings and shoved them in his pocket. The four watched as he did this, and smiles broke out on their faces, and when Ray headed to the door, Jimmy shouted out, "Where are you going, boy?" "You're right. I love Katie, and I'm going to get my family back." Ray's feet felt like lead, weighing him down. The faster he tried to get to his truck, the heavier his feet seemed. Finally reaching the truck, he jumped in and tore out of the driveway, stones and dirt flying everywhere. Katie cried quietly so as not to let the driver hear her. Her heart was breaking. She was so deeply in love with Ray and wished she had told him. Knowing now she never really loved Jefferson, didn't know what love was till she met Ray. He made love with so much passion, made her feel things she never thought possible. She could still feel his lips and body on hers. He always made lovemaking exciting. But he didn't love her and sent her and Timmy away. She looked down at him as he slept so soundly, not having any idea what was happening. Just then a loud honking could be heard. "Driver, what's going on?" "It's a white pickup, miss. I think he wants us to stop," the driver replied. "A white pickup? That's Ray's truck. Stop the car." Jumping out of the truck, Ray went over to the car and opened the passenger door. He undid her seatbelt and pulled Katie out. "Let go of me," she squealed. "What do you want?" I want you," he said, putting his hands on her shoulders. Katie teared up, not believing what she was hearing. "What?" "Don't go, Katie. Stay with me. I love you, baby." She looked into his eyes and knew he was speaking the truth. Swallowing the lump in her throat, she squeaked out, "You love me?" "Yes, I love you. I fell in love with you that first day when you walked into the store. I was too stupid to admit it." He then pulled her into his arms and his mouth came down on hers. His kiss was deep and passionate. Pulling away, he looks at her. "Stay with me and I promise to make you happy. No more Mr. Jackass. And in time I know you'll learn to love me too." Those words landed him on his, as when she shoved him so hard he fell backward. "You dumb, stupid man. I already love you. I have right from the beginning. How could you not know that? But you told me over and over again that you didn't love me." Ray got to his feet but stayed back, not wanting to land on his as again. "I'm so sorry for the way I've treated you, and that last time when we were in bed, what I tried to do." He lowered his head in shame. "I was cruel, and you didn't deserve to be treated that way."
"It wasn't your fault. You were in pain," she said, trying to assure him.
"Don't do that, Katie. Don't defend me. What I almost did would have been rape. I'm so ashamed, and I hope you can forgive me." "I do," she answered. She knew she shouldn't forgive him so easily, but she loved him, and wasn't that what love was all about? Forgiveness. "What about next time? What if something bad happens and you shut me out? We should have grieved for Alice together instead. You shut me out." "I was wrong to do that. I'm so sorry. I need you. And if you give me another chance, I'll never shut you out again. And I will be the husband you deserve. You're the only woman I have ever loved this much. I loved Alice's mother, but this is different, much stronger." Katie stood frozen. Then he walked right up to her and wiped her tears away and took her face in his hands. "Let me take you and Timmy back home, and tonight I'll make it up to you. I'll love you the way you deserve to be loved." Katie smiled through her tears. "Yes, Ray, we'll come home." He pulled her wedding rings from his pocket and placed them on her finger. He took her in his arms, and she jumped up, wrapping her legs around his waist. The kiss was so passionate, they forgot everything except the feel of each other's lips as he held her tight. The driver of the car got out and whistled and clapped. He then proceeded to remove the bags and place them next to Ray's truck, pulling apart, only doing so due to the fact they needed to breathe. "Baby, let's get Timmy and go home." Katie reached up, touching the growth on Ray's face from lack of shaving. She smiled at him. It is what Alice would want. Taking her fingers in his hand, kissed them as he stared into her eyes. "No, Katie, it's what I want." Chapter 29. 2 years later, Ray stood in the family room waiting for Katie, checking his watch every few minutes. If she didn't hurry, they would be late for Dan's wedding. Running his fingers around the inside of his collar, how he hated wearing a shirt and tie. Timmy was playing on the floor in front of Jimmy. He walked over to the china cabinet Katie had bought to put her fancy crystal ornaments in. On the top shelf was the present Katie had made special for him. It was a Christmas angel to go on top of the Christmas tree. But it was no ordinary ornament. It was handmade and painted, a replica of Alice. She knew a patient who was a craftsman and had him make it and sent him tons of photos. She kept this all a secret from Ray and gave it to him that first Christmas without Alice. He had broken down and cried. His heart swelled with love for Katie. To him this was the best gift he had ever gotten. It would be placed every year on their Christmas tree. The rest of the year it sat on the shelf so that they could look at it whenever they wanted to. Looking at his watch again, he went and squatted next to Timmy. "I think I better go see what's taking Mommy so long." A quick kiss, and he headed upstairs. He saw her sitting at her makeup table putting on the diamond earrings he had given her for her birthday. She took his breath away, wearing a red dress that was clinging to her curves, her hair done up on top of her head. Walking over, he bent over, kissing the back of her neck, forgetting about the time. "You shouldn't wear that dress." Her mouth dropped open, and she looked at him. "Why? What's wrong with it?" "Nothing, but the guest shouldn't upstage the bride by being this beautiful," saying as his lips moved along her neck. Reaching her hand around, ran her fingers through his hair. "I love you, Ray." Tearing himself away from her neck, smiled. "I love you more. Now close your eyes." "Why?" she asked, giving him a curious look.
"Just do it, and no peeking till I tell you to look," he said, reaching into his pocket. Once her eyes were closed, he pulled out a diamond necklace and placed it around her neck, and after doing it up, told her she could open her eyes.
"Oh my God, Ray, it's beautiful," saying as she fingered the dainty chain with a small diamond on the end. "You've got to stop spoiling me." Taking her hand, helped her up, and putting his arms around her waist, he looked lovingly into her eyes. "I'm never going to stop, and if we didn't have a wedding to go to, I would carry you over to that bed," he points to their bed, "and have my way with you." Then his lips went to hers, letting her know exactly what he meant. They got to the church just in time for Ray to stand next to Dan, as he was the best man. The vows were done, and after the dinner, the music started. Ray couldn't wait to get Katie up on the dance floor. He loved the way her body melted into his. "Have I told you today how much I love you?" he whispered into her ear. "Yes, several times." She looked at him with so much love in her eyes. Their lives were perfect. He was attentive and loving. Not a day went by that he didn't tell her how much he loved her, and what a fool he was that he almost lost her. It was late when they returned home, and after checking on Timmy, went to their room. As soon as he closed the door, he grabbed her, pinning her up against the wall. His lips moved to her neck and down towards her cleavage, one hand going up her dress until he reached the silk panties she wore, sliding them down. As soon as he put her up against the wall, and she felt the velvety sweep of his lips across the top of her breasts and his fingers sliding inside, her scalp tingled, her inner core started throbbing, and she kicked her panties that laid on the floor away. She frantically opened the zipper on his pants, pushing them down, and took him in her hand. He groaned. He lifted her leg up, then the other, wrapping them around his waist. His breathing was ragged as he eased himself inside her wet opening. "Oh God, Ray," she cried out when he filled her to the core, and he began thrusting, picking up speed, pumping in harder and faster. He took her right there, up against the wall. "Katie, you drive me insane with wanting you." Putting her down, lifted the dress over her head and carried her to the bed. Laying her down, climbed on top, bringing her to another climax. "I love you, Ray," saying as she lay curled up in his arms. From that day, their lives were perfect. Sure, they had their share of fights, which always ended up in some really hot makeup sex. They did everything together, working on the ranch, went riding, and spending time with friends. There were times when the loss of Alice overcame them with unbearable grief, but knowing that Alice would not want them to be sad and wanted them to be happy, they did just that. It's what Alice would have wanted. To honor her memory, they loved and lived. It was Timmy's 3rd birthday, and they were having a party for him. Friends and neighbors were attending. Jimmy, as usual, was cooking up a storm and making a chocolate cake, Timmy's favorite. Ray was kept busy blowing up balloons, a job he hated. Unknown to Ray, there was a pump for doing it, but it was Katie's payback to him for getting drunk the night before with his buddies. She chuckled to herself at his pain. Serves him right, she thought. After the gifts were opened and the cake served, they were all sitting around when Jimmy handed Ray and Katie a package.
Just give it to Timmy, Katie told her. It's not for Timmy, it's for you and Ray.
Jimmy teared up. It's from Alice. She made it when Timmy was born and made me promise to give it to you on his 3rd birthday. Katie and Ray stared at each other. They were confused and speechless. Then she ripped off the wrapping with Ray looking on. It was a drawing. Alice had artistic talents, was always drawing pictures. I bought the frame with Alice. She picked it out. Jimmy sniffed, choking back a sob. The picture showed Alice on a cloud looking down, smiling. Jimmy was standing by the stove with cookies on a tray, and there was Ray holding Katie's hand, and a little boy with dark hair who was Timmy, and a little girl holding Timmy's hand. "Who is this?" Ray asked, pointing to the tiny girl with blonde hair. "My God," Katie exclaimed. "How is it possible?" She stared at the little girl in the picture. Her heart was racing. "How's what possible?" asked Ray. She looked up at him. How could Alice have known, and on Timmy's 3rd birthday? "Baby, you're driving me crazy. What are you going on about?" Katie had wanted to tell Ray later when they were alone, but she figured, what the heck, why not do it now? "We're having a baby. I'm pregnant." She looked up at him, and a smile spread across her face when she saw the way he was looking at her. He pulled her to her feet. "We're having a baby." He turned around and shouted out, "We're having a baby." Then he drew her in for a kiss, and not caring that the room was full of people, gave her a long and passionate kiss. Letting her go, she looked at him, and seeing his tears, she snickered. "For a big tough cowboy, you sure cry a lot." "These are tears of happiness," he replies. "Ray, do you think Alice is right? Is she telling us we're having a girl?" Katie asked, looking at the picture.
"Yeah, I do."
He wrapped his arms around her. "I love you, Katie, and we better start thinking of girl names for this little one," saying as he rubbed her stomach. 8 months later, Katie gave birth to a beautiful baby girl with blonde hair. They named her Julie Alice Marshall.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.